welcome you on uh, the last day of this AI summit, World AI Summit, and we have an amazing line of speakers. Yesterday, we had a grand inauguration and experts who had arrived. Um, um, Excellent speakers we had, and today the uh, speaker speakers are here, the delegates are here. I think the show is going to start. Brief about ILETS, that ILETS has been in this activities of creating a bridge between the industry innovators and the industry potential users for last 20 years. We have been bringing out a magazine called E-Governance, E-Health, Digital Learning, and Banking and Finance for last 20 years, and organized more than 1,000 events in India and abroad, including in Dubai, Bahrain, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Thailand, Beijing, UK, USA, and like several other places. Reached out to more than 100 cities inside India, including places like Patna or Ranchi or Kanpur or Ludhiana, Amritsar, and smaller cities like Nasik. And the idea has been to uh, uh, have the IT ideas, ideas to reach out to a larger audience. And this AI summit is here. We have a focus on the various aspects and usage of like sectors in the field of GCC, D2C, retail, government, transportation, urban, education, healthcare, and several other areas, including the BFSI and various areas. More than 150 speakers are here at this event, and I welcome you all again. Thank you and namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone of the summit. Moving on to the very first keynote address of the day, which is being delivered by Sharat Sharma, co-founder of iSpirit. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Sharat Sharma, co-founder of iSpirit? He is a veteran Indian technologist, entrepreneur, and policy thinker who co-founded iSpirit Foundation, a non-profit technology think tank instrumental in shaping India's digital public infrastructure. Over a career spanning over 3 decades, he has held leadership roles in R&D at companies like Yahoo, Simnitech, AT&T, and co-founded Telshare. He also serves on bodies like National Startup Advisory Council and SEBI's fintech companies. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sharat Sharma, co-founder of iSpirit.
AI has arrived. You know, that picture that you saw was the AI version of me. And, that was more handsome, younger, smarter. I am the fake version, so you'll have to deal with me here. I have 5 points to make, and I know there's very little time, so I'll jump into them right away. First, of course, is that there are many types of AI. And we are overly indexed on one of those types of AI. And the way to think about this is look at health, for example. Clearly, AI is going to change drug discovery. We know that. And so there's a part of AI that helps with synthetic biology. All of you know the AI that made that happen is called DeepMind. And that changed the way we are able to do protein folding and understand that at a very, very large scale. That's not Gen AI. That's not LLM. Then if you go further, AI is going to transform how medical devices are made. For example, India, TB is a very big problem. The way to screen for TB is to do a test using saliva, and that's expensive. There is an AI system, many people are developing it, but one of those AI systems made by Vadvani AI is now received approval so that you can do this by merely cuffing on the phone. Now, obviously, that is cheaper, that is more widespread. State of Madhya Pradesh is the first state to say that they'll replace the old system with the new system. Now, that's another type of AI, clearly impactful, but it is again neither the first type nor the LLM type. The LLM type of AI is also useful in health. You could say that the ASHA worker can have an agent who would assist her in being more effective as an ASHA worker, as a super ASHA worker. Or a doctor can be a super doctor, a nurse can be a super nurse. Most likely that would use some form of Gen AI. So that is also needed. So the first point that I wanted to make is that there are many types of AI. When we think of AI, we are overly indexed on only the last type that I mentioned. And that's something that you should take into account when you think of working in AI. The other types may be very important. Now, why is this important to consider? Because there's a very famous book, you may remember, INSEAD professors brought it out in 2005. It was called The Blue and Red Ocean. And they said, look, if you want to be in the business, don't focus on the red ocean. Don't focus on areas that are already well served, and it's full of market players. Find an unserved part of the ecosystem, and that is what they called as blue ocean. And that's also true for AI. If you want to be an AI entrepreneur, you want to be an AI researcher, go to the blue ocean part of this as you go forward. Now, this has again been very important in health. You know why we have a COVID vaccine? Because we focused on a rotavirus vaccine. Why did we focus on a rotavirus vaccine? Because the Western pharma companies refused to make it, saying it's not commercially viable. So Dr. M.K. Bhan, subsequently BIRAC, run by Dr. Renu Sarup, they decided that the Indian pharma strategy would be to focus on orphan diseases, which the traditional Western pharma companies were not willing to pursue because it wasn't commercially viable for them. And today, India is now an emerging player in orphan diseases, and that's a very attractive place to be in. You have companies like Bharat Biotech and so many others that are focusing on that. So focus on the blue ocean part of the opportunity before you. Can you guess what that is? Don't focus on companies that TCS and Infosys will serve or Accenture will serve. Focus on the MSMEs of India, we have enough 30, 50 million MSMEs that these big companies will not serve. But they need AI because AI can materially lift the performance on an MSME and make them, at least in the digital world, look like a super MSME, because they can get AI to do pricing for them, merchandising for them, branding for them, inventory management for them, customer support for them. All this can make a small MSME look like a big company. Now, who is going to provide that AI to them to make that happen? It can be Indian AI players who make that happen as we go forward. So my second point to you is focus on blue ocean. There are lots of blue ocean opportunities. Don't get sidetracked by what the flavor of the month, flavor of the year, and where everybody is saying. My general rule of thumb is that whatever the US VCs tell you, do the opposite of that. Because the US VCs love the red ocean story. I know there's some US VCs here, I may be offending them, but this is the reality of India as we go forward. Third is be very, very aware of the local enablers that will allow you to excel, to win globally. Now, there are two sets of enablers that are very important. One is India is building a new type of data economy, which does not exist anywhere else. And, Sahil is going to come up later. One of the things Sahil's claim to fame is a one-page summary of a bill that was written, if I remember right, in June of 2017, weeks before Puttaswamy judgment came up, and just days before the Sri Krishna committee was set up, which summarized, how will we think about consent in India? The consent in India is completely different from the consent in GDPR. In GDPR, the consent is to give it to a black hole called a data processor. Then you don't know what's going to happen. The consent in India is a bilateral discussion. I'll give you some of my personal data. Will I get a personalized loan back in return? I'll give you all my health data. Will I get a second opinion of what's wrong with me? It's a bilateral thing. So it's a contract. And that contract, therefore, has to be granular and therefore has to be purpose limited. And therefore, the only way to enforce it if it's electronic in nature. So the idea in an experiment that started many years ago in 2017 called the account aggregator is now a big idea. And on the back of it, we have the DPDP Act for inference part of, right from day one, you will know it's called DEPA inference, Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture inference cycle. Inference, where does it come from? If there's inference, then there's also training. And now in the coming months, we will be seeing a lot of talk about DEPA training. So you must learn about that. It is not advertised. You can be early adopters of enablers only if you are willing to spend time with those when they are not yet fashionable. When they become fashionable, you don't have the benefit of being an early player there. So this is the place where it is not yet fashionable, but will become fashionable. And that's where I think Professor Inder Gopal will talk about another part of the data economy, which is to do with geospatial and this emergence of GDI. So the first enabler in India, which smells, behaves, walks and talks differently from the Chinese data economy and the US data economy, is the Indian data economy. And it's all built, born, and spread from Bangalore. And so learn about this in detail and leverage it as you go forward. The second enabler, which is cooking, and I want to share with you, is an enabler to do with agents. In India, there is a serious effort to create what are called fiduciary agents. Fiduciary agents are agents that represent the interests of the MSME that is using them. They don't represent the interest of somebody else on the back end. Now, in India, we've done a very good job of having fiduciary agents. The first place where we did this was net neutrality, when we had the fight with Facebook on free basics. You will remember that. And then at that time in SEBI, they took it up. UK Sinha was the chairman, and they have applied that for mutual funds. So when you buy a mutual fund, you either buy from a distributor or you buy from a registered investment advisor. In India, you cannot be both. You can be one or the other. You cannot be both. This is also the case with lending. In Oaken, you can be a lender's agent or you can be a borrower's agent. You cannot be both. In ONDC, you can be a buyer's app or a seller's app, but you cannot be both. In a travel, OTA, you can be a passenger agent, which is what Yatra, Clear Trip, and Make My Trip are. But you cannot then be the airline agent. You can be one or the other. You cannot be both. In cable television, you can either represent the interest of the person who's consuming the content or publishing the content. We have the must-carry rule introduced after a fight with Facebook. You can be one or the other. You cannot be both. So the point is, we are the economy which has made most progress in doing that. And this is particularly important for agents, because you want agents that you can trust, which means the agent works for you, not for somebody else, not the seller of the agent. In the West, they don't want to do this because they love the model where the agent represents both, right? And to therefore have this system, you need a new type of a structure where there's a maker-checker paradigm, there are observability metrics, there is continuous auditability and certification, and India is going to create a global store where you will be able to list your agent only if you meet all those conditions, so you have the confidence that you are truly getting a fiduciary agent as you go forward. So this is going to be another enabler that you should look at. So as I said, my third idea is be very, very focused on the local enablers that are coming up so that you can leverage them very effectively as you go forward. The fourth point is don't ignore tools. It's good to build models, but it's good to build tools for those who build the models. Who do you think is a more successful company on an investment adjusted basis? Is it JustPay or PhonePe? Actually the answer to that is JustPay. JustPay only builds the tools, the infrastructure for UPI. They still handle, 35, 40% of the UPI transactions of the country. But they don't sell an end user solutions as PhonePe does. Both are important businesses. But in India, we tend to only see the consumer-facing, customer-facing part of the business. And sometimes the best businesses to build are the tool businesses, where you are the TSP for this. And India has a particular opportunity for tool makers, and that is in the area of child safety. Why is it in the area of child safety? Because last year we had 23 million children. China had only 9 million. In fact, the next 5 countries after India are roughly 23 million. So India is the cradle for humanity. We have to save our children from AI pornography, AI gambling, AI gaming, and because they can destroy the life of the children. At the same time, we want them to use AI, because how do we know AI can be helpful for children? Chess. India today has 89 chess grandmasters, the highest in the world. And almost all of them are still under 20. You know that. The youngest chess grandmaster is in India. The women chess grandmasters are from India. Who's teaching them? AI is teaching them. So we know AI can lift the performance of children and make them world class. AI can destroy with social media the lives of children. So we have to find a framework that will work with our system. We cannot bring the Chinese way of doing AI safety to India. We have to find the Indian way of doing it in India. And so this is going to be very, very important. And a regulatory framework will be announced in the coming weeks, and you will see a major focus in that. But the opportunity is going to be for tools. But tool opportunity is more than child safety. But child safety will be a uniquely Indian opportunity. Then if you succeed here, you can take it to the rest of Global South, because the rest of Global South is going to follow the Indian way of child safety, not the Western or the Chinese way of child safety. So my last point is that please focus on N+1. What does that mean? Do you think we would have beaten Visa, MasterCard with RuPay? No. If we did RuPay, Visa, MasterCard itself is win. The reality is we could only beat Visa, MasterCard with the next generation payment system called UPI. Right? This has been the history of India's journey. At a time when the world used to do just smart cards for identity, India did a number. Today, I don't know whether you know, MOSIP is going to have 157 million people registered on MOSIP, which is very significant. It's in 27 countries. Why? Because we had the gumption to do N+1. When you use DigiYatra today, that's the first scalable system in the world where all your reference signatures are stored on your phone, completely distributed signatures. No centralized store at all. It's an N+1 kind of a system that is there. So we have to keep doing that as we go forward, because if we don't, then things will not work out in the future. And in AI, the opportunity to do N+1 is very, very strong, which takes me back to my first idea. Don't follow the fashion, right? What's fashionable? My simple rule for you is what has already come in Times of India, don't do it, right? So in AI, focus on neurosymbolic AI. There are many new types of AI that are coming, and find opportunities to become a leader in those areas, finding the use case that's a blue ocean use case, leveraging the building blocks that are uniquely available in India, and then finally making sure that you are operating in an ecosystem where you are doing one part, but there are others who are doing the other part. So if you're a tool builder, then you have the right ecosystem partners to support you, or vice versa. And if you do all this, India has the opportunity to play and punch above its weight class, like it has done in many other areas of India stack, health stack, and telecom stack. So with that, wishing you all the best in this new journey of AI. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that insightful and inspirational address, and that to begin the day. So do we have any questions from the audience? Any question from the audience? Yes. So.
I'm sure there will be a recording of this, but the first point is there are many types of AI. The second is focus on the blue ocean opportunities, not red ocean opportunities. The third point that I made was that that leverage local enablers. India has a history of creating local enablers. India Stack was an example of that. DPIs are example of that. Fourth is don't ignore the tool opportunity. Sometimes the tools are as important as the models. And the fifth is don't do the current generation. Since we are already in the world of 5G, don't build another 5G solution. Build a 6G solution, 7G solution. Because if you build a 5G solution, the incumbents of that it will never let you succeed. So you have to be one generation ahead. That's the N+1 model. Thank you so much. So with that, one more question. Yeah, please.
Well, I think I've been to thousands of events. You are the #1 person in the world who understands the direction of travel. Honestly, utterly amazing insights. But my question is, how are we going to go off and do the changes that you're talking about? This is, your vision is absolutely spot on. You understand the detail, you understand all the connections. And I would say that this is about the globe. You're not just talking about, you're talking about India, but this is what the world needs. And I'm from the UK, and the UK is way behind everything that you're talking about. But this operating model that we need to design is a very, very, very complex operating model, being able to connect the macroeconomic changes that are going on all the way down to every single person in this audience.
You know, I don't know the answer to what you're asking. You know, it's a challenging thing, but, you know, I would know, and I hope Sahil will back me up on this later, and Professor Inder Gopal as well. You know, what our learning in Bangalore has been that a small group of misfits with good intention can change India. That is how India Stack has changed. We have been all, for the last 15 years, no greed, no glory volunteers, which means we don't take any money for any of the work that we do. We don't even take glory. We give the glory away to the policymakers like Abhishek that you saw earlier. And third is whatever we build, we give it away. So I think by taking this approach, today I'll give you an example. We are 3% of global trade as India. We are 7% of global economy on nominal basis. We are 17% of the global transaction, of the global population. And yet today, we will do well over 50% of the global digital transactions. Think of this, right? Now, why has it happened? It's a small handful of no greed, no glory volunteers who have brought to life, not just talked about it, brought to life a set of building blocks for flow of people, flow of money, and flow of information that has unlocked enormous innovation, both in the government sector and in the private sector. And that is how we have this punch above our weight class, where we do 3 times more transactions, more than 3 times more transactions than the population that we have in a poor country. And the reason, therefore, the point is this is possible. You know, India has a history of innovation, and everybody sitting in this room is an innovator. And what we have to do is to give them all the building blocks so that they can be wonderful combinatorial innovators and solve the large number of problems India has, because the value is created by solving problems, and India is rich in problems. So when we marry our problems with our innovators here in this room, by giving them the right ecosystem within which to do that, magic happens. It has happened before, and I think it will happen again with AI. I am cautiously optimistic about that. Thank you so much.
Yes, I think amazing.
So please stay back with us on the stage. Well, thank you so much. And once again, a huge round of applause for Sharad Sharma sir, for our co-founder of iSpirit, for that insightful address. And to present a token of gratitude, may I kindly invite Ravi Gupta, founder of Elite Technomedia, on the stage to kindly present a token of gratitude to Sharad Sharma, co-founder of iSpirit. Can we please have a huge round of applause once again? Thank you so much. And before we move ahead, I want you all to know that you guys are lucky that you are here attending the World AI Summit. But there are many people who are missing out this summit. Maybe your colleagues, and you might wish that they might be here attending that summit with you. So don't worry, we have got you covered. We are going live on Elite's TV and on Elite's Technomedia social handles. So you can simply log into the LinkedIn or Facebook or YouTube and search for Elite's Technomedia and can share the link with your colleagues. Then they can also subscribe for the channel and can be a part of the summit live. Thank you. Moving on to the next keynote address of the day, which is Building ULI and MuleHunter.ai, which is being delivered by Sahil Kini, Chief Executive Officer, Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Sahil Kini, Chief Executive Officer of Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. He is a fintech entrepreneur and innovation leader, currently serving as the CEO of RBIH since July 2025. Before joining this, he was a co-founder and CEO of DAY-2, an API infrastructure startup that enabled seamless integrations across payments, credits, savings, and related financial services. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sahil Kini.
Good morning, everyone. Sharad is always a very hard act to follow because he's such a compelling speaker. So I don't envy myself to be in this position, but here I am. He actually spoke about a couple of things that I wanted to address. And I think it's very important that we recognize that we are 1/5 of humanity. India, 1 out of 5 human beings is Indian. And building for India, therefore, is building for humanity. I think it's very important that this is a very important time in our history. It is a time for us to build new infrastructure. We've been doing this now ever since, I think, I was part of the early team at Aadhaar back in 2010. I joined 1 month before the first Aadhaar number was issued. And I still remember at that point, the idea of a number that would be authenticated over the cloud seemed positively ludicrous. It was like everyone kept going, is it a card? Is it a smart card? It must be a card. I said, no, it's a number. So What do you mean it's a number? How do we know what that number is? It'll be authenticated over the cloud. What is the cloud? I mean, most of the people back then, smartphone penetration was, I think, less than 1%. The broadband penetration was somewhere around 8%. Look at us today. In such a short period of time, it's 15 years. It's kind of ridiculous to see how far we've come in that time. Same happened with UPI. When UPI came out in 2016, there was a big question around why one more payment system? We have IMPS, we have NEFT, we have RTGS. In fact, there were articles calling UPI a toll road. There's a lot of always bunch of skeptics whenever new ideas come through. Again, look at us today. There's a long way to go with AI. The first steam engine was developed by Thomas Newcomen in like 1712. Do you know what the efficiency of the first steam engine was? It was 0.5%. 0.5. Today, there is a theoretical limit for a Carnot engine with 63%. Best diesel engines hit about 50%. The electric motor is capable of 98% efficiency. Most motors run at 80+% efficiency. The jump has happened. I mean, I myself am a motorhead. I love internal combustion engines, but I mourn them. They're going to die soon. AI is the next leap of how we think. How I had this dream once that, because I kept making fun of AI, saying that it is glorified autocomplete in my head. The more I read about it, and one day I kind of dreamt about it, and it hit me that it's basically a new life form. It's a life form that we have birthed. I don't think we quite understand what it's capable of doing in the long term. There's a lot of hype that is running far ahead of where AI is today. I think it is the equivalent, AI today is the equivalent of Newcomen's steam engine. Its efficiency is maybe like 0.5%. This is why, the West's answer to saying, let's keep adding more and more compute capacity, because that's how we're going to get better AI models, I think is a fundamentally, excessively maximalist and capitalist view of the world. Let's spend more money because more money leads to more compute, leads to better AI. And then somewhere a couple of years ago, the Chinese pulled the rug out from under them by launching DeepSeek. And that was a moment of reckoning for a lot of people. That chain of thought reasoning, there are different types of models. I think there's a lot of work to be done for us. And our constraints on compute, our constraints on capital, and our wealth of talent, I think are a perfect trifecta for us to build new types of models. I encourage anyone who's looking at foundational models, like Sharad said, go the other way. Don't follow the approaches that are there. I mean, use open source models that are there, but dream up new models. That is one request that I wanted to put out there to the world. Coming to what we do at Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, we are a wholly owned subsidiary of the RBI, and our job is to imagine and build the future for India's economy. We are already building a platform using AI, actually two platforms, one for account fraud detection and the other for transaction fraud detection. I'll tell you a little bit about them. But another important part of what we do is looking at the future and saying, where should the future go? I'll begin by talking about two areas that we're working on right now. On account fraud monitoring, we're building something called mulehunter.ai. Now, mule account detection is a massive problem in this country. It is the equivalent of basically providing your account out on rent so that somebody else can do their transactions. A simple example that I'd give you is somebody will approach you, say, I'll pay you 30,000 rupees every month. Every month, I'll give you 2 checks in your name. You please deposit into your bank account. All you have to do is, once you deposit it, go to an ATM, pull out the cash, give it to me. That's one of the many simple use cases of mule accounts. Another one, of course, is when you're siphoning out money through a fraud, basically your digital arrest fraud or any other kind of fraud that you would have seen I'm sure, let me pause here. How many of you know someone or have been affected by some kind of fraud and someone has lost money? At least know someone. Look around you. Everyone nearly raised their hands. So clearly this is a problem. And a lot of this is around financial education, it's around digital literacy. There is a massive angle here on educating the end consumer. And that is our responsibility as an industry and as a regulator to do so. But at the same time, detecting these accounts is crucial. Not only to avoid harm to the end consumer, but a lot of this money that is moving in these kind of networks are from human trafficking, it's from illegal gambling, it's from drugs. This kind of money does not deserve to move. It deserves to be caught. And a lot of the participants in the chain are unwitting participants. They don't even know that these are the sources of funds. But with the kind of the massive ocean of data that is available to us, we're able to build models that detect anomalies in transaction patterns, that detect changes in the way that this transaction is not commensurate with the income level of the person, or the transaction velocity has changed significantly, or the counterparty at which this payment is happening seems suspicious. The only way to detect these kind of anomalies before was through a rule-based engine view. You would do an if this, then that kind of model. And the accuracy of those kind of models was typically around 10 to 20%, I mean, in terms of detecting mules. Today, with the kind of models that we've been able to develop, and admittedly, the very early days in these models, at a limited scale, we're able to reach about 80 to 90% accuracy. We have a long way to go to increase both the scale of operation and the accuracy and the consistency of this. And remember, this is a cat and mouse game. Just because we've developed a model that operates at 80 to 90% efficiency today, that same model will experience something known as model drift. Because as the world changes, as India changes, as India grows, the nature of transactions changes. So what the model had learned 3 months ago, 6 months from now might not be relevant. It's a continuous process. It's a cat and mouse game. Criminals are very ingenious. And so it is incumbent upon us to be constantly vigilant and constantly innovating, constantly improving the model. Similarly, one of the most ambitious pieces of work that we've taken on is called the Digital Payments Intelligence Platform, or DPIP. Now, our stated goal is to provide a near real-time risk score to every single digital transaction that happens in this country. So it's not enough to just do the most transactions in the world, which is, as Sharad pointed out, we already do. But if you take every single transaction across UPI, IMPS, NEFT, RTGS, and say that it needs to have a risk score so that banks and other financial institutions can take calls on whether to clear this transaction or not, it's a massive compute problem. And, I encourage people who are talking about AI, who are attending these conferences, who are thinking about implementing this in their business, to go a little deeper. Read about these kind of models. Read about what kind of computational power it requires, what kind of power requirements it has, what kind of response times it has, because different models are useful for different use cases. Most people here, if an embarrassing question that I'll ask is, how many of you know the full form of GPT? Yeah, that's like 2 names, 3. We are at an AI conference, friends. The full form of GPT is a generative pre-trained transformer. A transformer is nothing but a matrix, a lattice of matrices. And there's a lot of math that goes into this. And we're crunching numbers. It's basically arithmetic done billions of times every second. It's computationally incredibly inefficient. It is like Newcomen's steam engine. It's really bad. I mean, there are better ways to think about this. And so this can't be used for near real-time scoring. It's just, have you ever had, Google will return a search result in milliseconds. Whereas if you ask ChatGPT a basic question, like why should I drink water, it'll think for 3 seconds. It's not good enough for these kind of scale applications. You need different types of models. So the problem is that most people's attention is so monopolized by these kind of companies that work on this work, that you think that that is AI. That is one type of AI built by a few companies, which has, I think, questionable utility beyond basic search. Right? And even if you think about agentic AI, right now the way it's done is by stitching together 4 different types of models, right? And the context transfer between each of those models there's always lossy context transfer. So, but people are very excited about agentic AI. They want to deploy it in production systems. They want to fire engineers. By all means, try. I think a lot of people who have invested in these kind of spaces will find that the hype is a little ahead of where the technology is today. It's because decisions are being made by people who are not going deep enough into understanding what this problem is. They're looking at everybody else as, yeah, real, yeah, it's real, everything is changing. Everything is changing yesterday. This is a shift that is going to happen over the next 20 years. The future is here. I mean, William Gibson, who's one of my favorite authors who wrote Neuromancer, he said the future is here, it's just not evenly distributed. I think it applies even more so for AI, but excuse me, there's a lot of work that we need to do to bring AI to a point where it can actually serve people at scale, with speed, for an entire population, at population scale. Outside of the 2 platforms that I mentioned that we're actually already in the process of building, there is a part of Reserve Bank Innovation Hub whose express goal is to look at the future. 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 7 years from now, what are the areas that we should work on? I think it's inevitable that we will have AIs manage our money for us at some point in the future. The early work of Taylor and Sunstein, who basically coined the term behavioral economics, and they had a piece of work called Nudge, in which one of the most memorable things that I learned was good defaults are more powerful than any kind of policy. If you set a good default setting, because people are not in the habit of changing default settings. Whatever is default on your phone, default this, default that, you just go with it. I think there will be a point in the future where money will drive itself. Like self-driving cars, I think we will have self-driving money. Money will move automatically to the best possible investments that are there based on your transaction pattern, based on your income levels. It will recommend and potentially even act and deploy capital or invest capital on your behalf. I think a future where you say, Manjunath avarige 500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ, and the money just goes, right? Will happen. But I think there's a lot of work to be done on how to make that happen safely. Because most of the people in this country have bigger worries than how AI is going to improve their lives. Survival is their problem. And it is incumbent upon the best of us to build for the rest of us, to build systems that take care of all of us. That's why I've taken up this job. I think it's an area of research that we're going to work on how agentic AI what should the model context protocol be for agentic AI with personal financial data? How should, for example, when AI is currently used for deepfake detection in video, but AI will also be used to make better deepfakes. So then again, it becomes a cat and mouse game. AI will be very useful, I think, for solving the problem of literacy, both in English and in kind of local languages. The ability to kind of use voice as an interface. It's something that I've held deeply in my heart for a long time. India has had an oral tradition. A lot of our mythology, a lot of our knowledge is passed on orally. Reading and writing, we've gotten really good in a very short period of time, but I think it's important that we enable or reignite the oral tradition using AI. Being able to learn and speak and transact through voice, I think will be a pretty massive area of research and application in the long term. Finally, I think related to this idea of reading and writing, financial information, regulated spaces are filled with documents, forms, all kinds of proof that you need to provide, which most people in this country find extremely onerous. So AI-based, OCR seems like such a innocuous problem until you actually see how most documents look in most state governments or most parts of the country, most district governments, most courts, the documents, most of them are handwritten, they're written in local scripts. There's a lot of work to be done on the simple problem of optical character recognition using AI. These are just some of the areas. I'm constantly reading, learning, talking to people, trying to understand what are the problem statements that people find dear, people find important, people want to work on. I'm all ears for any suggestions on other areas of research that you think that Reserve Bank Innovation Hub should pick up. And I'll only close by saying this, that the input for input for AI is data. Very few economies or very few geographies in the world generate as much data as we do. And that number will rise only exponentially over time. What the Persian Gulf is to the hydrocarbon economy, I think India will be to the AI economy. It's up to us whether we also want to own the rest of the supply chain or whether we want to let ourselves be exploited by others who would want to come and set those refineries upon us. Thank you so much for your time. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much for that inspiring address, sir. A huge round of applause once again. And to present a token of gratitude, may I kindly invite Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder of Elite Technomedia, to kindly come on stage and present a token of gratitude to Sahil Kinney, CEO of Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. Can we once again have a huge round of applause? All right, moving on to the next industry presentation of the day. It is being delivered by Pradeep Thakur, Country Head and VP Engineering, D-Matrix. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Pradeep Thakur, Country Head and VP Engineering, D-Matrix. Can we please have a huge round of applause? So D-Matrix is a startup committed to vision of building AI interference solutions in both compute and connectivity for data center market, with end goal to make access to AI platform affordable for masses and energy as to be sustainable for long-term usage by billions of users. So once again, a huge round of applause for Pradeep Thakur, and over to you, sir.
I couldn't have asked for better segue than what I was just provided by Mr. Sahil. Really fantastic presentation and talk. And that's what I wanted to really little deeper dive further on what he built up to. Mine is an industry presentation, so we're going to talk about technology that we built and what difference that it's going to make to the world of AI globally as well as here in India. So I would like to start with our, with expressing gratitude on behalf of our CEO, Mr. Siddharth Sheth, and our CTO, Mr. Sudeep Bhoja, for us being given this opportunity to be present and have this august audience to be able to talk about our story as a company. So, when Madam started yesterday with an introduction, and I'm sorry, I don't know her name, but, the key word that she used is democratization of AI. And that's really what this is going to be. Newer technologies tend to get monopolized. They tend to concentrate in few hands. And even though they may be subpar compared to what can be done, they win. And they restrict the usage of the penetration of the new technology or the access of the new technology. So here, the theme of the conference is inclusivity and responsibility. And Mr. Abhishek Singh from India AI Mission, yesterday as well as today, mentioned very emphatically in 3 sutras: people, planet, and progress. And I'm here to tell you that our endeavor since year 2019 has been precisely to offer solution that will meet all of these 3 requirements. We are a company that does a building of hardware platform for AI inference to ensure that we address both aspects, compute as well as connectivity, in a manner that the solution is affordable, it is optimal when it comes to power dissipation, and it is an extremely low latency user experience, which is what Mr. Sahil said. You type a question and you wait for a few minutes to get an answer. Well, that's happening because of the current architecture that is prevalent, prominent, and dominant. What is really needed is an architecture that can break that wall, right? And that's where we have been playing. We are shipping our products. We are a small company, startup company under 200 people. But, as Sir mentioned, right, the volunteers that don't bother about the glory and the greed, well, some of us are, from the very early days, committed to a vision with a very strong sense of mission and with a tremendous passion to break the wall, right? And that's what I'm going to cover in my presentation. Can you please bring up my PPT? So sure.
What's your thoughts around operating model and the architecture influence on an organization's operating model? And how do you see it changing? So the new target operating model is needed.
Yeah.
So just while we're waiting for the presentation.
Certainly. So, as we said, the future is here, but we do not know what it is. I think there is a lot of speculation and a lot of educated guesses. But what's going to happen over the next 3 years, I think is visible. What's going to happen over the next 10 years is not that visible. It's fuzzy. We are, with an advent of AI, we are actually standing as a significant paradigm shift that we saw 125 years ago with the invention of electricity. My grandfather, even if he had a light bulb in the house, he preferred to not waste electricity, and he would, after 6 o'clock, he will move around in the dark because he just felt that, he was used to it, right? I think what's going to happen in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, I think it's going to be as fundamental shift as we see today in the AI. So operating model, there is no going back to the world that we have grown up. I think our next generation is going to experience the full brunt of the change. And the operating model would be human intelligence towards the fields of creativity that are beyond the 10% of the usage of our brain. As we know that we use 10% of our brain today, right? And AI is going to occupy that space. So what we are left with is to really evolve further and come up with additional potential in human being to figure out how we are going to stay relevant, right? So I have some very radical thoughts on what the future is going to look like, and maybe we can talk offline at the lunch or networking. Yeah, but I have very radical thoughts on what the next 20, 30, 40 years are going to look like. Right? We talk about year 2047, and I see a lot of enthusiasm and confidence in people talking about 2047. I have very different views, and maybe some of them may be controversial. So, by the way, D-Metric's presentation was yesterday at 4 p.m. So you may find it in yesterday's folder in Hall B.
We can keep the conversation going for a moment.
Oh, sure, sure.
Yeah, I don't like seeing you just standing there. do you know that when electricity first came into place, there was a director responsible in an organization for electricity? And how strange is that, isn't it? It's very, very strange. But I think that there's a reset that needs to be pressed. Right? One of the challenges is reforming, i.e., are we going off and just layering more technology, AI, on top of the existing wallpaper? Because this wallpaper is going to fall off.
Right.
So I guess my kind of question revolves around how do you see the journey in terms of this reset that needs to happen? And I'd also kind of give an opinion that 3 months is a year now. The speed of change that we've got is not going to stop. And we've had a history in the past with technology change where there's been a sprint where 3 months has been like a year. This is going to be continuous now. So therefore, when we look at the timelines, I'm kind of pretty convinced, and we could pick this up later, that the timeline's much shorter than what you think. And just in closing, we're a research analyst design company. We've already built a digital twin of a human, and we've ran the digital twin of a human against AI, generative AI, agentic AI, and it superpowers the human. So the architectural design, the foundational architecture for capturing your brain has been done at first level stage, and it's here now.
I concur with that. I think that's the right calibration of what's going to happen. Again, I think since I'm representing a company here, I'm being just a little bit shy while I'm on the podium, but we can talk very frankly offline. What I believe where we are heading, right? I think a few things that AI still doesn't promise. One is empathy, right? Other is ethical judgment. Right? There are certain aspects of human beings that are more considered spiritual in the context other than intelligence, right? I think humans will have a lot more. In fact, if you think about it, right, before 200 years ago, there were no jobs. Everybody was an entrepreneur, except who worked at governments run by kings. Everybody had their own profession of what they did and how they generated their income, right? Today, last 100, 150 years, we've gotten very used to this concept. And in the last 30 years, very used to this concept that job is the only way to generate income. And I think with the advent of AI, we are going to go back to the old ways with a lot more efficiency, where now the machines will really help us achieve what human labor used to achieve. And nothing stops us from being entrepreneurs to leverage AI in the coming era for the income generation. And while machine is doing all the work, with the spare time that humans have, there are many pursuits of passion that each human being is designed differently. Some love music, some love art, some love painting, right? I think there's going to be so much more bandwidth for humans to live fuller existence as long as they can ensure they can leverage AI for income generation.
Yeah, I think the points you're making there, if you look at the human...
Can I help them?
When you're ready to start, we can stop. Are you ready?
Can I help them? I think it's... Yeah. Can I just help them? Because I saw it yesterday. Okay, all right. We'll keep going. All right.
Yeah, so when we look at the audience at the moment, their monetization model is return on time invested. And there's 80,000 hours in one's career, which is made up of 40 years, okay, times 2,000 hours each year. Now, when you have a digital twin of yourself, this digital twin is 24/7. It operates, it speeds 50 times, 100 times faster. So the monetization model now begins to change. Because what you're able to do is no longer 2,000 hours. At one step, we've got another 8,765 hours, I think we add to this. So this gives us 10,000 hours in monetization. And it gives you the ability to be infinite, because your digital version of you can actually reside in every single person, every single organization. And these things are here now. It's happening. So the things that you're touching upon I'm really interested to see where this kind of fits in with your presentation, if we ever get to your presentation, of course.
We are in age of AI, as somebody said earlier in the beginning. We talk about speed and being faster. I think we are still restricted by humans. So let's see how soon I can get to it. I'm really excited about it, and as soon as we get it up, love to roll. It's there. Excuse me.
Sorry for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. There is some technical glitch. We'll be resuming in hardly 2 minutes. So apologies for the same and requesting your patience for that. We'll be resuming shortly.
Thank you. So I come from silicon industry, and there are two laws that we know, both starts with M. There is Murphy's law and there is Moore's law. I was planning to talk about Moore's law, and inevitably I'll talk about Murphy's law first. What can go wrong will always go wrong. So we smile and we move forward. Thank you so much to get the presentation up. So let's, I don't want to delay it further. So let's go to the slide number 1. What I'm going to talk about here is what has been, when you talk about world of AI and what comes to everybody's mind, a term GPU, right? And the GPU is the most dominant and most prominent solution that enables pretty much all AI activities that has been rolling out worldwide. And the reason is why, right? So the reason is, the reason for GPU to be a prominent platform is there is something called being at the right time with the right place with the right solution. And GPU, while designed for gaming and graphics, does support pretty well the AI training. And that's where the AI rollout started with the training, right? And then it goes into the early phase of inference development. Today, the kind of models that we are dealing with are simplistic models relatively, even though we find them complex because they are new, but they're very simplistic models. And they do run on early platforms that exist with traditional architectures, which are what we call load store architectures, right? And if you really think about what's going to be changing as the AI revolution move forward, what's going to be changing as the AI revolution move forward is there are going to be new markets, they're going to require new models, and that's already exposing the bottlenecks that industry is experiencing, which is with respect to the compute, the memory bandwidth, memory capacity, and the I/O scale out. So now models are ever evolving. They're supporting multimodality instead of single modality. We no longer are in the world of text when we talk about inference. We talk about video, we talk about image, we talk about audio. And in all of that context, what is bubbling up with prevalent existing solutions is the lack of performance to be optimum, the latency being very high, and the third one, the performance per watt, which basically means the energy requirement. Today, if you were to be inclusive and democratize the access to the whole world of internet users, and all users get on the using ChatGPT or similar with the current hardware infrastructure, the planet will burn. That's the level of power dissipation, that's the level of energy consumption the current solutions require. And with that kind of bottleneck, there is no way the current solutions are going to provide scaling up of the end users. There is no way it's going to make it affordable where every individual who has internet access can actually leverage the AI rollout. And that is where, if you really think about, right, I call it past, but it's actually the present, even now, right? Solutions are CapEx heavy. A lot of investment has already gone into deploying GPU-based data centers all around the world. The latency is high. You have to wait for minutes when you ask complex questions because that's how the hardware is running. It's an architecture that is 2 decades old, right? And supports single modality. Now and in future, all of these 3 factors are going to be more and more relevant. Reducing the OpEx, reducing the CapEx, as lower latency. I remember the days when Netscape came out and you will type something as a search and how long you waited there, right? Today, we are not used to that kind of patience, right? We need answers fast. And when we get to answers fast, that's where the latency plays in. And the last one being the multimodality, where the models are evolving, solutions are being identified, very complex solutions are coming into the play. A very large data is being processed. And among all of those multimodality, right, the key solution, the solution that will succeed in enabling AI to be democratized in the long term, for AI to be affordable in the long term, for the AI to not consume so much energy in the long term, right, are going to be newer architectures and newer infrastructures. And that is where the question comes, where do we go from here, right? And there are many companies, some of them don't have as much global presence or a brand name, but many companies are at work to solve this problem, right? And in this problem, it's not the money, but it's the architecture. What is fundamentally at the architecture level? At the architecture level, the way this works, what we see as a user is a prompt. What's happening on the backside is a hardware platform and a software running on the platform called GPU, and it is making tons of accesses to the high bandwidth memories. And when memories are accessed repeatedly, again and again, what happens is the data movement reduces the performance, the data movement demands the power or the energy. So our studies, industry studies show that if it takes you 1 picojoule to do the computation, it takes 3,000 to 4,000 times higher power, higher energy to do the data movement for that compute. So there is a 3,000 to 4,000 times waste of energy just to support the data movement between the compute unit and the memory unit. And that is what we come to know as a memory wall, right? I loved this movie called Diwar, and I wanted my son to go see it. And he downloaded it from somewhere and watched the movie. And after 3 hours of watching the movie, he came to me and said, but I don't see any wall in the movie. What was this about? Of course, he's from a different generation than we grew up. And I wanted to tell him that don't worry about it, right? The whole industry is missing the wall, right? Today, we are all deploying the existing solutions that are multiple decades old and have memory wall, but we are ignoring it. We are not seeing this wall simply because this is the only solution. What industry needs is competition, capitalism, innovation, user access, affordability. All these things are tied to, at the end of the day, competition. And where is the competition, right? So the competition comes from innovation. This is a known problem that we are able to accelerate the compute. How are we able to accelerate the compute? By going to lower and lower process node based on Moore's law. And every time you go to a lower process node, you get higher speed at a lower power. But then back in 2019, the founding members of the company had a vision and a foresight to know that this is going to eventually run, that Moore's law is eventually going to run into a lot of challenges. And while the memory performance is not scaling, it's going to get worse to sustain the momentum of the overall compute performance, because compute does depend on the memory. And that is where we build the differentiation. And when I say we build the differentiation, the only thing that I'm going to talk about today about D-Matrix is artificial, that it is in the space of artificial intelligence. Everything that I'm going to talk about here is I've actually brought with me. It is real, and it is shipping. And this is the opportunity I want to take with this conference to really make the participants aware that these solutions already exist. And they are ready to be deployed. India is a great opportunity. There are a billion users here. Everybody is looking at India to set the tone, right? And we are right here with the right solution, right time, right place, right cost. And I'll cover a few other aspects. So what's the difference between existing architectures and the future architectures, or what we already have now, right? In our architecture, we call it digital in-memory compute. We take a basic memory cell and modify it to add compute. And as Sahil said, compute for AI is primarily matrix multiplication. It's primarily matrix math. And when it is a matrix math, right, we are able to modify the memory cell to do both compute as well as store. And it significantly brings out the need for data movement. It significantly brings out the power associated with data movement. It significantly pulls up the performance that AI inference is going to be demanding more and more of as the rollout continues, right? And by building in-memory compute, basically what we have solved the problem is of the memory bandwidth bottleneck. When the data needs to be accessed frequently versus data don't need to be accessed frequently, right? And that's a fundamental differentiation of the solution called in-memory architecture. The second challenge of the memory wall is memory capacity. As the models evolve, they get larger, medium size, smaller, newer ones, right? Requirements are going to keep evolving. We are just at the cusp of this technology. And memory capacity is going to be a major demand that is upcoming. It's already here. It's just that, solutions are not prevalent, dominant, and prominent, right? Here is a solution where we take a custom DRAM and stack it on top of the compute tile, which is already based on in-memory compute, where we have solved the bandwidth issue. So here we build the skyscraper of the memories that are stacked on top of each other, with the base being a compute tile. So now what happens here is the memory capacity. You could just keep growing the size of the model or size of the data, which will fit into the memory capacity. DRAM are highly dense memories, and they are also stacked on top of each other. And because of that, the DRAM basically rains the data on the compute. And when the DRAM rains the data on the compute, we are solving both the compute supported by memory capacity of the need, as well as compute supported by memory bandwidth of the need. And what does this lead to? So before I go to that slide, what I just wanted to mention here, what you're seeing here is a chip, which is a something of this sort, right? It's a semiconductor part. And that part is functional in our lab. We have been working on it for 2 years. We started in-memory compute back in 2019 to solve the memory bandwidth issue. And for past 2 years, we've been focusing on memory capacity issue. And we have both the in-memory compute, our flagship product, as well as in-memory compute with 3D stacking, both functional and real. And that's what I meant, that there is nothing artificial. This is our primary product. This is our flagship product called Corsair. And I've actually brought it. It doesn't look that glossy when you really look at the product. With all the stickers and everything, it kind of looks nice. This device has 2 PCI Express cards, like you see this here, and 2 cards connected with the bridge card. Today offers a performance that is unprecedented with any prevalent solution. And I'll just finish it off. So this is our compute solution. On the need to support larger models, to support new models, having a compute solution is one aspect. Being able to scale up and scale out is a next challenge. And for that, we have a second product line that we've been working on for last 1 year, where we provide a solution for low latency, multi-mode communication across the PCI card solutions as well as across the servers. And that is our server connectivity solution, which we announced earlier this year, called Jetstream. And with that, this is the configuration that with both our compute solution as well as our IO solution, we will be able to support the scaling of AI model for any size requirements of the future. Let's talk about a performance real quick. Our goal was 60,000 tokens per millisecond for our compute solution. Today we are at about 45,000, and I think working hard, progress is great. Very soon we'll reach our goal. Similarly, when we talk about Llama 70B model enablement with our IO connectivity solution across the server, our goal is 30,000 tokens per second with 2 millisecond latency. And then going forward, so this is our current solution shipping today with what we see as a compute roadmap and IO roadmap. The second solution is going to be out soon, which is going to be the single stack 3D AMC. And the IO solution that will be built either with the UA link or the SUE link with an electrical IO chiplet. And next generation solution is going to be with multi-stack DRAMs and bringing in the optical IO, right? So this is our journey as a team. What's really the key differentiation? I'll just sum it up here. The existing solutions, particularly GPU, is like a train where you can take 1,000 passengers, and to go from here to Kashmir, it will take you 4 days. That's your user experience, latency. The solution that D-Matrix offers is a jetliner, where you can take 250 to 300 passengers at a time, but you can get there in 3 hours, right? So the fundamental differentiation here is that each user would experience an ultra super fast experience of deploying an AI model of their choice, be it ChatGPT, be it any other. These platforms are agnostic to the models. It can be used against any models. And with that, if you were to experience, we can talk offline and I can show you some more. But since there is a time is a limit, I will just end here on this slide that fundamentally the prominent dominant solutions are here, but they're not going to take us forward. What is really required is a lot of innovation that is happening out of India, a lot of innovation that is happening with global collaboration. What you really need is a fundamental shift in the underlying architecture and hardware implementation to support the scale of AI for democratization, affordability, energy, and power, and so on. And with that, I'll end my talk here. 7 of my peers are here today, and I'm really proud that I got to present their work and our work together. And I'll just like them to request to just stand up if you guys may. And I'll request a round of applause for the work they've done. Thank you, everyone.
Please take it, sir. Thank you so much, and thank you for that patience that we had a technical glitch. So apologies for that, and once again, thank you. And a huge round of applause once again for Pradeep Thakur, Country Head and VP Engineering D Matrix. And to present a token of gratitude, may I kindly invite Anurag Gupta of Elite Technomedia to kindly come on stage and present a token of gratitude to Mr. Pradeep Thakur, Country Head and VP Engineering D Matrix. Can we please have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. Moving on to the next presentation, that is showcasing NextGen's agentic AI ecosystem. And that is being presented by Abhishant A, VP Product and Growth of NextGen. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Abhishant AI, a VP and Product and Growth of NextGen. So Abhishant leads the product management growth at NextGen Cloud Technologies with a focused mandate to drive innovation across the company's flagship platforms, Speed Cloud AI, and enterprise-grade AI use cases. He's responsible for the strategic planning, technical architecture, and go-to-market alignment of NextGen sovereign cloud offerings, ensuring they deliver superior price performance, scalability, and regulatory compliance. Can we
India
please
is
have
on
a huge
bold
round of
mission
applause for Abhishant
to
A, VP
democratize
Product and Growth
technology,
of NextGen?
address local
A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
challenges.
Just waiting for my, yeah, there we go. Looks like my time was up before I started. So thank you, World AI Summit, for having us here. It's a pleasure. Actually, before I get started with my presentation, I have a question for everyone. Do you feel email is a robust technology? You can just shout out the answer. Yes? Do you know in 2024 alone, end consumers and organizations lost value of more than $12.5 billion due to phishing attacks in email? This is last year. The number will be bigger today. So why I want to set this perspective is, guys, no matter how much we deliberate, technology is going to have its bright potential, its use cases, its goodness for community, society, organizations, and there will always be risks associated to it. Can you bring up my slides, please? And while that is there, at NextGen, and me personally, I don't want to use the platform to highlight the risks which we are all very well aware of. I'm guilty of being an optimist, so I will continue to remain an optimist about this technology. And this is going to be a very optimal is not the right word, very, very optimizing session, okay, of what AI can really do. Perfect. Still waiting for my slides. It's in the system there. Slides are from there, then it swaps to the system. Slides are already there. Okay, let me waffle on for a little bit until the slides come. I'm a waffler, my team tells me. So, guys, a bit of background about NextGen. I mean, we've been a cloud service provider for the last 13 years. We have the pride of being able to serve mission-critical workloads for the government. Okay, someone prompted me, stop waffling, the slides are back. Okay, fantastic. Okay, yeah. So, at NextGen, we've been providing sovereign cloud for the last 13 years. We famously like to say we love rescuing customers from AWS, Azure, and GCPs. Of course, we respect what they have done in terms of proliferation of cloud. I had the privilege of interning at NextGen when we would actually explain to people why cloud is very important and why you should move from owning infrastructure to actually having a public cloud setup. Coming now to customers just sending a bomb saying, this is my DB server, this is my app server, this is how much networking speed I want, and this is my configuration, right? So we witness the commoditization of cloud, and that benefits us from a sales cycle point of view, but also anything that gets commoditized, it's very difficult to differentiate with. So in AI, when the whole generative AI revolution started, the requirement of transformer architectures, needing a lot of GPU infrastructure meant that it would be a smart thing for us to make a capex investment in GPUs. And we were able to do that, and we were discovered by MeitY's Initiative India AI as the L1 bidders for H100, L40S, H200, AMD MI325X, and Intel Gaudi. I'm proud to say that we are the only Indian cloud service provider to offer all different OEMs of GPUs and have a unifying platform on top of that. Now coming to M, we've been saying M a lot of different times, so I'll try to give a different perspective in this presentation. So since cloud is commoditized, when it comes to AI, we wanted to ensure that we really create value for our customers. And to do that, we wanted to flip the script. Rather than talking about hardware, networking, OS, compute, we wanted to talk about use case first. And that's how M was born, right? And M is not limited to enterprises, even for citizens. So the first principle is that how do you achieve sovereignty when you're trying to build AI solutions or have an AI platform, right? And the birthplace of sovereignty in tech is actually open source. Because open source allows you to deploy technology, control it, govern it the way you require. And M is completely sovereign and completely backed by open source technologies. Then we sought, how do you make AI meaningful, right? I mean, we had a gentleman from RBI tell us that AI is not really meaningful beyond generation of text or summarization. So how do you make AI meaningful beyond that? I mean, when we say AI, I'm talking about Gen AI. Then we decided that let's use a framework that allows us to go beyond text and voice generation. It's very important to do real-world use cases with AI. Obviously, the famous buzzword, agentic. So we discovered this agentic technology is very similarly as to how all of you discovered it. And we said that let's try to understand it. And this was close to a year ago when, slowly LangChain and things were becoming popular, much before the MCP days. And we said, let us start building an agnostic agentic platform. So today, when you come to M, we don't say, oh, please come with an MCP client. Because my customers who are building their core competent business need not understand what an MCP client is. So whether it's N8N, whether you have APIs for your website or application, whether it's MCP, we've built a unifying middleware that actually connects to all. Lastly, the power for M is coming from hundreds of collaborations from across the country. We are already talking to a lot of ministries, PSUs, enterprises, and we're building a lot of citizen services into M. So I'm very proud to tell you that you will have a sovereign, open source backed model coming from India that is an alternative to ChatGPT and Perplexity, which is super capable beyond text and voice and can do real things. Now, this requires a very strong foundational technology stack. Of course, we have dedicated a large cluster of H200s to run this at population scale. We are ready to run it at population scale. We are ready to handle a few million concurrency as well. It is backed by some of the best open source reasoning models. And the reason behind this is because we don't want to give you an experience which is focused on time to first token, but we want to give you an experience which gives you a fantastic answer, does great reasoning, and solves your problem truly. We have a trillion parameter open source model for coding. This trillion parameter model those of you geeks in the audience, you know what I'm talking about already. There's only one open source model that is a trillion parameters. This is the beauty, right? You have an agentic platform, you can connect so many things. If I have to match up with ChatGPT 5, then we can connect 5 models, use routing, and redirect user queries to the specific agents or models that are good at that particular task, and augment the capability that one closed source model would do. And finally, for our agentic routing, we use some of the state-of-the-art mixture of expert open source models, right? So all that boils down to a very robust architecture. And why I've put this slide up is because I want you to see that there is a lot of sophisticated work that has gone in. Whether it is the front end, Open Web UI, it's also open source. We have ASR, TTS models to do text and speech, again open source. We have vision language models, PDF parsing models that understand documents, again open source. We have an agentic router and MCP server to ensure that any kind of interaction, whether it is with APIs, MCPs, N8Ns, is all possible through here. And then we shift the focus to the tool registry. What you see here are examples, and this is completely extensible. So you can ask M that I'm feeling some gut problems, then M will redirect that question through its agent router to the hospital agent. You might be going towards Phoenix, and often when I go towards Phoenix, I get stuck in traffic. And then I realize that I'm already late. Why not I see what movies are there in Phoenix? So we thought, imagine a user can just open the voice mode in M and be like, hey, can you tell me I'm going to Phoenix? Like, what are the movies available? I'm driving in traffic. You require a lot of focus driving in Bangalore. So you can't really be using your phone. So you can just talk to M and be like, hey, tell me the available movies. I want middle row seats, last row. It can do all of that for you. We will show you something with VM provisioning because that is our business as a cloud service provider. We use a lot of Redis to maintain state. So there's a lot of engineering effort that has gone behind this. But what I want to reassure all of you is that all this is very real and we're doing it for 40 customers already through the M platform. So it doesn't end there. So we have M, the model, the open source collection of model, but M actually has a family. M has a large joint family, and that family is constantly getting bigger thanks to my engineering team. So the family kind of looks like this. So we have enterprise chatting and collaboration platforms backed by M. We have business agents that talk and augment what call center people, customer support people, sales, marketing people would do and interact with your business systems and automate tasks. We have a vault, which we have demoed in some of the sessions, which is an intelligent storage platform that you can infer from your data while it acts as your storage. So it's like a very intelligent context-aware storage, like imagine talking to your files. We have created 2 domain-adapted models called M for Finance and M for Corporate Legal. We've taken lakhs and lakhs of data, done continuous pre-training, fine-tuned open source models, and also built a sophisticated knowledge graph, which is an advanced form of RAG, to build relationships amongst your data. And we have very strong finance and corporate legal assistants. Our finance team and legal team loves it. And if they make a mistake, they get to blame my team, right? So they love it even more. We have M for Hiring, which actually does your resume analysis, JD creation, AI interview, and actually does an aggregated score to do screening on your behalf so that you can use AI to qualify people rather than use people to qualify them for a human interview. And our flagship M for Coding, which is something I'm very excited to share about, that we were able to match the benchmarks of Claude, Cursor, and a few of the others, which I'll show you the benchmark reports. We fine-tuned an open source model to actually meet these benchmarks. And we have a sovereign coding autopilot from India that matches up to the global ones. There are many more coming, but I won't bore you with it now. All of these things you can come and experience at our booth right outside. This is probably India's most sophisticated AI stack that you will see. I would like to start from the bottom. I told you that we have a hardware agnostic infrastructure, which is, it could be NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, does not matter. Our Red Hat based orchestration allows us to orchestrate across any hardware platform. Then we have a wonderful collaboration with a startup from India called Bud, who has built their own inferencing engine, their own AI Foundry platform that sits natively on top of NextGen's cloud and offers you a host of Foundry services, whether it's model management, fine-tuning, so on and so forth. But we normally do not just leave a platform with our customers because that's not the experience that enterprise customers who are serious are looking for. So we have a whole sophisticated stack on top of that. You have your host of open source models. Then you have your technology use cases, which we build for you as to you tell us that this is my use case, this is my priority, and we build that for you. Beyond that, beyond custom engineering, we have the M suite of products that sits right on top. So whether you're looking for a SaaS-based product that needs to augment something in your business as it is, or whether you're looking for a custom solution where you have a problem, you have a data set, and you want us to take some open source models and build something for you, run it on private infrastructure, secure, sovereign infrastructure, customize it for you, integrate it to your business, that is also possible. At NextGen, we like to say anything is possible in AI. And we are not worried about the risks that come with technology, because I'd like to give you an example. We have the pleasure of hosting Election Commission of India for the last 3 Lok Sabha elections. And before the Lok Sabha elections, there are so many international state actors that try to bring the election portal down, right? The greatness of the Indian government is that regardless of the conspiracy theories and geopolitical scenarios, they trust. And they were one of the first government agencies in India to run on a modernized platform. Yes, they run entirely on Kubernetes. And this is a massive, massive thing for a government organization to do. They took the leap with us and they chose to modernize their applications. And that is a huge thing. And there was no pushback saying, oh, Kubernetes, is it secure? Can we manage it? Do we have the skills? They took the leap. And I think AI must be treated the same way. Otherwise, we as a country are going to fall behind, right? I think US, China, they're in the place where they can now think about standards and compliance and risks because they have reached a certain benchmark. But when we are catching up, we should not be limiting ourselves with that. Yes, the conversations are important. And yes, we should make the considerations. But that should not be a point of demotivation for us to implement the technology. So I'd like to take this opportunity to zoom in on one of our M products, which is called M for Coding, powered by Bud. It is India's sovereign coding autopilot. Actually, people call it Copilot. But if you see it outside, after you put the prompt, you don't need to do anything. It uses the entire IDE itself. So we chose, okay, we're not going to call it Copilot, we'll call it Autopilot, okay? And it's India's alternative to Claude and Cursor. You must be all using Claude and Cursor, giving away your IP to US, your code to US. Please stop doing that. It was acceptable till now because there was no alternative, but today I assure you there is an alternative. And you allow us to give you a demo account, try it, you're convinced. It just costs 9 rupees an hour to use. Enterprises, individual developers alike. There are no timeouts. Those of you who use Claude, you'll be in the middle of your project and suddenly it says, oops, your tokens ran out. Like, hey, you didn't tell me how many tokens I used, but oops, your tokens ran out. That is what happens. Or it says, oops, you left it on for 5 hours, so you're not going to get it anymore. But how is that fair? Neither did I know my timer. Neither did I know my token consumption. So we don't have timeouts. You tell us you want it for 500 hours, we give it to you for 500 hours into 9 rupees. You book it up front. And it is on utilization, not on time. That is the beauty. Next slide is the benchmarks. And you will be fascinated to see that in India, we were able to take an open source model, fine-tune it, and meet the likes of all the coding models that are available publicly. We fine-tuned this open source model. Bud, our partner, was instrumental in doing that with us. And we're able to give top tier quality and top tier performance. And you will see that in the demo as well. Finally, the beauty of open source. We are not limited by OpenAI endpoints, Gemini endpoints, and how they control and decide to change their model architectures. We take the open source model that is best in class. So we have the advantage of using open source to constantly upgrade the quality, constantly use the next best model that is available for coding, fine-tune that further, and deliver exceptional performance. So this is massive power, guys, because open source community gives you that leverage. These are the benchmarks. We have done, oh, it's not that clear, but the highlighted ones are our model, and the others are your Claude Sonnet, your ChatGPT, Gemini. We've done some Sway benchmarks as well. I wish it was more clear. I'm so sorry for that. But if you see, we either match or cross all of the frontier coding models that are there in the industry. So we are very, very proud about that. And if you want to help your engineering team or you are an engineer, please come and try it out. You'll be impressed with what it does. Okay, so my waffle plus presentation is done. And we have a few demonstrations to show you. We've done, some of you might have seen a couple, so we're trying to change it up a little bit. We'll do our best not to bore you, okay? So quickly, if we can swap over to the system. Oh, perfect. So Abhishek here on stage is actually our principal engineer for AI. He looks small, but he's lethal, guys. Don't read the book by its cover. And I'm the opposite. So you did read the book by the cover. Because I'm not small. Okay. Cool. So what you're looking at is M for coding. And, Abhishek has kept a prompt ready. This is not a prompt that is favorable for us to show you, okay? Normally people think that in live demos. Abhi hates me because I make him do live demos. He's like, don't do this to me. But that's okay. We'll do it. So he's kept a prompt ready. Can you brief about the prompt that you have?
Yeah, sure. So what we have here is we're trying to build an e-commerce website. And I have changed this up just a few minutes ago for it to be an e-commerce website for Swadeshi Indian fabrics and textiles, right? And if I'm not sure if it's visible, but we are currently in plan mode on M for coding.
Yeah. So the idea is with M for coding, what you can do, so you can hit enter. So first, when you have an English-based prompt, you allow M for coding to create a robust plan. Now, why? Because architects, engineers, they would want to control how the model is architecting the solution or planning on building the solution. So it's created a website structure, it's created an approach note, it's decided the tech stacks it will use, what kind of DB, what kind of interaction, it's made the whole plan, okay? So it's on me now to say that, do I like your plan or do I want you to change it? So I'm clearly not an engineer and Abhishek is an engineer, so I'm not going to try to question our model and I'll say that, okay, your plan is good. Can you please act? So then you press the act button and you will see the magic happen now. And why we call it autopilot, because now M for coding is going to use your IDE on its own. And it's going to start, it's not just text generation, right? It's creating the front end file. And after this is going to create the back end file. It is actually doing the entire coding task for you. So it's already written 200 lines of code. Guys, those of you who have the background, you understand that writing 200 lines of code takes time. Okay, and we will see the outcome also to see if the outcome is good. Guys, this is live generative AI. It could be absolutely bad also. So let's hope it comes out good. We're at 450 lines now. So, Abhi, maybe you want to give more insight while it writes?
Right, absolutely. I think the idea behind having an orchestration platform like M is that we now want to shift focus from purely text generation to more contextual AI, right? When I ask it to plan, I might not need the best model in the world to churn out 500, 600 lines of code. I might want to use a model that is an expert at planning. And then when I'm switching to act, right, this is where I'll benefit from having a great amount of sequence lengths coming out of the model. So if you could intelligently orchestrate, you could give the illusion that you're interacting with an immensely capable model. And I think that is the pathway towards AGI as well. The focus is basically the fact that there is no single magical model that is going to do everything for you.
1,000 lines. Okay. Sorry, just reached 1,000 lines. I got excited.
But yeah, there is no single
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So,
That's why we did the fine tuning. So you take a lot of open source code and you take good code, which is structured well, which follows the best practices to fine tune. So the model inherently behaves in the manner in which it's supposed to code with the right practices. That is the reason for, okay, so it seems to have completed. So if Abhishek runs the command, we have a website created in just a couple of seconds, guys. Oh, it's got some images as well. Some cleanups to do, but that can be done. Do the sections work? Oh, wonderful. So guys, as you can see, as an engineer, you have a very powerful assistant. Obviously, an engineer is not going to say, hey, build a website, right? But if they're creating an API or building a DB connectivity, all they have to do is ask it. I'm proud to say that we were able to reduce our sprints by 50%, and we deliver all products at NextGen 50% faster. And this is a defined KRA for us, and we're extremely proud to be able to deliver that. Okay, so that was M for coding. Abhi, what do we want to show now? So let's just show you mChat. We use this for internal communication and collaboration, and what we do is we actually build vectors and RAGs on top of each of the channels that we have built department-wise. So PMG, this is the channel, the team which I'm responsible for, one of the teams I'm responsible for. And we do a lot of collaboration here. We kind of update what kind of customer opportunities are there, what are we working on right now, what is pending, and so on and so forth. And M is connected to this, and it has access to this RAG and vectorized data. So now we can just say /M, that's the slash command. Can you give me a detailed report of the current priorities, right? So we keep talking, and there's no structured input as such. So you're just collaborating on this channel, and can you give me a detailed report of the structured priorities? Now, instead of me trying to fetch it, look for it, and trying to extract the priorities, I can just ask M, and M is going to scour through the channel and get us the results. So it's literally telling us, based on the actual post ID, what all we need to do. Like, there are some priorities being handled by PMG, and there are too many transactional ones, so we need to reduce that. There are some updates provided by Yugal. It's taking the names of my actual team members. It's saying we have to build a robust customer entitlements document. Guys, we have that, okay? Don't trust M in this state. and it's saying add additional, set of a public IP pool. These are genuine, real things that we have to work on, but MS fetched it. The fun way I like to use it is, can you tell me what have been missed? Can you tell me if there are some tasks that we've missed? Like someone has said, this needs to be done, and there's no update on that. So can M actually get me from 3-year-old channel of data of communication collaboration, the tasks that have been missed, right? So this product has been deployed in multiple customer premises. Multiple customers are using it for reporting, for collaboration. It's very intelligent, very accurate, because everything is confined to the context of the conversation. And the model is very, very small, does not hallucinate, and gets you very accurate information from what is within each channel. So there is a RAG pipeline within each channel. So guys, don't judge us, but we have a lot of things pending, looks like, okay? So there's a huge list of things pending. Tamang, I think we need to get on this and quickly finish all of these pending tasks. It seems like we have to do some aligning of OpenShift AI and NEMO, build core competence, create a training program for AI engineers against our SASF. We need to complete a lot of things. So there's a lot of stuff left. So you see the advantage of contextual embedded AI within our conversations, right? This product can be yours for a very minimal amount per user. It's cheaper than Slack. It's cheaper than, what is the other collaboration tool? Whatever, right? There are multiple, like Teams and everything, okay? And this is open source. The application is Mattermost. You can see the logo. It's open source. We take that and we build intelligence on top. Okay, quickly, I want to show you something exciting. Let's go to M. Okay, we've shown M World a lot of times. So we talked about M. So instead of just doing some kind of text-based interaction, I want to show you how you can use voice and do some real agentic interaction and create a business outcome. Our bread and butter business is cloud. So we offer virtual machines, Kubernetes clusters, and then these AI services are new. But if that is our core business, can we give something to our customers to use a natural language-based technology to provision virtual machines on our cloud platform? Let's try if that works with my voice rather than text right now. Hi, Em. Could you provision a virtual machine on Speed Cloud for me?
we need to choose a configuration for your virtual machine. We have 4 options: small with 2 cores, or GB RAM.
You can prompt out the answer.
Storage, medium with 4 cores, 8 GB RAM and 40 GB storage, large with 8 cores, 16 GB RAM and 8 GB storage, or extra large with 16 cores, 32 GB RAM and 160 GB
Anyone.
storage. Which configuration would you like to choose? Please type 1 for small, 2 for medium, 3 for large, or 4 extra large.
Okay, let's just go with medium, please. So feel free to shout your choices and we'll do it.
4 cores, 8 GB RAM, and 40 GB storage. Now, let's choose an operating system for your virtual machine. We have several options available.
Choose one.
Ubuntu Server, All Linux, OpenSUSE, Microsoft Windows, Red Hat, CentOS, and Rocky Linux. Which operating system would you like to choose?
Can I choose Linux, please?
You chose Linux, but there are several distributions available. We have Debian, Ubuntu Server, All Linux, OpenSUSE, Red Hat, CentOS, and Rocky Linux. Which specific Linux distribution would you like to choose?
Okay, give me Rocky Linux, please. They're all Linux based. That's what it's trying to tell us.
Rocky Linux as your operating system. Rocky Linux versions 8.0 and 9.3 are available. Which version would you like to choose?
Out of both, maybe the latest one.
You chose Rocky Linux as your operating system. Rocky Linux versions 8.0 and 9.3 are available. Which version would you like to choose?
Okay, 9.3, please.
You chose Rocky Linux 9.3. Now, let's decide if you want a public IP address for your virtual machine. A public IP address makes your VM accessible to the internet. Do you need a public IP address? Please type yes or no.
Yes, please. I'd like a public IP.
You've chosen to have a public IP address for your virtual machine. Now, let's configure your bandwidth. You can choose any bandwidth between 1 and 1,000 megabits per second. What bandwidth would you like to choose?
Can I have 5 megabits per second?
You've chosen medium configuration with 4 cores, 8 GB RAM, and 40 GB storage. You selected Rocky Linux 9.3 as your operating system. You opted for a public IP address and chosen a bandwidth of 5 megabits per second. Is this correct?
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
SpeedCloud VM provisioning started. Your virtual machine will run on SpeedCloud by next gen has been included for.
So let's go to our CMP to prove to you that whether it worked or not. So as you can see, there is one that just started provisioning. It's Rocky Linux. And in just about a couple of seconds, this VM is going to be ready because M has programmatically called the APIs and the provisioning must happen. And it's already done, guys. So if you see the details, we can see the timestamp, we can see the OS. So the timestamp is 11:58 a.m. Can you validate that that is right now? Rocky Linux 9.3. I chose an internet port of 5 Mbps and I chose the medium configuration of 4 vCPU and 8 GB RAM. This was done all live with natural language. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Just one last thing, and the others you can see in our booth. But quickly, I talked about mVault being our context-aware storage platform, right? So you can think of this as your enterprise file sync and share, like you use your G drive or your OneDrive on Teams and everything, but imagine it with maximum intelligence, right? So what we do is when you upload a document, we run a sophisticated data extraction pipeline and vectorize and store your data in different formats so that you can actually talk to your files or infer from your files, right? And we have some nice features. So we have a PPT that Raj had presented at one of the previous events that we did called Cypher with AIM. You can just hit a button called Summarize, and in the matter of a second, you will get a very detailed summary of a PPT file. And the beauty is, we are compatible with all file formats except for audio at the moment. So you can have an Excel file, a PPT file, a Word file, and our extraction pipeline will extract and give you very robust summaries of the document, right into your storage. So you use it as a storage solution from us. We provide the storage and you get intelligence on top of it. But this is nice, you have a one-click summary, but imagine if you can talk to your files, right? So we had uploaded an RFP document, if you can open that and show it. This is a random RFP. We normally get RFP documents because we need to respond to it. It's a very large 80 or 67-page file with lots of images, tabular data, and it's quite complex. Imagine if we could talk to this file rather than go through 67 pages so that we can give a response to the RFP, right? So let's go to the M chat mode inside M Vault and select the document and say, hey, can you just give me the important dates that are mentioned in the RFP, please? Because I need to know certain dates that are important for the RFP. And rather than go and search for it, I can just ask AI, right? And we can imagine how much time it saves for sales teams and pre-sales teams to actually deliver this. So now what M is going to go and do inside the document is go and find out where are these dates mentioned. And it's fetching us June 10th, 2017. It's an old RFP just for your demonstration. There is a date. There is some year mentioned as an important thing. What is the date of commencement as per contract? What is the stipulated date of completion, actual date of completion? So there is a lot of information that it gets you, right? Now, one important thing in RFPs are the eligibility criteria. So if you say, hey, can you tell me the eligibility criteria? Am I even eligible to participate in this? Then M is going to go and figure out what is all the eligibility criteria mentioned in this RFP. If I'm not eligible, then I don't even need to go and read it. Okay, so a lot of time gets saved. And if I'm eligible, then I have stuff to do. So it's talking about you having making profit, having a local support office in New Delhi, experience in at least one assignment of providing similar solution, including role-based cluster level dashboards, working on end-to-end educational government projects, ISO 9001, so many eligibility criteria, which now I can just make a checklist and see if I'm eligible for without having to scrounge through the document, right? So these are just 3 or 4 examples of the kind of things we've built. Our capability is not limited to the M products that you see. We work on very bespoke solutioning for enterprises as well. We are all here. Me and my team are here at the booth. You can come and interact with us, tell us your use cases, your problems. Guys, AI is real. AI is possible. And trust me, AI transformation, we must do it now so that you have a head start against your competition, right? They need not be at production scale, population scale, but make the start today. You don't want to be left behind. We have the curse of optimism here at NextGen, and we continue to carry that, and we want to infect you with our optimism in AI and agentic AI and sovereignty and open source. So hope this was an engaging presentation for all of you, and I can catch you all outside. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I request Abhishant A to kindly come back on the stage. And a huge round of applause for showcasing M and that initiative that you have taken. That's so wonderful. So a huge round of applause for him and for the NextGen team as well. So to present the memento, may I kindly request Dr. Sanjay Tyagi Sir, Jurisdictional Director, STPI, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, along with Dr. Ravi Gupta of Elite Sector Media to kindly present the memento to Abhishant A of NextGen. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And now we move on to a very special address of the day, which is by Professor Bharadwaj Amrutur, Executive Director and CTO of Art Park. Okay, I'm sorry, we'll be moving ahead with another keynote of the day, which is by Dr. Sanjay Tyagi sir, Jurisdictional Director, STPI, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. A huge round of applause for Dr. Sanjay Tyagi sir as he comes forward to deliver the keynote address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Ravi, for inviting me over here. I was supposed to come yesterday, but day before we were in Mangalore. We were having a roundtable conference there. And believe me, if there is another city which is coming up in the state of Karnataka, that is Mangaluru, where a lot of buzz is happening. And why I'm telling this to you, that there are many industry leaders who were present over there. They wanted to make Mangaluru as the AI city in the state of Karnataka. So that's the place where you all should be. Thank you very much. I am the Director of Software Technology Parks of India. This is the organization which has been there for last 35 years. We are in the government, and our job was from the day one to do a lot of capacity building in the government, in the country. The STPI came into the being when economic liberalization has started in this country in 1991. And for IT, ITS and the ESDM industry, it has manifested through STPI. Our job was to implement the foreign trade policy, help the industry to grow, establish their capability centers in India, and grow. I think we have done quite a good job in last 35 years. We have helped the industry to become a $300 billion industry, which is able to create 6 billion jobs in this million jobs in this country. This industry is able to contribute 7 to 8% to the GDP of our country. And we are proud to our IT and IT services industry so far. So this was the first flywheel on which we have become an IT services nation. We have captured 55% of the world's IT services outsourcing jobs. And we are very, very proud of this achievement. But probably during this time, we have missed one bus, and that bus was to becoming a product nation. And this was there somewhere in our hearts, in the government, and in the minds of our entrepreneur as well. But one thing which has happened in last 35 years is that we have done a lot of capacity building in terms of the IT infrastructure, in terms of the skilled manpower, in terms of the capability of handling the international projects. And one more capacity building which has happened in last 35 years is the aspirational capacity building, which is now coming out. And this, the surge in the startup ecosystem in our country is the testimony of that our people were always wanted to create, new avenues, new ventures into this country. And probably that aspiration is manifesting now. AI is definitely going to provide a paradigm shift to the, the entire exporting industry. We have 30% industry, which is big multinational and large Indian industry, and the 70% are the MSME industry. And if you see in terms of their contribution towards the exports, the 70% MSME is contributing 30% of the export, and 30% of the large multinational companies are contributing 70% of the export. And I see a lot of potential over here for the AI to intervene, where we want that these 70% MSME should be accelerated. We talk a lot about the acceleration of the startups, but the MSME, which is contributing a lot to the growth of this country, they are 70% in number. They are the main force in creating the employment in our country. Probably we should think of accelerating them. And I think we have found a tool in terms of the AI for accelerating the MSME in our country. And I want to see their contribution, more contribution to the GDP. The World Economic Forum have done a study that how the AI adoption can happen in all the MSME. They have gone and talked to the MSME in our country. And the most of the time MSME have asked, kindly give us the used cases. How can you increase the efficiency of our production? How can you help us in, take care of our bottom line? How you can improve our productivity over a period of time? All those questions have been asked, and probably Ravi have deliberately delayed my presentation because I had to see this presentation. And after seeing this presentation, I can very well say that we have enough use cases now available for the MSME acceleration. And we are really very proud of these products which has been shown today over here, which will definitely help MSME to, accelerate in our country. And that is the backbone of this country. Unless they will not be accelerated, the country will not grow. When I said that we have captured the 55% of the total world market in IT services, but I would say that despite this, we are only able to capture 7 to 8% of the IT spend of the world. We are only trying to have our share on the 40% of the product development cost, which is the supply chain management, services. This 40, only out of this 40%, we are trying to, have our own share. But probably through the AI, we would like to have our share into the 60%, which is having more value, which will bring more contribution to the GDP, which will help us in capturing the larger share in the IT spend in the world. So I'm sure that this AI movement in our country will definitely help to build the momentum. And being in the government, our basically job is to do the capacity building. And we are doing a lot of capacity building in terms of the startup ecosystem. We have set up some 24 centers of entrepreneurship in this country. 3 of them are in Bangalore. And the most important part, the COE, which of your interest is the efficiency augmentation, where we are trying to create an experience center and some 10 cases of the AI implementation in the Industry 4.0 scenario. So I would invite you all to participate into this. And this facility is available free of cost for any startup to use. So we would invite all the startups present over here to kindly come and utilize this facility. AI mission, the government of India's AI mission is committed for providing a large number of the computing facility to the startups. Till very recently, we have acquired some 38,000 GPUs, which we are providing at the cost of less than $1 per hour. So not only we provide the cheapest and the fastest the internet connectivity in the world, but we have also decided that we should give the very cost-effective computing facility as well to our entrepreneurs. So that is very much in the line. Data center capacity is we are still underserved as far as the data center capacity is concerned. Our requirement is 5,000 megawatt probably, and which is only 1,200 so far. So we have to really catch up as far as the data center is concerned. STPI is committed to provide all the infrastructure facility to the entrepreneur, and that is why these all center of entrepreneurship is being set up. We invite all of you to participate in this movement, and all the startups are welcome to utilize the facility at STPI, not only in Bengaluru, but we are also talking about the beyond Bengaluru. Movement is going on in Karnataka, and we are trying to create the facility. We have a presence in Mangaluru, we have presence in Mysuru, we are in Davangere also. That is the latest addition to our STPI movement. And we would all like to invite you to participate in the growth of the country and the growth of the state of the Karnataka. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that inspiring address. And now to present a token of gratitude, may I kindly invite Dr. Ravi Gupta, CEO of Elite Technomedia, to kindly come forward and present a token of gratitude to Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Sir, Director, STPI, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Can we please have a huge round of applause for him? Thank you so much. And now we will move on to a very special address and the panel discussion of the day, which is From Lab to Market, Accelerating Research into Commercial Success for Powering India's Deep Tech Leap. And for that, I would like to call upon Dr. Professor Bharadwaj Amritar, Executive Director and CTO, Art Park. He's a distinguished academic researcher and technologist in the field of electrical engineering and robotics. And may I please have a huge round of applause for Professor Bharadwaj Amritar, Executive Director and Chief Technologist, Art Park. Along with him, joining him would be Chetan Kumar S., Technopreneur in Residence at Art Park, IISc, co-founder and CEO of Quintic AI. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Chetan Kumar? And along with them, it would be Dr. Abhijit Lele of Art Park, IISc. Can we please have a huge round of applause for all the panelists on the stage? I hand over the session to Professor Bharadwaj Amritar to kindly deliver his special address and then continue the discussions forward. Meanwhile, I request you gentlemen to kindly take the seats. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I understand that we are getting squeezed in time, so I'll keep my remarks very short and try to convey what we are trying to do in Art Park. It's a good segue from what Dr. Tyagi mentioned earlier. Is it possible to put the slide deck up? Yeah. So about 5 years back, we created this innovation hub called AI and Robotics Technology Park. And we aspire and we envision this hub to become the cradle for innovations in robotics and AI systems. And it's anchored by Indian Institute of Science and supported by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Department of ITBT, Government of Karnataka. We have good support from Ministry of Heavy Industries, And quite a few private foundations and corporates are now starting to support us. And why we set this up was to really address this gap in innovation. Typically, research in academia stops at TRL3, lab level demonstration. Whereas when you go to a VC, they want something which is proven with a customer so that you can scale it up. So there is a gap in between, which is the innovation gap. How do you take a technology capability or a technology and figure out what is the right product, what is the right product market fit, who are the customers, and so on. So that is the journey of innovation, and that is what Art Park is set up to do and support, with the support of the funding support from the government, both the state and the central government. And so what we have, a key program here is the Innovator in Residence program, and we have a couple of them on stage out here, and I'll turn to them. And we'll have a very short discussion about how they are going about this innovation journey, especially in the area of using AI technologies. But before I get to them, I just wanted to kind of give you a few examples of some of our other innovators. And we have about 30 plus startups which we have invested and nurtured, and additional 30 startups who are part of our ecosystem. And we have a really nice facility which we have set up in HMT campus in Jalahalli, where a lot of our startups are incubated, especially the ones related to hardware and manufacturing. And it's a really good ecosystem which is emerging out here. Just some pictures from some of our startups, our facilities, and so on. And the key out here are the people, the innovators themselves. And these are innovators who come from various diverse backgrounds. Many are PhDs, both from Indian universities abroad, masters, undergrad students. And this is one of the companies where Kaushik, Alok, and Ashish have set up to build actuators which power robots. And they have a lot of marquee customers, and they're really growing well and moving on. Ansar is another innovator in residence who set up this along with IISc faculty, this company to build long endurance drones, which will hopefully disrupt the logistics and the defense sectors. Vamshi, again, a few examples of some other innovators working on these very innovative products out here. Over the last few years, we have also now started to focus on AI systems. We are focusing on manufacturing and robotics. And AI systems is something where we see a huge need for us. And the evolution of the AI system, I won't go into too much detail out here, but on the right side is where we see a lot of action happening now around the world. And I want to specifically point out to this thing in the cloud called theories. What I mean by that is, if you look at us as humans, we are really good at building theories. And that is really where the next wave of AI will be. How do you create technologies to actually build theories? And with theories, you can actually build very efficient models. You can explain, you can summarize your understanding, and so on. And so what we want to do is to actually take this capability of building AI technologies with support from IISc, along with our ecosystem partners in Bangalore and the rest of the country. And we want to focus on Industry 5.0, right? So how do we, in Industry 4.0 was all about data and using data for predictive analytics and maintenance and so on. Industry 5.0 is about using AI and empowering the human worker in the industry to actually do more with less. And I think our aspiration is to really establish Indian industry as a global leader in development, adoption, and deployment of trustworthy and human-centric AI and robotics technologies. And we want to, and I think as was mentioned by multiple speakers earlier, it's really our MSMEs which are really the backbone. How do we democratize the access and deployment of such AI-based technologies for our MSMEs? And, we want to actually, we are proposing to have this consortium set up, which will empower our members to lead in this age of AI and robotics. And the idea with this consortium is to actually create this collaborative platform so that pioneering innovations, technologies, policies, standards, and knowledge resources are developed and shared across the consortium members. And, we have been very successful in raising money from the government, and we want to continue to do that. But we are also hoping that many of the industry, senior industry, well-established industry members can come in and contribute to this consortium. And in this consortium, we see two things happening. One is the horizontals, which is creating the next generation industrial AI stack. Right? We already have seen pieces being talked about by NextGen and so on. But for industries, and especially different industry sectors, what are the different AI components, foundation models, open interfaces, standards, which will power those industries? And do it in a way where the cost for development is amortized and every small industry can easily access at a low cost. In addition, we want to have very specific innovation projects, which we have been good at doing in Art Park, supporting innovators leading to startups. We want to have many of such projects. And hopefully under this consortium, we'll be able to enable that. I'm a firm believer of this network effect, right? It's in the bottom, you might not be able to see, but it's a famous quote by one of the pioneers who set up Ethernet. The power of a network grows as square as the number of nodes. Having such consortiums, having such physical facilities like Art Park enables people to come together. And I'm pretty sure we'll be able to do amazing things if we can do this. So I urge all of you to kind of think about joining us. The link is not visible in this slide, but you can search for Art Park, and then hopefully you'll get more information about how to connect with us. So we had three actually innovators, but one of them unfortunately had to leave because of a prior appointment, Professor Shashi Kumar. He actually, so I have Professor Shashi Kumar who's working on foundational models. He recently got awarded this grant from India AI Mission, and Mr. Abhijit actually mentioned, Abhishek mentioned his name of this company, Zentic. They're building engineering foundational models. So I think of it as something kind of fundamental and building the capability. Right? We have Mr. Chetan Kumar. He's a serial entrepreneur. He had a successful company he had set up earlier in the IoT space. He has exited. Now he's exploring how to create a new company in the age of the era of AI, and specifically looking at manufacturing sectors and how AI technologies can enable and improve the manufacturing processes, especially the electronics manufacturing industry. So this is kind of like a, I would say, domain-specific application play for AI. And then we have Dr. Abhijit Lele, who comes from a very deep, strong corporate research background. Used to work for Bosch, and now he has ventured into, again, the innovation journey of trying to start a company. And his company is, again, very interesting in the area of logistics, which is also a very crucial component for industry, and how AI can enable logistics to be disrupted. And this is, again, this is a different play. It's an ecosystem play. So we had the foundational model, which unfortunately Professor Shashi had to leave, domain-specific technologies, and then kind of a larger ecosystem play. And we would now like to kind of hear from them about their journey and their vision of what and the challenges, what needs to be done. I'm just going to walk over there and ask and drive this panel. So I'll start with Chetan first. So Chetan, you have been actually over the last about year interacting with many of the companies in India about, especially who are in the ESDM space. So what do you see as some of the interesting opportunities, and from a technology perspective? Maybe we start with technology first, then we'll come to the business and certain other challenges. So what are the technical opportunities, for improving or enabling AI to come into the ESDM manufacturing sector?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Bharadwaj. So at Art Park, I lead the initiative for AI in manufacturing. I think right in the morning, we've been hearing a lot of things about MSMEs, right? So we all know that MSMEs is a backbone of Indian manufacturing, and most of the significant portion of the GDP of India actually comes from the MSMEs. So now I started interacting with a lot of MSMEs in the manufacturing segment to see what is the primary problem they need to look at and how AI can probably solve the problem, right? So based on that, I found these three impactful pillars wherein we need to build the AI solution for MSME manufacturing. So first thing is human-centric automation and maintenance. So what's happening in the MSMEs, in general in the manufacturing industry, there's a lot of human-centric operation that happens, a lot of tribal knowledge with the people, right? So while we talk about a lot of predictive maintenance, we talk about a lot of automations being done, unless this tribal knowledge gets in to the models, we really cannot build a solution which can be adapted in the Indian MSMEs. And another important aspect is the acceptability of the solution, acceptability of the automation comes up only when there is a human-centric approach. So if we can create a model or probably inculcate the tribal knowledge of the people into the prediction model, into the maintenance model, we could really create a solution that can actually be incorporated. That's one pillar. So second pillar is basically what I call as model-driven optimization. So one of the stuff which happens in the Indian MSME is there's a lot of suboptimal solution people create, right? People create solution automation, but then a lot of lacuna in the entire system. So we have seen, based on discussions what we have with various people, you could actually increase the productivity of the assembly line up to 15% and sometimes 20% if we can really understand how the assembly line works. So we can actually go create a physics model or even ML models for the assembly lines, and we can identify the failure points in the assembly line and then enhance the productivity. That's second pillar. And third pillar, which I talk about, is basically what I call it as a sort of data-driven automation, right? So because once we have a model-driven optimization, so when you look at data-driven automation, so essentially what happens in Indian MSMEs, they are predominantly stuck with what is called product mix, right? When the manufacturing happens, you basically keep creating multiple products. There is not one single product which these guys create. So because of the product mix, there's something called changeover in the assembly line, which probably reduces a lot of efficiency in the system. And apart from that, there's also bigger challenge of what is called a new program initiation, wherein when they take up a new product, they need to create the assembly line for the new system. Now that takes up significant portion, which actually reduces the efficiency of the system, right? So if we can create a digital twin, a semantic digital twin of the assembly lines and sort of simulate the new programs, simulate the assembly lines such that when they do a changeover from one product to another product, we can actually make things better. So if we can look at these three sort of impactful pillars, we can actually create what we can call it as an intelligent manufacturing platform, right? Which can actually sort of take the pilots, what people keep talking about, into the factory floors and create an efficient solution. That's something which I've been seeing.
That's good to know that there are some very interesting opportunities there. But I want to come back and to ask a very important, kind of concern about displacement of workers, and we'll hold on to that thought and come back to you about that, and whether you have received any feedback on that. But before that, I would like to move on to Dr. Abhijit. One of the important components, critical components of any economy and industrial system is the logistics. And you have been interacting with many companies in this area around the country. What do you see are some, are there technical opportunities where technology can come in and improve logistics? Or are we in a place where logistics is very good and, we don't have to worry about it?
Thanks, Professor Bharadwaj. So what we are trying to do at Art Park at various levels is we have done a deep dive into the logistics industry. It's one of the pillars for the Industry 5.0. If you look at your entire product cycle, about 7 to 10% of your spend on the revenue goes towards logistics. So optimizing logistics is an important part. Now, traditionally, if you look at it, till Industry 4.0 or something, it had been more or less like track and trace. There's the control towers available where you get in the information, you display the information, but no one ever provided actionable insights, so very limited actionable insights were provided. Very simple things like geofencing or probably, track and trace of the vehicle based on GPS, OBD data from the vehicle that comes in, all gets aggregated, presented to the user, and some kind of statistical dashboards presented. This is the present state. But now if you look at the split, so when we interacted with a lot of logistics providers, first of all, we have to understand in India, logistics is a very, very, I would say, unorganized sector, right? Only 20 to 30% of it is organized with larger players like porters or delivery or KMT and things like that. 60 to 70% are still MSMEs with a fleet size of 3 to 10 vehicles. Now they really want certain digital innovations to increase their efficiency and compete with the bigger players. That is the first observation. Now, how can we provide affordable insights based on the data sets that we gather? That is one of the areas. Then the other part, if you look at the cost per trip, what we figured out in our various interactions is while fuel remains the highest cost, maintenance cost of the vehicle at various levels, be it tires, be it spare parts, be it automotive aftermarket, this forms a major part of the cost per trip, I would say. Everyone expects, can AI help in bringing this intelligence and advising them in a very intelligent way, helping them prioritize what should be done first, what should be done next. And these are the areas and interventions where many of the logistics providers are looking at to build that intelligence from the data and then look at what kind of interventions they should prioritize. Everyone knows things have to be repaired, but for example, can a brake shoe replacement wait be deferred for the next 6 months because it is expensive? And these kind of inputs, what they are looking at from an intelligence layer. And the last point I would say also is people are looking at very intelligent fintech instruments. There is a money flow that happens in this. And then how can AI help optimize the money flow? That's another area which people are looking at. So broadly, these were the areas we discovered at a technology level that can really help logistics leapfrog.
I think that's very interesting, and I want to come back to you a little bit about how we can drive this towards creating some open standards inspired by UPI. But before that, one of the concerns always with AI is the displacement of human. Like even though we say Industry 5.0 is human and AI, is that something you noticed, or did you kind of get a sense when you were speaking to all the MSMEs, or we are not there, and in the sense that we need AI for improving the efficiency? We are so poor in efficiency, we need them, and we are short of labor, skilled labor, and we need AI. So where do you see this?
Yeah, so basically on the people displacement problem, as you put it on that last part of the question, right? In my opinion, we are really not there in terms of AI is going to cause people displacement, at least in India. I mean, maybe it'll happen, I don't know, next 20, 30 years. As of now, we're definitely not there. See, while I spoke to most of the MSMEs, right, their primary problem is they want to expand. Thing is, if you look at it even from the headwinds point of view, right, we are in an advantageous position. The headwinds are reducing for us because of the geopolitical reasoning, like people want to look at China plus one, and manufacturing want to be distributed, right? So that way, there is a big opportunity for India to really go to the next level, become a global manufacturing hub. And in fact, recently we saw even the head of Suzuki also was telling that there is a cycle wherein every country becomes sort of a big attractive position for certain activity, and this is India's position now for at least next 3 decades in manufacturing, right? So that being said, the primary task for the people in the MSME is to really increase production. They're not at a stage wherein they say they want to take out people. Now, you make more automation, it'll effectively, right? I spoke to one of the EMS company. If they could enhance automation, they'll probably be increasing their assembly lines. Increasing assembly lines would actually mean more jobs. At least in India, for a couple of decades, we're not going to see the problem, sure.
So there is a lot of growth opportunity, and the only actually challenge is, in fact, we might not have skilled labor to handle the growth, and that's where AI can really help.
Absolutely.
So it won't displace existing labor. That's really good to know. Abhijit, in this whole logistics sector, do you think, and you also mentioned about the financial instruments and the implication on the financial, the cash flows and all that. Is there a case for thinking about, what, we can call maybe ULI, right? Unified Logistics Interface, equivalent to UPI, which could kind of really change the game and bring in kind of a much more efficient way of managing logistics?
Yeah, definitely. I think so. If you look at the logistics play broadly is into two parts. One is critical logistics, something like cold chains, where it's sensitive to the environment. You have to transport it in certain conditions, and one is non-critical logistics. Now, if you look at critical logistics today, there is very little transparency to all the stakeholders involved as to what is the condition of transportation or what is the condition of storage. And one of the reasons for this is a lack of a standard by which this information can be made available to various stakeholders. And that is where, building that trust layer or building that interface where data exchange is possible in a trusted way, where data aggregation is possible in a trusted way, and that is where I feel a unified logistics interface can play a key role. Government of India has taken some steps in it. They have launched, it has been going on for some time now under Project Gati Shakti. They have defined a ULIP platform. But ULIP platform still doesn't address the issue of data exchange, data interfaces, the trust layer, or the contracts go on top of it. And this is where I feel we can play a pivotal role of building these interfaces, building these standard definitions, and seeing, how we can bring this to like a UPI kind of a logic where everyone can use these services around it. So that's what I would say.
I think this is making a case for why we have to all come together and create some kind of a consortium, not only for creating these standards, but also for creating the AI layer. Because as you know, AI needs data. And many of this, in these domains, the data is in a fractured form. Chetan talked about tribal knowledge. Tribal knowledge is kind of locked up, and every institution has tribal knowledge. I think it's an opportunity for people to come together and create the next gen enterprise AI assistant, right? If you may call it enterprise AI copilot. Next gen talked about coding copilot, but we could have a industry copilot which will help you to run your companies and run your businesses. I think since we are running out of time, we'll pause this, kind of discussion amongst us. But maybe we can have like one or two questions from the audience or comments, just so that we kind of close this.
If you don't mind, can we please take it later after the session? We can have the networking break. And we can
Okay,
take
so
that, yeah.
maybe we can have the discussion after this.
Thank you so
That
much.
will close. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and a huge round of applause for all the panelists over here. And thank you for wrapping that session on so timely. Once again, a huge round of applause for them. To present a token of gratitude, may I kindly invite Dr. Ravi Gupta, CEO of Eres Technomedia, to kindly come forward and present the token of gratitude to all the panelists. To Professor Bharadwaj Amritar, Executive Director and Chief Technologist at Park IISc. Thank you so much for that special address and wonderfully moderating the session. To Chetan Kumar S, Technopreneur in Residence at Art Park IISc, co-founder and CEO Quintech AI. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Chetan Kumar S. And to Dr. Abhijit Lele, Art Park IISc. Thank you for sharing your insights with us. Can we please request everybody to step forward for a group photograph, and a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all the panelists. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have found a wallet over here. If somebody has missed his wallet, so they can kindly connect with us. Oh. If somebody's wallet has been missed out, they can collect with us from the registration area or from here only. Okay. Moving on to the next keynote session of the day, that is by Inder Gopal, Chairman, Center for Data for Public Good, Research Professor, Indian Institute of Science. His work spans high-speed networking, serving data exchange, and infrastructure for public good. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Inder Gopal, sir, to kindly come forward and present his keynote address.
Thank you. I guess good afternoon. I'm going to try to be quite brief, and hopefully I did have some slides. I don't know if you can put them up, or is that? Okay, there we go. I think I can see it over here, but I cannot see it. I'm sorry? What do I do? Yeah. Oh, it's on the screen. Okay, excellent. And then this is the advance? Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to talk about data, right? And I think Sharad Sharma, when he talked in the morning, he said that he had these 5 very insightful rules about AI or perspectives on AI. And one thing he said is focus on the tools and enablers, right? That's kind of what he said, right? I mean, that was one of the things that he mentioned. So data, this is very much in the category of tools and enablers. So the idea is really, in order to execute any kind of data, whether it's training or inferencing or anything related to an AI model, you need data, right? You need high quality data, you need accurate data. And the concept of a data exchange and a data space has been something that has emerged over the past several years and has actually become something that is the substrate of a lot of AI activity that is taking place around the world. So I'm going to talk about some of the work that we're doing in India, and specifically within Center of Data for Public Good in Indian Institute of Science, and just give you a little bit of a flavor of it, right? And of course, if you are more interested, by all means, we can talk about it later on. So the idea really is that let's assume that you have some sort of AI model or analytics, and you're interested in training, inferencing, and you have this plethora of data that's potentially available, right? I mean, you know, these are all federated data sources, some of them public, some of them private, you know, some personal, may be subject to all kinds of privacy issues. All kinds of different types of data, video, satellite, real-time, archival data. Some of it may be free, some of it actually may be paid data. And so you want to be able to use this data for your model. How do you actually go about doing this, right? How do you find out what data is available, right, to train in a particular domain? How do you find out what the procedures are to get access? Who owns that data? What are the procedures to get access to that data? Is there some payment involved in the data? Is there privacy issues in the data? How do you make sure that the data is consistent with DPDP laws? So these are all things that come up as you try to use data. And the concept of a data exchange is really the middleware that will enable, in some unified way, to get access to all this data. So the idea is that you can use a set of standard APIs, a set of standard data models, and not worry about the plethora of different data sources, heterogeneous data sources that are distributed, that you may potentially want access to. And broadly speaking, what the data exchange does is it allows you to do a few different things. It allows you to find the data, right? So there's a catalog with metadata. It allows you to understand what is the data there, how do you find it, where is it located, who owns it. It lets you get in a standard way, get authorization, access to the data, right? So if you want the data, you may have to prove who you are in order to be able to provide access to the data. That is something that the data exchange will allow. It will standardize the way the data is presented, right? So the data may be, the same data may be represented in many different ways, right? In different sources of the data. And so this will standardize the data, make sure that the data is represented in a single way. It will provide a set of packaged analytics, AI/ML models, and then it also will deal with issues like trust, right? Ensure that there's privacy, anonymization, that the data is tamper-proof. It is actually the data that you really think you're getting. You're not getting some false data. So these are all the things that the data exchange provides, right? And it is very much a federated system. It is not a single centralized system. It could be multiple systems all working together. And everything that we believe, is potentially a digital public infrastructure needs to be open source. So this is open source. And of course, it hopefully will scale to nationwide deployments. So this is something that, we use the name IUDX, Intelligent Universal Data Exchange, to describe this. And this is something that we've been building over the past several years and, is now deployed in a whole bunch of different, domains. So just broadly speaking, why is this an issue, right? I mean, if I have data, well, I can just go use the data. What's the big deal, right? So if the data really is open, right, like government statistics, air quality data, things like that, then yeah, data is really straightforward. You need some sort of data portal, you have APIs, you have data models, maybe you have some description of the metadata, and then you can use the data effectively. But all data is not open data, right? Some of it is what we call high-value data, where access is restricted. It's not necessarily available to all. So here you have to deal with things like authorization, policy, access policies, and there's this notion of a data exchange is something that has emerged. And then on top of that, there is this concept of personal and sensitive data. So this is data that is potentially healthcare data, say related to individuals. It is financial data. You may still want to use this data, right? I mean, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to use this data effectively in some suitably anonymized, safe fashion. And here, there's a whole set of new technologies that come into the picture, right? There's things like anonymization pipelines using things like technologies like differential privacy. There's consent. Of course, we are all familiar with the DPDP law, and there's a set of consent artifacts that are required in order to be able to ensure that you can effectively use that data. There's the notion of secure compute environments, right, where you can maintain the data in a way that is tamper-proof, and even the provider of the service that is where the model is executing doesn't have access to raw data. So these are some of the technologies that have been emerging, and the terms that are used are typically things like a confidential compute, a trusted, a secure enclave. So these are privacy-preserving, privacy-enhancing technologies. So the kind of models in which that we try to offer as part of access to data. I mean, the most simple thing is simply downloading data, right? You go to some sort of data exchange. The data exchange connects you to the source of data. You download what's called a silver copy of the data, and then perhaps you can maintain it and use it. That's the most basic approach, and really it only works for open standard data. The next step up is controlled and metered API access, where you don't necessarily download the data, but what you do is you obtain API access. You can authenticate yourself. People will know that you have access to this data in accordance with certain policies that the data provider has put in place, and then you can access the data through these APIs. And the next model that in terms of how compute and data access works is the owner of the data doesn't want the data to go out of their control, right? So the data must remain in say a private environment or in a say on-premise or within their own private cloud. Data sovereignty is a critical issue. So the model that's provided there is the data doesn't flow from the exchange to the user, but rather the user provides compute. So the user provides the analytics or whatever function needs to be executed, sends it to the data exchange, it gets executed, and the results get sent back. And then finally, the most kind of, let's say, powerful model is what we call a confidential compute, where that compute becomes tamper-proof, right? So even the cloud service provider that is offering that compute service doesn't have access to the data. So the data is entirely within a secure enclave and is not even visible to any of the participants. And the only thing that's available is the results of that data. So these are the sort of kinds of data models that we've been working on. I'm going to skip this. I think this is probably just briefly. Data exchanges have been employed in so many different environments. These are some of the environments that we have been working with. There's something called the India Urban Data Exchange, which is deployed in 52 cities. Data is coming as IoT streaming data, including, for example, the city of Bangalore. We have all the data from traffic cameras, right, coming into the system. And there's thousands of traffic cameras. We have all the BMTC data, right? So the every one of the several thousand buses that are plying within Bangalore city is in real time sending information about location. And that information is coming and in real time is being used and by applications and services that are running upon this exchange. So that's fairly well established. There's a data exchange that provides agricultural data in the state of Telangana, and there's a set of AI providers that have actually used the data exchange to get data from many different sources and make better loan decisions, as to whether a farmer should be given a loan or not. So underwriting decisions are being made using AI and vast sources of data to make better judgments as to is a farmer capable of getting a loan, or should a farmer get a loan? Is he capable of repaying it based upon the cash flow that's being predicted from that particular crop in that particular region? Then we're working with state of Chhattisgarh to do. And geospatial data is actually extremely interesting and important within the Indian context. There's something called the National Geospatial Policy that has been put in place about 3-4 years ago. And that actually said that all the geospatial data that's being generated within India should be accessible through something called a National Geospatial Registry, right? So it should be available. It should be something that is easily accessible by startups and by other companies that want to build geospatial applications, rather than being hidden behind protected walls. So that is something that we are building together with Survey of India. And there's a set of things related to healthcare and other applications. So there's a set of domain-specific data sources that have been created, data exchanges that have been created, and we're working closely with them to generate a whole set of new applications, services, AI models, domain-specific small language models, and so on. So let me just stop here and I guess say one more thing before I end, which is a data exchange actually is a component within a larger entity that is usually called a data space. Right? So you may hear the term data space. This is something that's actually very common now in Europe to create these data spaces. Data spaces are domain specific. So they work in agriculture or they work in health or in certain areas. And they are essentially a data ecosystem, right? That goes beyond just the exchange. The exchange is the core of it, the technology core of it. But then around that, you have training, best practices, you have policy, you have economic models, business models, you have a whole set of data, curated data sources, you have an app ecosystem. So these are things that have been emerging around the world, data spaces, and a big aspect of the growth of effective AI use and effective AI deployment, particularly in the public sector, has been the growth of, has been data spaces being used as a substrate, right, to deliver these kinds of, to enable these AI applications and services. So let me stop there. Thanks, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that insightful address and for the timely address as well. So once again, a huge round of applause for Indra Gopal, sir, Chairman, Center for Data for Public Good. May I kindly request Dr. Ravi Gupta of Elite Technomedia to kindly come forward and present a token of gratitude to Indra Gopal, Chairman, Center of Data for Public Good, Research Professor, Indian Institute of Science. Can we once again have a huge round of applause for him? Thank you so much. Moving on to our next keynote address of the day, which is being delivered by Ramachandran R. Sir, Managing Director, Bangalore Metropolitan Transport Corporation. Can we have a huge round of applause for Ramachandran Sir? He spearheads the transformation of public transport in Bangalore, focusing on sustainable inclusivity, digitalization, and commuter experience. Once again, can we have a huge round of applause for Ramachandran R. Sir, Managing Director, Bangalore Metropolitan Transport Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all of you. Ours is a bus transport corporation. The city runs 7,251 buses in total. For one particular city, these many number of buses running in one city is biggest one in the country, next to Delhi. But Delhi has two different corporations, that is DTC and DIMS, put together having 10,500 buses. But this city is having as I've mentioned, 7,251 buses. As per the TomTom index released in 2023, ours is the world's 6th most congested city. We're known for our bad traffic. But nonetheless, this bus transport corporation commutes 48.5 lakh passengers every day. We have 1.4 crore population in the city. We take care of almost 50 lakhs. We have 1.2 crore vehicle population in this city. In next couple of years, vehicle population will surpass the human population. And our cities will be fully clogged with vehicles, and it will go from frog pace to snail's pace. So how to reduce this traffic is the challenge. I came 1.5 years back to this corporation. People started asking, how is BMTC going to reduce the traffic congestion in the IT capital? I have a solution, but people have to cooperate. How? Instead of using private transport, people should start using public transport. Fine, great solution, spoken for the last 20 years. But how to implement that? Buses should be reliable. Buses should come to the bus stops on time. And people should be informed. They have to have a choice. And what about the first and last mile connectivity? All these questions come. So we are in AI age now. I have put in the best of the digital infrastructure in my corporation. But we have to leverage it to next levels. How to do that is the question. I'm not an expert in AI. I'm not expert in analytics, which different companies have come here. Different stakeholders have come here. It's your job to help us how to handle it. But with my lesser knowledge, I will try to say that we can predict the probable breakdown of the buses based on the data. Data-driven predictions can be done on maintenance of our buses so that we can avoid breakdowns. We can have dynamic rescheduling of the buses. If a bus starts from origin to destination, it will have to cover a lot of places. Based on the data, based on the different hours of data, we can think of something like that. As Professor from Center for Data for Public Good from Indian Institute of Science has just mentioned, they have an Indian IUDX portal. We have shared all our real-time data to that portal. We are ready to share that information to individual companies who would like to suggest some models for us. By sharing real-time data, but all these buses have GPS devices. We have real-time data available from all these buses. We have put 4 CCTV cameras in all these buses, which have audio and visual data available. We can do analytics, passenger behavior, daily commute. We have smart ATM machines, Pine Lab machines, POIS machines. We can have connections between metro, rail, and bus as well. So tap in, tap out can be done. We have NPCIs, UPI transactions is available. 50% of 48.5 lakh people use UPI mode to use the buses. What else is what we are waiting to improve the inclusivity? We have recently put in Dhvani Spandana, and user device incubated by Raised Lines Foundation and Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. It's a user device, works on radio frequency. We have put in the device both in the bus as well as the visually challenged person. He can get to know if the particular bus which he chooses, he or she wants to move around, comes to that bus stop in the particular range. So that the moment he clicks, the loudspeaker inside the buses will spell that there is a passenger waiting to board in. Otherwise, all the visually challenged people have to keep taking some assistance from the bystanders, which in the city, not many people support them and help them. So we can help with disabled or specially abled people. We can have some design issues also based on AI models. And chatbots we can have. It's an international city, multilingual people travel in the city. We can have multilingual chatbots. That's an opportunity I'm looking forward to. In last 11 years, I have not revised my fare. I still an affordable transport. My minimum charge is 6 rupees and my maximum charge is 32 rupees. I travel for 40 kilometers from the central business district. So affordable it is there. Accessibility ke liye we have done a lot of route analyzation, schedule optimization works, which this industry can support us. Based on the data, we can always try to serve this city much better. I'm looking forward to partners who can come and work with BMTC. When it comes to cloud service, now we are working towards this. As I've mentioned about the smart ATMs, cloud is a very challenging thing because I get money, very less money from the public because I don't want to charge more. It still have to be kept at affordable rates. We wanted you to partner with BMTC and take it forward. So I need all your support. If you're interested, you can contact my office. You can drop a mail to md@mybmtc.com. And I'm looking forward to partner with you all to make a better city tomorrow, public transport tomorrow. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir. I request your presence on the stage. And once again, a huge round of applause for Ramachandran, sir, Managing Director, BMTC. Can we have the mementos on the stage, please? Thank you for such an insightful address that you delivered, sir. Thank you so much. Up next, we have a keynote address on what AI startups want. And to deliver that, we have Anand Sri Ganesh, CEO of NSRCEL at IIM Bangalore. Can we have a huge round of applause for Anand Sri Ganesh? Please come, sir. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon. You might be hungry. I represent NSRCEL. I am Bangalore's Center for Entrepreneurship and Startup Incubator. And over the next, I started off with 15 minutes. I'm told it's 10. So hopefully 10 minutes. I'll probably want to give you a flavor of something that is not so glamorous as chest thumping. We've spoken about the brilliance of technology, the tailwinds of policy, the opportunity for infusing capital. We work with startups largely in the deep tech spaces, strong focus on AI, ML, generative AI. And I want to give you a pulse of what it takes for these founders to make their life a reality, to make their innovation see the light of day and see the light of day at scale. And I'm going to do this through three examples of three founders that we've worked with over the past few months, and see how the life of an AI innovator looks outside of a large ASC conference room. The first is a venture called Jidoka. You may have people in the manufacturing space, I hope, may have come across them. They use computer vision and streaming data to help in assembly line and component inspection, both in discrete and process goods manufacturing. So the biggest customers are large automotive manufacturers, process industries, beverage bottle lines, and so on. And for Jidoka's founders, the challenge is not some of the things we spoke about over the last couple of hours, which is not the quality of the image, not the quality of the streaming data, not the false positives or true negatives in the anomaly detection algorithms that they parse through, or the latency from cloud infrastructure. The real challenge is, how do we get large manufacturers to think of adopting this capability in their assembly line and in their manufacturing, and think of that implementation at scale? Which means the challenge is, how do I get sales and marketing to go beyond selling the religion to starting to sell the Bible, which is to say, this is an AI embedded capability that can genuinely drive manufacturing efficiency and effectiveness, superior quality of your products and services, and therefore hopefully greater market share. And to do that, they also need to be able to create superior operational readiness, which is to be able to deploy at scale. A lot of corporates I speak to talk about death by POC. We do 100 POCs with 100 startups, and I need one of them to be able to deploy in each one of my assembly lines and then in each one of my factories across the country. And for Jidoka, this also translates to, how can I go beyond some of your manufacturing facilities in India to, especially they do this with the beverage manufacturers, Alcobev customers that they work with, to working with your assembly lines across the globe. And that operational readiness is what seizes the founders that we work with. It's what really keeps them alive. The second example I want to take is a venture called Deep Vision Tech. I'm talking to you today. There are about maybe 7,500 of you in the audience today. And all of you are able to hear me, all of you are able to see me. That just means all of us are lucky. Imagine if beside me or here, there was a screen which translated everything I say into sign language. Now imagine if that tech were available for every newsreader in our television and OTT channels. Imagine if that screen were available when we were booking a railway ticket or a flight ticket at the counter. That's what Deep Vision Tech hopes to do. We use this at our events at NSR Cell. And the point is not that this is an interesting technology that has social impact. It may. At core, by the way, a large part of what Deep Vision Tech does from an AI/ML perspective is adaptive tech, is derivative technology. It is not fundamental technology of the nature that, let's say, Professor Indra Gopal spoke about. But it is an adaptation of AI enablement at scale that has significant revenue potential. Just think of the use cases I spoke about, which is often not spotlighted. It's not necessarily the cool generative AI that we talked about in terms of agentic capability for conversational AI, for operational effectiveness. These are examples, use cases that in and of themselves are billion-dollar industries, billion-dollar opportunities that don't get to yet see the page 3 that we aspire to. And for a large number of our innovators, we need to find ways to bridge two gaps. One is to spotlight these opportunities that are in and of themselves very large-scale opportunities. The second is to find ways in which data, algorithmic compute power, potentially available in the research labs of Art Park that we work with as a partner and so on, to be able to create this translation of algorithmic capability to be able to provide solutions at scale. I think this allows our ability to accelerate the impact of a large part of technology innovation that we've been speaking about for the last day and a half or so. The third example is a little funny. And it's interesting that we spoke about geospatial tech a few minutes before I took stage. I don't think it was planned, but God is a funny guy. Tayal works on marrying geospatial tech and low orbit, low flight range drone surveillance data for two large use cases. The one is first is to understand changes in climate and environment that can help in disaster relief and potentially early warning for any rapid changes in climate. Their best work on this is in the Coromandel Coast to help marine fisheries, marine farmers to quickly respond to any changes in tide patterns in the sea. The second large deployment is similar tech that they use for large-scale infrastructure maintenance on our highways. The only option to that is all of the rangers that you see on our highways to make sure that the highway is safe, is intrusion-free, is defect-free. And through using low-orbit satellites and drone tech, they're able to provide near real-time signals to traffic monitoring, to railway patrol on any intrusion on large-scale highways. The point of this third use case is not how beautiful Kandasami's tech is, but a little bit about him. He's an engineer from, I think, Guindy University in Chennai, and a postgraduate in remote sensing. And he spent all his years before starting up Tayal as a remote sensing engineer. So at heart, he's an engineer and a data scientist. And his venture is incorporated in a town called Tirunelveli. It's a tier 3 town. Some of you may have heard of it. And the beauty of some of our innovators in this space, and this is true for NSRCell, 40% of the tech and deep tech ventures that we incubate come from tier 2 and tier 3 towns. I don't know if many of us in this room would be able to plot on the map where is Mirzapur, Satara, Sangli, Gorakhpur, Patinamtitta, Dholpur is where some of our best innovation in AI and generative AI comes from. What NSRCell hopes to do, and this I appeal to all of us, especially from the ecosystem in the audience, is that this innovator need that transition from being a brilliant scientist to being a brilliant CEO. That transformation is not an easy transformation. It requires mindsets, it requires capacity and capability, it requires enabling networks. And I'm not saying we owe it to the innovator. That, I think, is an unfair characterization. I think we owe it to ourselves as a community to enable each one of these innovations to surface and each one of these innovations to be able to execute at scale. That is when we benefit from the economic dynamism potential that these innovators get. And this, through these three examples, is the realism of an innovator, a startup founder in the area of AI, machine learning, large-scale cloud tech, data engineering, generative AI that we've been talking about. The realism happens when we step maybe 10, 20 kilometers from where we are sitting today, where it is hot, dusty, and sweaty, and we figure out what it really takes to get each one of these innovations to be able to execute for reality, execute for pragmatism, and execute at scale. And I'm reasonably hopeful that we have what it takes to make that happen. I just appeal to all of us to be conscious of the coolness of technology and innovation and the practicality of it when it hits the road. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you for that inspiring address. May I please request Dr. Ravi Gupta of ELITS to kindly come on the stage and present a token of gratitude to Anand Sri Ganesh, CEO at IIM Bangalore. Can we have a please huge round of applause for him?
ठीक है correctly
जैसे हो रहा होगा मैसेज
डिस्टेंस रे बोल तो इन मत
All right, moving on to the next session of the day. It's on AI in AI, artificial. So it's my honor to kindly invite on stage Ashok Kamath, Secretary, IIT ACB Director, Axel Technology Forum, who will be moderating this session. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Ashok Kamath, sir? Joining him would be Arun Tangrila, Dean and Professor, IIT Tirupati. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Ashok Misra, President, IIT Alumni Center, Bengaluru. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Ashok Misra, sir? And Professor Ranveer Singh, Associate Dean, R&D and Professor, IIT Guwahati. Can we please have a huge round of applause for all the panelists on the stage? I now hand over the session to Ashok Kamath, sir, to kindly take the discussions forward.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So we'll try to wrap this up quickly. I know it's past lunch and all that. We've talked a lot about applications. It's time to see what the academic institutions are doing. And the three people here that I have, Professor Ashok Mishra was the director of IIT Bombay. Arun Tangirala is from IIT Tirupati, but originally from IIT Madras and on lean now to IIT Tirupati. And we have a guest from Northeast India, Professor Ranveer Singh from IIT Guwahati. So we were planning more than a 45-minute session, but we now go to condense it down to 25. So let me jump straight into it, sir. The IITs were originally known for the quality of undergraduate teaching, but over the last couple of decades at least, I think they've moved from about 40% is undergraduate and about 60% is research and post and doctoral studies. Since AI now impacts everything that goes around you, how do we at the IITs ensure that every undergrad, postgrad, doctoral student has some exposure to AI, no matter what discipline he's from? You want to start?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. In the current times, Ashok Ahmed asked us to give data from all the 23 IIT, which is impossible. But in the general sense, all the IITs are now involved in teaching and research in AI. It's a buzzword, and it's like nanotechnology at one time took over. Now AI is there. I'll just mention a few things. I've especially concentrated on IIT Bombay, Delhi, Roorkee, and Palakkad, where I've been somewhat associated with. But whatever we say is almost applies to all the other IITs also. So IIT Bombay established a Center for Machine Learning and Artificial Intelligence and Data Sciences in 2020, so about 5 years back. And they offer comprehensive academic programs at all levels, undergraduate, postgraduate, as well as the doctoral level. They ensure that every program has at least one compulsory course on AI and ML at all the levels, so that everybody has an exposure to AI. In addition, they also have an outreach program leading to it, what we call it e-postgraduate diploma in sub-disciplines. It can be either in AI or business leadership or quantitative finance. IIT Delhi has a school of Yardi School of Artificial Intelligence, which provides, again set up in 2020, which strengthens education research in AI, ML, and data sciences. Their broad focus is on healthcare, materials science, robotics, and so on. IIT Delhi has a very strong undergraduate and graduate program in these areas. IIT Palakkad has a Mehta School of Data Science and AI, also offers courses in all the three levels. IIT Roorkee has a BTech in Data Science and Artificial Intelligence. So today, basically, giving these examples, you can see that all the IITs are trying to produce as much manpower as possible in this important area. IIT Madras, I'll mention, also has a BS.
He'll probably talk about IIT Madras. So.
I'll just mention it's a BS, it's an open BS program, and I think you will talk about it.
Yeah, so certainly upskilling and education have to go hand in hand with research and innovation. When it comes to academics today, it's no longer about in-campus students alone. We are looking at classrooms that are global. So we are also looking at outreach programs. I think it's a fair question to ask what IITs are doing, not just for the in-campus students, but also for the global learners, off-campus learners. So I spent some time today with two generative AI tools, ChatGPT and Gemini Pro. And I spent some time, you'll have to really prompt and you have to validate, it can really hallucinate and so on with my own experience. So the summary of the conversations that I had combined with my own findings is that if you look at in-campus students, you have to look at different scales of exposure, starting from foundational courses to minors and interdisciplinary dual degree programs, And then, of course, a UG or a PG program. If you look at all IITs, the 23 IITs, I think they're doing fairly well in terms of offering courses at a foundational level within their own capacity. And I think almost all IITs offer minors or interdisciplinary dual degrees. Where the difference arises is in offering exclusive UG programs. So what I find is about 30 to 40% of the 23 IITs have UG programs. Some of the first generation IITs like IIT Bombay and so on, I think they're probably treading a more cautious route. They would like to see stabilize on the PG programs, build on that, and then get into a UG program because it's a bit tricky. It's a changing technology. You're not sure in which degree you should be giving the UG. So you want to play a bit safely, perhaps. So that's where the in-campus thing is happening. And at IIT Madras, I know that we started initially with a Robert Bosch Center for Data Science and AI about 10 years ago. We got into offering minors and interdisciplinary dual degrees. And a couple of years ago, we started the Vadvani School of Data Science and AI. And now it's 2 years since the second year since the UG program in AI and data analytics. Even the naming had to be really positioned very well. So at IIT, just to tell you about IIT Tirupati. At IIT Tirupati, we have an MTech program in data science and AI recently launched. We have a minor and then a mandatory foundational course in AI and ML for students across all disciplines. I think in outreach programs, almost everyone is getting into offering e-certification and so on. So I'll just stop at that and come back add a bit later.
Okay. Professor Singh, in Guwahati, what's happening?
Yeah, I think most of the points sir has already covered. So in IIT Guwahati also, just like other IITs, we have a School of Data Science. Then we also offer some, say, BSc Honors in Data Science online program. So at the same time, now I think for the computing and the data structure, all the engineering discipline have a kind of one course that is institute level. But at this point, I think most of the IIT at this point, we do not have institute level AI course as such, but there are options available. Just sir has just mentioned, we have say minor courses where any student from other discipline can join. We have open electives where any student from other department can join and so on. So there are options available for those for the across the discipline to have exposure to the AI as a course. So I think in the IIT framework, it is pretty flexible to have the this kind of exposure. But in the down the line, I think few years down the line, AI might be introduced as a kind of institute level course soon.
Yeah, thank you. So across the 23 IITs, I think we graduate more than 100,000 students at all levels, from undergraduate to postgraduate to doctoral. So that's about 100,000 students that come out with fundamentals sound in AI and machine learning as we go forward. So to change gears here, move on to the research component. While there's a lot of applications of large language models that are going on, what is the core research in AI that's happening in the IITs? And maybe you can start, sir.
Yeah, so regardless of the type of AI, it's very useful to divide this into foundational and applied AI. So almost every IIT seems to be going very well in terms of research in foundational AI. But when I did the statistics, what I find is that there are certain research areas, say NLP, computer vision, robotics, a lot of IITs are into it. But if you look at agriculture, climate, they're not, about maybe 30% of the IITs are into it. And there's a couple of areas that are probably not seen very actively, AI for education, and then AI for sensing, right? Of course, there is also AI for healthcare. Again, that's not really present as an exclusive research expertise in all the IITs. I just wanted to add one point, apart from the areas, see, we also have to talk about AI and using AI in research. And typically we do that, at least at IIT Tirupati, now I've started to teach that as to how to use AI ethically and responsibly in research. I think that's a very important aspect as we go along and teach the technical aspects. So there are areas of research that are underrepresented. We need to really go forward. And there are areas of research that I think almost all IITs have leapt forward, right?
Professor Mishra?
Yeah, so again, at one time when somebody did computer science, like 3 decades ago, that was a must. Now AI is a must. So for everybody to know a little bit. Again, I'll take some examples, and I'll take the example of what is called Bharat Gen, which is established at IIT Bombay. IIT Bombay was entrusted with this major AI initiative by the government of India to be backed by sovereign AI initiatives. And in this consortium, all the IITs, IIT Madras, Triple IIT Hyderabad, Kanpur, IIT Kanpur, IIT Hyderabad, and several other IITs are involved in it. So this is a very major initiative which is coordinated by IIT Bombay. And they are working on, they've launched this program called Param One, which would look at generating translation possibilities across all 22 languages of the country. Then there is a trust lab for digital security. So they're all specialized labs are coming in. Technocraft, a company has sponsored a Center for Applied Artificial Intelligence. IIT Palakkad is also working in several areas and interacting. It's the youngest IIT, but I'm very glad to see they're interacting with several industries, including Bosch and so on. So a lot of research is going on, and the emphasis on interaction with the industries and other sectors, which will probably be your next question, but like health and defense is also coming in.
Professor Singh?
Yeah, I think in the recent years, what we see is kind of some kind of interdisciplinary research. Earlier, maybe that we used to have a very defined area and so on. Now, I think people are more inclined towards interdisciplinary research and trying to solve a problem related to the social aspects. One example that I can link is something like we have a Center for Linguistic Science and Technology in IIT Guwahati. And you may be kind of surprised to know that we have something like 19,000 languages in India, but out of that, something like many of the languages are having only few speakers. Maybe that some 260 such languages are having more than say 10,000 speakers and so on. So this in this center, so again, if we recently, Gamel also started giving emphasis on AI for education and so on. But like such kind of social problem, we have to kind of solve using by kind of joining experts from different areas. So we have seen drastic kind of emphasis on languages, then such as NLP, then speech and vision and so on. Then again, recently, I think there has been some effort of, say, addressing problem related to, say, defense as well. So Manisha Center for Defense Studies and so on. So I think apart from traditional research areas, now I think India is also moving towards social related problems in the interdisciplinary approach. I think this is something like a very positive thing that we see in the recent time.
I noticed that the timer jumped from 7 to 3. I don't know how, but there's some magic there. So I have to condense it a little bit. In Bangalore, we have something called the IIT Alumni Center, which is in Bomsandra, which is a 93,000 square foot facility. And part of it is a Center of Excellence in AI called Axel. You will see our logo up on that. And we just announced we will announce very soon our first cohort, which is part of our accelerator. So 2 minutes more, sir. 2 questions. One on how can research from the IITs help in healthcare? And perhaps a second one on how can research in the IITs help climate? Anyone can take these two questions.
So I'll take the healthcare and then you can. So IIT Bombay established a Kuwait Center for Digital Health, which is combining healthcare and AI. IIT Delhi has a center for MRI, and where they're doing a lot of digital digital processing through AI. And also they are working with AIMS, which is a unique collaboration between AIMS and IIT Delhi. So that's going on. So this is, all the IITs are involved in this, but these two IITs I think stand out in the healthcare.
Yeah, so a related healthcare allied area is pharma, right? So of course it gets used now extensively in drug discovery and so on, and also in genomics and bioinformatics and so on. So I think what also needs to be done is AI for faculty. Both for research, I mean, integrating AI, not like a topping on the pizza, and also helping them using AI in teaching the courses. So that's one aspect that's important. Now, let me come to the climate aspect. So I'm a part of the Monsoon Mission Project 3, where our group is involved in developing models for predicting extreme events, especially extreme precipitation, where there are certain unresolvable components of the numerical models, which now we are planning to replace with AI and ML models, because they were all empirical based on some knowledge. Now we'll probably want to harness the technology that's available. So our role is coming up in developing that module. And going forward, I think AI in climate, there is humongous amount of research happening in the global arena as well as in India. What has to be done is such models have to be integrated with infrastructure and agriculture. Then only I think the loop is complete. So there is a lot of emphasis on AI for climate, and quite a few active research groups exist in IITs across the country.
Yeah, I think another important aspect for AI in education institute is kind of responsibly using AI and ethical AIs. So I think again in this domain, since this AI wave has kind of just started, so many of these institutions are not really prepared and do not have real well-defined policies. In spite of that, some of the IITs, IIT Madras, Delhi, they already started working on establishing Center of Excellence on Responsible AI. Then IIT Delhi, they have the kind of policy how to use this technology for academic institution and so on. But other IIT yet to join the scope. I think, but this is one of the important aspects that we need to take care for this.
Okay, so I think we hit the number at the right time. Time's up. Okay, so I hope that gave you a little glimpse of what's happening in the IITs, and we want to thank the panelists here for taking their time.
I'd just like to mention one last thing, that several of the IITs are also working in responsible AI, and ethics which come into AI and so on, so that it's not misused. It can be misused. So several IITs are working and focusing on that area, which is very important, sometimes overlooked. Responsible AI for the good of human race, for the humankind, and in an ethical manner. I'd like to just mention.
Your last.
This last point, I think what's also important is now the state governments are stepping up the use of AI in governance and citizen services, and that's a very good news. And I think IITs are also rising to that occasion. In AP, for example, there is a strong initiative to set up deep tech, GovTech, and so on. And there is an initiative now to set up a COE in data analytics and AI and so on. So I think governance and citizen service now going forward takes AI really to to the last, to every human being in the country. So I hope that will happen, in an accelerated pace very soon.
And IIT is the right place for all this to happen, and it's happening, and we're very proud of it.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the gentlemen on the stage for that insightful session. And now may I please request Dr. Ravi Gupta, CEO of ELITS, to kindly come on stage and present a token of gratitude to all our speakers. Once again, a huge round of applause for all the speakers on the stage. To Ashok Kamath Sir, Secretary IIT ACB, Director Axel Technology Forum, thank you for wonderfully moderating the session, sir. Once again, a huge round of applause for Ashok Kamath Sir. To Arun Tangirala, Dean and Professor, IIT Tirupati. Thank you for sharing your insights with us. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Ashok Mishra, President, IIT Alumni Center, Bengaluru.
So, no problem.
And to Professor Ranveer Singh, Associate Dean, R&D and Professor, IIT Guwahati. Can we request for a group photograph that we'll be capturing at Next Gen Presents World AI Summit 2025 in Bangalore? Thank you so much, everyone. And ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to tell you that we'll be having a very interesting VC session, which will highlight how funding will meet AI innovation and what investors look for in the next generation of AI-driven companies. So stay tuned with us as we'll be having that session very soon. So moving on to the next panel discussion of the day, which is titled Designing Human-Centric AI, Putting People First in the Age of Intelligent Systems. And to moderate that session, I have the privilege of inviting on stage MD Ramaswamy, founder AI Pod, who will be moderating the session. Can we please have a huge round of applause for MD Ramaswamy, founder AI Pod? A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Joining him would be Suman Guha, Chief Product Technology Officer at Tata Click. Can we have a huge round of applause for Suman Guha? Then Pranav Shankar, CTO of MyGate. Can we have Pranav Shankar on stage? Okay, joining them would be Anil Kumar Sawalgi, Global Chapter Leader, ICC, Global DDD and T Takeda. Can we have a huge round of applause for Anil Kumar Sawalgi? And joining them would be Karthi Swaminathan, CTO and GM India, McKesson Compile. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the panelists on the stage? Can we have Anil Kumar Sawalgi of Takeda on the stage with us, please? We can continue the session. He can join us in between, gentlemen. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for staying on for this session, despite it being late and despite there being some yummy food outside. We were originally 6 on the panel. We are only 3, 4 including me. So this can be very short and quick and hopefully very impactful as well. So today's topic is really designing human-centric AI, and it can mean different things to different people. So let me just call out what we intend to talk about. So we're talking about AI implementation, which is for us as humans, which doesn't compromise some of the basic principles like security and privacy. That's going to be our kind of version of this. And to discuss that, I have really a stellar panel over here, very diverse. Suman comes from the retail industry, Tata Click. Pranav comes from a community management company, once again, mass customer base. And Karthi comes from handling data, managing data, cleaning data for the pharma industry, or healthcare industry in general. So thank you all of you. So I'm going to ask questions specifically to individuals on the panel, and others can chime in. So my first question is actually going to be to Pranav and Suman, which is you handle masses of customers. In your case, of course, it's retail. In Pranav's case, it is communities, and once again, millions of units within these communities. How do you make sure whatever you design in AI is understandable and usable for people who have, shall I say, different levels of digital literacy? You want to go first?
Hey, good afternoon, and thanks for staying back. Brilliant question. Look, I think when you're building any consumer platform at internet scale, you're dealing with different type of user groups, right? All the way from young users, young urbans to baby boomers, right? So there's a large wide range, and not I think accessibility is a first principle, especially when we think about it within the Tata Group. We think responsible AI, building a responsible AI policy around even designing systems, right? And especially when we're talking about human-centered system, I think definitely AI will come to the picture. So building a policy before we even solve the problem, I think that has been our first-class approach. So there, I think whatever especially on the consumer side, when we build the experience layer, we try to make it differentiated for the user. That has been I'll give an example. Let's say somebody who is not a very digital savvy user, when they come into the platform, we try to not overwhelm them. Let's say if I'm building a recommendation engine and I'm trying to give recommendation to the user, especially when it comes to retail, you have seen it. Instead of giving them 20s, 30s recommendation, we tend to give it 3 or 4. Try to get the user intent, capture the intent with simplistic UI. And if you look at some of the platforms like Tata Click Luxury, Neo, or Kruma, I think you will see that it is the simplicity which is driving it. So keeping it simple, keeping it fundamental, I think that's the approach for the new users. And people who are native to the journey, I think there we, let's say, give them very curated styling advice. We promote various brands, what they like. We also tell them, if you buy X product, one shirt, maybe this shoe will also go with this trouser and the shirt, right? So basically the approach becomes very different. So there we have much more enriched data for the user. So the journeys do get personalized, right? And now just to top it up, what we have also done, and this is the experiment we have been doing in the last 2 quarters, and it is giving us very good result. We are seeing a very interesting trend where both the new users as well as the existing base, who are very digital savvy, they are using our shopping co-pilot within the app. We have an interface where user goes, they explain the occasion, they explain the intent, what they want to buy, and we are able to find the relevant products for them. So again, this is very fundamental level. It's an experiment. So far, we are just learning it, testing through it. And just on the very fundamental of designing any system, I think especially for consumer system, even Pawan would agree with me on this, unlike B2B, we also have to be very agile in terms of changes, especially ability to do experiment fast, ability to roll out changes, and ability to even experiment at a geo level, at a geographic level, at a location level, and even within the user cohort is very fundamental. So if you have a very enriched data stack, and if you have the right analytics platform, then you'll be able to learn from it. And once you learn from it, your data become information, and your information become intelligent. And then essentially designing becomes very fundamental. I think that's the way we are approaching it.
And you're able to make out the digital, how literate a person is, a user is? Are you able to segment your base?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think, look, even the way to segmentation has fundamentally changed. in years, right? Last 20 years, what we have seen, people used to segment based on demographics. I think now people have really, in the last 10 years, what has happened with the companies in India as well as in the world. Once we have these internet scale products, it has become very behavior driven, right? Because I think it will be very surprising to see not every Indian would have a smartphone, right? Whether we like it or not, most of them. Now, if somebody has a, let's say, a low-end phone running in a tier 2, tier 3 city, we also want to make sure that we design the system for that user. So it's not just going after the user, even knowing the device type, and then responsibly making sure they're not losing out from the experience. I think that's how we are approaching it.
Cool, very cool. Pranav?
Hello. Yeah. For the MyGate, customer data protection and security has always been prime. So whenever we do any kind of feature, we make sure that customer data is not given easily to any third party. Even in our ecosystem also, nobody can access the customer data directly apart from 2 or 3 guys, me and other co-founder. Nobody can access the data directly. So core fundamental principle has remained the same, that data should be safe. The features which we are providing to the customer, that should be top notch. So AI as a tool, it has just enhanced the process. The principles remain same. With the help of AI, we are able to expedite the overall scenario. I will give you an example how MyGate approaches the transparency of data and ultimately provide right kind of solution and having data privacy in the ecosystem. So if you see the community, I assume that many of you are the MyGate user. In the community tab, we saw how many guards are there on your community currently working on. They are live and they are protecting you. How many visitors are inside your community? Today, how many visitors have been approved through the notification system and how many approval has done via the guard? So with all these parameters, we are transparently showing all these information to the residents also. Earlier, this data was only visible to the community who were community admins who were maintaining the community. Now we are showing this data to everyone. The next step is we want to make sure that each and every community is safe. So the next step from here is providing a panel where they can see their security score of the community. So how secure is their community with respect to the other community in India? So let's say a community which has got 1,000 flat and almost with 60% occupancy, then let's say assume that almost 80-82% of the approvals are happening via notification. But in the other community of the same size and same kind of city location, only 60-65% of approval is happening via the notification. It means that your security of the community is at risk. So next step is we show this data, we show this score, and how they can improve their security of overall community. So that we will provide them, like let's say that this particular guard, he is not making an entry in while some guest is coming to your community. So these kind of insight we are trying to provide to our resident owners also, and the community also, so that they all can have better security in the system. So overall, AI is powering up this. Earlier, we had to write a lot of code to make sure that what's the security score of a community. Now AI is able to do that thing very easily on the runtime. So yeah.
And who uses this dashboard within communities, by the way?
So every resident can see this, how many residents are there inside the, how many guests are there inside your community. Everybody can see that.
No, I'm talking about security scores, where somebody needs to take action, I guess.
Yeah. So now let's say earlier, only the society admin were able to see that. Now, let's say that if we flag that community, any resident can go and question their society admin that, boss, we have to improve our security. Let's say even if we have to pay something extra, still we will do that. And the first step was data democratization, so that everybody know and understand what kind of security is there in their community.
That's excellent. Karthi, I mean, you work with pharma healthcare. I think explainability is a key importance over there. How do you build that in your work?
Thank you. It's great to be here. So I think with AI, I feel we are at the intersection of data, algorithm, and now with real human impact. Right, with healthcare, the stakes are the highest that they can get to, because we are talking about human lives, dignity, and trust. So to me, I think I'll get to that explainability part of it. But I think for me, the AI systems are a powerful tool that should be helpful to amplify the human expertise and compassion, but never replace it, right? Like, so I think that human element, especially because healthcare is a intensively human intensive industry, right? So how do we get there? So the first and foremost is AI cannot be a black box. It should be a trusted partner, right? Like for me, if I am a doctor, AI system should be a co-worker or a expert that I can go get a second opinion on. That is very highly important. So that means there are two things, right? One is actually explainability, right? And then the other one is the transparency part of it, because there are two main actors from when it comes to healthcare. From a clinician's point of view, from a doctor's point of view, like think about this system, like where you're a weatherman, you are using some AI systems to predict your weather pattern for tomorrow, how much, what's the possibility of probability for rain. Comes back and tells you 85% chances of rain. You can take the data without having to have any background of details about like how that information was arrived at. You can share it with your viewers. Tomorrow comes, whether it happens or not happens, it's not going to be a big problem, right? Like, you can, is anybody going to care about it? Most likely not. But think about the same scenario where, you're, feeding in a mammogram and it comes back and tells that, it's 85% chances of malignancy. As a doctor, can you go in and share that with the patient? Absolutely not. You cannot do that. I mean, as a doctor, I need to know how the system kind of derived at that particular, value or the output or the suggestion that it has come up with, right? So from a healthcare perspective, explainability becomes like so very critical. Needless to say, I mean, again, I can talk about the clinical decision support systems also. We'll get to that. The other part of it I want to talk about is like a little bit on the, is on the transparency part of it, right? The transparency, from a patient point of view, it's very important. I think they have a need to know if any AI systems are being used in their care setting or in their care part, because transparency is about honesty. And I think one of the main aspects especially within the healthcare part of it is trust and informed consent, is important, right? Like, I mean, your model can be, fantastic, in terms of accuracy and everything, but if it doesn't have the trust of the clinicians or the patient, then it is of no use, right? So these are a couple of things, I can add more, but we can get back to it.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to just ask two more questions. I'll ask it to Pranav and Suman first on personalization. And your businesses gives you ample opportunity to personalize. But where does it, you think, overstep and step into privacy issues? And how do you deal with it? And ask both of you.
So in case of MyGate, we are fortunate enough that we don't need that much personalization. One of our core principle is that do not collect the customer data until you need it. So that's one of our fundamental principle. So for MyGate, the most of our customers are living in a geographical location. So in a gated community, we know the attributes of a gated community that so we capture the attributes of a gated community instead of a individual users in our ecosystem. So let's say what's the latitude and longitude of a gated community, what kind of deliveries are happening in this particular gated community, what's the flat cost in this gated community, because we are one of the largest digital advertising company in India. So our customers who are also advertisers in our case, so they come and they look up for we need residents who has, let's say they are living in 3 crore flat and they have they have got a decent car. So we can look into the community metadata itself without looking further into the consumer data, and we can provide them right audience to advertise. Secondly, let's say the other customer comes that this is my school which resides in, let's say, HSR area, and I want to advertise in the 5-kilometer area. So without giving any customer data, they can still reach out to our customers. So let's say some advertiser advertise on our MyGate ecosystem. So whenever we purposely take the consent of the customer, let's say they are interested in a school, the customer is interested in the school. So we take proper consent at the time when user is clicking and going onto that landing page and filling up the form. We tell them we tell our customers that your data is going to be shared with the third party. So if they proceed further, then only we share the data. Secondly, we also have a partner like Urban Company in MyGate. So whenever a user goes on Urban Company site and they want to book some services, we explicitly ask our customer that Urban Company need these kind of data. Do you want to share it? Then only we share the data. So consent is really important in our ecosystem.
Just build on it. So I think for us, for any consumer platform which is doing retail, personalization is a product, right? Like you rightly pointed out, and it needs to be personalized. The user do expect it. I think it starts with the first principle, right? I think what we believe in is, and like I was mentioning earlier, let's say you have data of the user. So what kind of data you have for the user? You have the gender of the user, you have the user name, you have if the user choose to give the gender, we capture it. We don't even force them to, unlike other platforms, we don't force them to put that, right? Because some user might actually create a family account and shop for the entire family. And I think with the AI coming in, context engineering comes in as well, right? So you really don't need to store a lot of data, and you can still be complied with DPDP, which is also something, as a e-commerce platform, if you need to operate in India or anywhere globally. And we have two verticals within Tata Click. I'll pick up the Tata Click example, and I'll extend it to Neo perhaps. So Tata Click Fashion, it's a marketplace model, right? So just like any other platform, we bring sellers come and they sell it. Whereas the Tata Click Luxury is where we are selling products from Bulgari, Burberry, Gucci. Now we're launching Lululemon. So these large brands, global brands, they really go very deep with our data stack before even doing any business with us. They take security with a very high importance ladder. They also looked at what kind of data you store about the user. Here, the user evangelizes to become a shopper of the brand. So here, it is a less chance of upselling and cross-selling. Here, the problem, what we are solving for the user is what would help them to get a better size, a body fit, so that, if the user choose to give that information, normally the return rates will drop off if you can meet their needs. I think that is the level of personalization we try to keep it. And then I'll just borrow from his earlier point. We basically do it at a cohort level rather than at a user level. Now, of course, there will be always this, I think this edge case of let's have a personalized store for every user in the country, right? I think those kind of business requirements will keep coming. And I think especially when you're wearing a CTO or a CDO lens, it's very important to understand where not to bridge, right? I think that is the opportunity. You need to kind of hold the fact that you have to operate within the DPDP. You have to also operate within the company's data policy. And I think being in Tata Group, we have enough information about every user. who is shopping across our platforms, but the way the controls are built, for instance, Tata Click has no knowledge how a Tanishq user is behaving right now. I think that is where we draw the line. We don't do that, right? So essentially, we tell the user what is it for. Let's say if somebody is willing to share it, that's the fundamental. Then we capture it and then we give them a context-aware information and we don't store it. So you just use it, move on. I think that's where AI coming in, with the generative AI coming in, I think some of the intelligence we can.
Yeah, and the good thing is you push back against the business as well, in case they
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, those
which
requirements
actually
will
is a
keep
good,
coming.
good segue for me to ask the last question. I'll ask all three of you. Please answer it in maybe less than 20 words. So what is the one non-compromising principle which you will adopt when you design your human-centric AI? You want to go first, Karthi?
Yeah, I can go first. I think for from a healthcare perspective, I would say keeping that human value and keeping the clinician at the center and keeping that person as the ultimate decision maker. That's very important.
Sure.
From my point of view.
Thanks.
So for me also, it's ultimately the personal decision, the personal flavor will come into picture. Let's say we can design any system, AI system, but ultimately it has to be overlooked by the humans.
I'll put it in three tenets. I think it's user first. Always the user is the most important attribute here. Second is trust. Being a brand, a Tata Group, I think focus is to trust first approach always. So we don't want to do anything which will elevate, and I think especially as a consumer platform, trust is the most important currency. Once you lose it, you just lose it, right? And third is the security. I think that is uncompromisable. These are the three tenets that how I would prioritize. Yeah.
Sure, great. That was fantastic. Thank you to the panel. Thank you, folks, for your nuggets of wisdom. With that, we close the session. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that insightful session and for timely session as well. Once again, a huge round of applause for all the panelists on the stage. Thoda sa taaliyan baja do. Okay, to present the token of gratitude, may I kindly invite Anuj Sharma, Head Strategic and Alliance of Elite Technomedia, to kindly come forward and present the token of gratitude to all our speakers. To MD Ramaswamy, founder AI Pod, for wonderfully moderating the session. To MD Ramaswamy, founder AI Pod, for moderating the session so nicely. Thank you for sharing your insights with us. To Suman Guha, Chief Product Technology Officer at Tata. Suman Guha, Chief Product and Technology Officer at Tata Click. Thank you for sharing your insights. To Pranav Shankar, CTO of MyGate. And to Karthi Swaminathan, CTO and GM India, McKesson Compile. Thank you for sharing your wonderful insights with us. We request everyone to step forward for a group photograph. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be moving ahead for a 10 minutes lunch and networking break, requesting you all to kindly join us back on time as we have a very interesting VC session which will be happening. So requesting you all to kindly join us back on time exactly after 10 minutes. We'll resume by 2:25. Thank you.
HDMI port. HDMI. C type is also. Is there any audio? No.
You also ना do वहाँ पे भी testing कर रहे हैं. I suspect that we ना hall divide हो रहा है. Sure. So I think most of the audience will be on that side.
Okay.
So maybe वहाँ पे test कर लीजिए. यहाँ पे भी कर लीजिए.
Yeah, sure.
आप बस you are just using connector ना. वहाँ पे भी एक बार कर लीजिए उधर. I'll take a call जहाँ पे ज़्यादा audience है वहाँ पे we'll start the session.
Is it?
एक बार output दे. This is your
yeah. It's coming up, right?
Click on your back. So
Yeah.
वहाँ पे भी कर लो. On that screen also because we are not sure कहाँ पे होगा. So let's do there also.
There's a technical guy there.
Is it different? उसको बोल.
ಯಾಕೆ ಚುಚ್ಚು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಯಾರು ಅನ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ನೋಡು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all had a refreshing lunch and you got some opportunities to collaborate and network with each other. And I hope you might have exchanged some cards, greeting and meetings might have been done. So we'll be soon starting with our next session, which is a very interesting session on VCs where capital meets hyper intelligence. So we'll be seeing how AI and VC, when they both are mixed up, so what happens. So we'll be resuming shortly. We'll be starting the session in another 2-3 minutes, requesting your patience for that. Thank you. All right, we are about to start the session. So we have a very interesting panel discussion on AI and VC where capital meets hyperintelligence. And this session promises to be a fascinating one because this will explore how venture capital and artificial intelligence are coming together to shape the next wave of innovation. On one hand, AI is evolving into hyperintelligence, powering breakthroughs in automation, decision making, and problem solving at the scale. And on the other hand, venture capital is fueling the ideas, startups, and ecosystem that make this possible. So we have a stellar line of panelists for this past session. And for that, I would like to call upon on the stage the moderator of the session, Anurag Gupta from Elite Technomedia. Can we please have a huge round of applause for him? Joining him in the panel would be Shashank Ramdev, founder and general partner, 24/7 VC. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Shashank Ramdev? We had some lunch. थोड़ा सा तो बनता है energy, मतलब अभी भी energy नहीं है अगर lunch भी कर लिया तो. Let's show up some energy. Joining them would be Arvind Prakash Singh, founder and CEO, Super Bottler. A huge round of applause. Santosh Durairaj, VP Corp Dev Zostel, and Sairam Vardhan Raj, co-founder, CoBuildX.ai. Can we please have a huge round of applause for all the panelists on the stage? And trust me, this is going to be a very interesting session, so stay tuned with us and listen to the full session. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. All right, so we are back on the session after lunch. Hope you had a good lunch. So it's a very interesting panel and a very interesting founders joining us. We are very lucky to have them with us, right? So setting some context before we start, AI has been the buzz of the town for the last 2 years since ChatGPT launched. Now we are seeing such growth in venture capital and also in the founders coming in this space. Two interesting facts before I start. That YC batch, recent one, 90 of the founders of the 150 were building in AI or AI agents. Second, OpenAI just raised 600 billion and they will be definitely a $1 trillion company in the future. So this shows a level of investment and progress the AI has made since the last 2 years. Also, that 53% of all global capital is now being allocated to global VC. So in that context, I welcome all the speakers joining in here and thank you guys for being here as well. If you guys don't already know them, have not researched about them, I would like to invite all the speakers to introduce themselves in a minute, what your company does, and Shashank to talk about his VC firm as well. So over to you guys.
Thanks. My name is Shashank Ramdev. I'm the founder and general partner of 24/7 VC. We are a $30 million fund, pre-seed and seed and we primarily focus on investing in AI, deep tech, Industry 5.0, and consumer tech. Now, we should be deploying this capital starting November. We've just recently announced the fund, and it's a Cat 2 fund.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Arvind Prakash Singh. I'm the founder of Super Bolter. We are on a mission to make every home on the planet stunningly beautiful. You can imagine Canva for home design. So we're blending technology with creativity to empower any common person to design their dream home effortlessly. We are an early stage company. We've crossed about 200,000 users recently. We were also on Shark Tank season 4. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this discussion. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Santosh. I lead Corp Dev at Zostel. How many of you hear about Zostel? Save, thank you. So prior to this, I was in a VC fund called Brink, and earlier than that, I was a founder myself, and then was working with the Tatas across multiple industries. So Zostel, we are the world's largest travel tech community. Social stays is our bread and butter, but we are spreading beyond that. We are working on a next generation of travel tech products, services, and events to be incorporated together. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sai Ram Vardarajan, founder of CobaltX.ai. We are a boutique AI consulting firm working on like niche ML delivery services, like specific to sports predictions or with respect to the healthcare on on the insurance aspect. So we have our own custom AI agentic flows which we consider deliver for the enterprises, which we work with the enterprises on specific needs aspect. So I come from data science. I started myself as a statistician back in 2010ish, and over the period of time it had become data science, now become AI. Had been a good journey with respect to the hope. That gives a picture of myself. Yeah. Thanks.
So thank you everyone for the short introduction. So my first question would be to Shashank. So now AI has been the talk of the town also in India, and the capital is chasing deals. So what excites you the most in this space? And if a young founder is in the room, what he should think about the application layer, the infrastructure layer, and how he goes about building in this space as well. So that's my question to you.
Yeah, I think over the last few years, we've personally, between me and Yagnesh, my founder partner, we've invested in 200 plus startups. And the current fund is focused on investing in local LLM models, which we believe is a very interesting space which is emerging, and we've evaluated a bunch of companies in that space. And also in the enterprise tech space when it comes to middleware infrastructure, over and above foundational AI and the need for those kind of models. I think what the founders need to do, and I've spoken about this a bunch of times, that in 2025, we are at a very interesting phase of the ecosystem where we don't necessarily have to emulate US models or US startups. We have very much a homegrown market in India. And my one advice to founders who are building in the AI agentic space, LLM space, I think there's enough and more opportunity to build in India for India. And that should be the primary focus for today's founders. That's my 2 cents on that.
Okay, thank you. My question to Mr. Arvind and also Santosh is, how are you guys leveraging AI in your companies, thinking about AI, recreating business operations, and what is the future for you? You guys have thought about?
We are in a very, very traditional space. You talk about home interiors or home design. You're talking about contractors. How many of you have worked with a contractor or gone through the pains of a contractor, right? It's very, very opaque, right? And home is one of our most prized possessions, right? And the builder has sold us the house, and then to make it a home, a lot goes in. But what happens is, unfortunately, many people are not able to get to an interior designer. Even there are a lot of inefficiencies, right?
So we took an approach saying that keeping the user at the center, how can every person on the planet get a truly beautiful home which reflects the personality of the people living within, of the family, what their hobbies are, right? What are their favorite colors, right? So user is at the center. Now around this, we have used 3D technologies, AI technologies. We've been working on AI from 2018, right? Even before Gen AI came in. So we've worked on a lot of deep learning models to, one example I'll give you. You just feed in a floor plan. Within 20 seconds, it generates a 3D model of the house, right? And we've been working on it, and we have digitized close to about 10,000 projects in India. Yeah, so you can go in and just search, if anyone's from Bangalore here, right? Say Prestige Shanti Niketan, and you should be able to find the floor plan. Tap on it, you've got the 3D model of your house. Then just like how, this was the first big challenge. The next was all about user experience. And so we've made it as simple as a child's play, like drag and drop Asian paints or, drag and drop of furniture. And within like 30 minutes, the user starts to get absorbed into it. So we're using a lot of AI again to understand how the user behavior is, etc. One of the biggest challenges for us was there's no B2C benchmark for us. Like Shashank just mentioned, like we are focused on the end consumer. There have been a lot of tools which have been built for professionals, right? So many 3D technology tools. So given that challenge, so we had to leverage, and as an early stage bootstrap venture, we had to use every available technology to understand and keeping user at the center, get to a stage where our users are able to successfully develop. So we're using a lot of generative AI for today for image generation. We're looking at Copilot, which can help you with the design of the home itself. Yeah, so very interesting space. But for us, the user has always been at the center.
Thanks. So Zostel at the core is a community. What we serve is we help with people who want to stay, who want to network, and who want to experience, right? So for us, it was very clear that a continuous engagement cycle with the customer is important so that our businesses thrive and the experience is also given to them. Right from identifying the asset when it comes to us to the process of evaluating that, and to the stage where we take business decisions on whether this price point or this number of customers will come. When the property goes live, we also work with Arvind in designing our properties. And then when the property goes live, when customers start coming in, how do we manage the property with our team and the franchise partner teams together to the customers' feedbacks and reviews and complaints, handling all of that, to marketing those services or products or places to our customers, both socially and also in one-on-one. We use AI altogether. Today, there are about 52 agents deployed in our company. When you chat with a Zobu, which is our Zostel buddy, it's an agent which is working behind. Depending upon which location do you want to go, there's another agent taking over from there. Depending upon identification of the property, that property agent kicks in. So when a customer is not happy about his experience when he is at the property, there are two ways to look at it. Either he goes to the front office and then tells them about the experience, or he puts up a picture about that and then tells the central team. Right? So majority we are seeing a transition of customers wanted to have a direct interface with the technology to give their feedback. The same way the complaints also, right? At the real time. We immediately flag that. So we are a 95% franchise owned, franchise operated. Zostel is the world's largest backpacking community-led chain of social hotels. So we have 96 properties today across India, Nepal, Bhutan, and US, and we are launching one in Phuket next week. What we have seen is on an average of about 20 to 25 inquiries for new franchise or new business comes to us. It is not realistically feasible to put so many manpower to address this number of leads. If we can generate a a score or a report or a mechanism to tell which is the ones that we should prioritize. And assessing so many factors like the opportunity, the demand in the place, to assessing the real estate opportunity there, to assessing the financial potential, and an agent immediately triggers to the colleague who joins on a call with a potential partner, and our Zobo agent starts listening to the record conversations, and then takes a sentiment analysis, and then tells about the potential of this, and if there is anything trigger, it's not working out in the discussion like how we wanted, we help to refine our communication model. So what I'm trying to say here is we were not this 2 years back, right? Even though we were a hardcore technology company, right? We have made changes internally in our organization. We have made changes looking externally in terms of talent. So we have leaders who had worked in, let's say, Meta, Adobe, and who had all come and joined us to build this AI-first travel-led hospitality space provider.
Yes, same question to you, Sairam. How is your company leveraging AI?
We help other companies to leverage AI, but and internally, I mean, likewise with respect to the workflow, which Santosh highlighted, we have a similar one. But based on from the AI aspect, here is my 2 cents, which I always consider see where thankfully it had opened up a lot of discussions and a lot of tryouts, and we have a lot of things in production, but there is always a there is a stochastic behavior of the model which is considered which is troubling a lot of workflows which we consider have over here. No, I mean the positives are definitely there, hands down, no doubts about it. And I mean thankfully Santosh and they discussed about it. But one thing which I want to highlight is how well I think even Thinking Machines Lab is it's in the very similar fashion of making the making the LLMs to be much more deterministic. So that's something which is worth, I think, the next couple of years is going to be on that particular investigation, or particular research and investigation is what I want to add to this particular discussion. Yeah.
Got it. So Shashank, my question to you is, what have been some interesting deals you have been part of recently? How do you see AI giving market new opportunities and new models, business models being created or disrupted? So some of your recent experiences in this.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, our fund is new. We've just launched a couple of months ago. But prior to this, in our previous fund, we made 180 investments, out of which 50% were AI/enterprise/SaaS. One of our companies which recently made the news was a company called DAY-2, which got funded by B Capital and Lightspeed. And we were the first investors in that company. And I've seen those founders build, scale the solution from a pre-seed level all the way to enterprise tech, working specifically with banks. And I think what's interesting to see is that, and this is just a specific example when it comes to DAY-2, that they, I won't say pivoted, but they kept reiterating the requirement to sticking around in servicing a BFSI customer. And that led to the product evolution. A lot of people, and this is strictly my view, and I'm happy to be proven wrong. That's what many investors have to do continuously. But I don't fundamentally believe in this statement which is doing the rounds that SaaS is dead. I don't think so. That's true. I think SaaS business model is dead, whereas you can't give a standard product for an enterprise version on a subscription model and then expect that guy will renew it next year, and aapka kaam chalu chal raha hai aise. I think the requirement for siloed product features which can be used by an entity on need basis is what is happening. And I think these are some of the interesting attributes we are seeing. The other story which I'm a huge advocate of, I don't know whether it started happening, but I fundamentally believe it will happen, is that many enterprise tech and SaaS businesses still believe that I have to go to the US. So I'm raising 100 rupees in India and 90 rupees has to be used in US. I don't think while I mean US still commands that premium and respect in terms of the enterprise market, but I also fundamentally believe that India has now, in last 15 years, and my fellow panelists can comment on this as well, has a local market, where we've built out unicorns, we've built out companies where there are certain products which are being built in India and have a market here, right? And that's enough for a pre-seed seed investor to kind of check, validate a business model, raise further on, and then kind of move to the US, right? All these changes are happening all in the last 15 years, from folks building only for US, now building local models, traditional business models not working on like a traditional SaaS annuity subscription model, to siloed API driven or usage per usage models, and companies like a Data Sutram working with BFSI and going vertically down in a specific segment or a vertical, in this case BFSI, and then continuing to make a deeper product which they had not envisioned, which we had not backed, which we had not anticipated, right? And I think these three elements will continue to exist in the kind of companies we look at, and it will only get strengthened and in terms of how these SaaS enterprise plays evolving in India.
Yeah, very interesting, Shashank. There was great insights on how the Data Sutram deal played out for you. My other question to Arvind, Santosh, and Sairam is that what kind of talent you guys are now looking for in your companies? How has that changed in the past 2 years, right? So, Santosh, you mentioned you deployed 52 agents, right? So, how has that really changed the talent landscape in your company, and how much you are going outside your company to actually build out those capabilities?
So the way that we look at talent is, without that, I don't think anything can be built, be it the product or be it the service or be it infrastructure. Talent for us is not only the staff that work that directly employed, but indirectly who are also working for our franchise partners, or also the partners whom we work with to bring us the right property, or the investors. Like, so you can imagine, like, last year we had received something in the range of about like 10,000 plus inquiries for us to open a property, right? And we ended up opening about 8 properties. The core that we look at is the talent. By talent, what do we mean is that franchise partner is passionate about the business, right? And that's the base. Whether the talent is want to do business, or whether the talent wants to build agents for us, or whether the talent is not there today with us, who's outside, do we have to make it, make people work with us so that we can build, right? So agents today are a factor of the talent that what we have, and not the reverse other side. And in our company, so we had always also believed that to build products from scratch, to our first requirements, then to customize and see an opportunity for other fellow builders can use that, right? That has solved and helped us in many ways. Like, for example, today the site in which you're all logged in to book and a property stay or an experience or a travel trip is built entirely by us. It's like a booking engine. This engine is something similar to your any other marketplace, like your ClearTrip or your Book My, any other travel tech companies, right? So with this engine, our ability to easily integrate with the APIs of other properties, if they want to convert immediately to us, is not challenging. And the way that we work in our property operations is also how much ever strong the talent is, the talent also has to be supported with the tech for it to manage the people who are working with them, right? And that's why we had built our own property management software, which gives us the complete visibility of the people's skill and their placement in the organization and their responsibilities, right? So my answer to this is we always build talent in-house, but we are also cognizant of the fact to constantly keep bringing in the new skills and talent required to build the next stage products or solution for our customers.
Got it. So same question to Arvind.
So for me, I have a different answer for this, right? In terms of as a founder, one thing, direct impact of all these AI developments is now my need for funding has reduced by 1/3, right? Keeping in mind whatever was my roadmap, because each member in the team is doing 3 to 4x, right? And I think everyone in my team has to go through the AI flow. First, take a look at if there is any AI model which helps us solve this, because we didn't want to reinvent the wheel. One thing which we are very conscious about, with AI, you can do many things very, very easily, very quickly. Yeah. So I did this mistake in my first startup. This was in 2008. It was called Vriksh. It was a campus end-to-end solution, right from admissions to alumni. Right? You can imagine everything that comes into a solution. And the mistake I did in that venture was something in startup world, it's called feature bloat. 2008 was a very nascent ecosystem. We didn't have accelerators. The word accelerator was not there. Even startup was new. That time we knew something called entrepreneurship. Yeah. So feature bloat was the, I would say that was the reason why that venture failed, even though we were like most promising startup of the country in 2009 and all that happened, got some ET Now coverage, all that, right? And the risk that I see now, and which we are very conscious as a startup, is not to get into the trap of building 20 features very quickly, right? And putting it into the app, right? So here for us always, the user is at the center. Are we solving their core problem is what we are conscious about, right? So which means, yes, we are using AI. It has given us a lot of efficiencies in our either producing code or creating ads or whatever, right? At the same time, we are very careful in what we make it part of our main app.
Do you want to add to that as well?
Yeah. No, in a similar fashion. I mean, like, even after this, I mean, by the evening, I would be coding it up with, Claude or something. Definitely, with respect to the LLM, I mean, here are my takes, which even I consider like, push this as, the mantra for my team as well. I mean, just as a practice of the guidelines aspect. I mean, we have a huge board in the office. We say that, LLMs are wrong, some are useful. Which is like, what it means is like, the LLMs as a whole, with respect to the whole pipeline, how it kind of got trained is, it is persuasive, and it is better persuasive than the human, which leads, all the discussions and everything, where we take it up for granted that it is right. And that's a huge challenge, because consider, like, I used to even think about the blog which I wrote in 2011, where I used to see that, for the last 3 months, how much lines of code which I consider, like, wrote it down, which was like 78 to 120. I was averaging out at 100. Right now, it's like it happens in a minute. It was in the ample programming and our programming aspect back in the days. But the point is, like, now the productivity, is it 100x? To an extent, if it is right. I mean, AI as a whole is as smart as the person who wields it. And that's in that context, what I mean is, like, it is better to be a little bit more discriminative of the outputs, which helps us to consider, like, control the, focus on, reduce the distractions aspect. But productivity wise, consider, like, hands down. I mean, I cannot imagine something happening back in 2000, like, 22, or like even in the 20s, the same product ideas which we were thinking back there in 2025, we can happen it in a day, which was for months. But it comes with the baggage. That baggage is like, we have to be much more careful of that particular, be more. But the person, I mean, like, it all depends on the person. As I said, consider, like, AI is as smart as the person who wields it, which means is like, if we are cognitive of the request and the output, we will be much more productive. And yeah, that's a whole take.
Great. So Shashank, and what's your take on an interesting question, that how much you evaluate the founder and how much you evaluate the market when you do investing?
Yeah, it's very clear. It's always the founder. You bet on the, horse or jockey. Which one is it? I mean, for us, it's always the founder because the TAM always shifts, right? As I said with Data Sutram, and at a pre-seed and seed level, you figure out whether they have the ability to pull up their sleeves and keep pivoting or keep taking a course of path and a direction where the business needs to continue to grow, whether it's product innovation or business innovation and killing a product and introducing newer products, right? So it's always the founder for us, because after doing 200 plus investments, we've realized the TAM continuously changes. And this is the case, I think, all the companies in the last 3 years who've gone IPO. If you look at the first set of business model they must have had is way different from what they might have been doing at the time of IPO. So the mantra at pre-seed and seed for us, and I fundamentally believe for any pre-seed and seed investor, should be that you bet on the founder. There is no DCF calculation or financial valuation model at this time. It is largely gut. And that's why we are operator VCs, because we've built startups, we've built businesses. So I know when a founder is bullshitting me, frankly speaking, right? Because we've gone through the hustle. And I'll just end this point with one small input that I was the founding member for a startup called VC Circle, and we built out a SaaS platform. And we moved to a new office, and it was an old building and I used this as a litmus test. That's why I'm telling the story, right? We had an old building near Bandra Talao, which we had, and it's one of those old buildings where you have multiple offices and one common toilet, right? And I had 3 girls in my team, and either I had to kind of, they would leave the team, or I had to build a toilet inside the office, and which is what I did in 2011. Is I built the toilet inside, taking the permission from the landlord and all of that. And in that month, if somebody asked me what was the pricing of the product and which new set of companies I've added, I had zero understanding. But if you ask me the pricing of commode, lighting, bathroom fitting, and kidhar stock mein mil raha wholesale mein, I would give you an entire list. And I could build out bathrooms for at least 10 startups in that 1 month, right? So that what I'm trying to, the example is that, you need to kind of pull up your sleeves and do the grunt work and the shitty work, right? And we test for that attitude in a founder when you're doing, because in early stages, for a lack of a better word, shit will always hit the roof. Your ability has to be, are you willing to kind of, pause and say, no, this is the need of the hour to build a company, whether it's building a commode for your team. So it's as brutal and honest as it can be, right? So these are some of the nuances which you look at when you're evaluating founder, and at pre-seed, seed. These are the motivating factors which you kind of read into, and there's little you can do on financial valuation. You can then envision the product roadmap, and then also test for one final critical thing, which I keep telling again to founders, that if you've fallen in love with your product too much, then that founder is dangerous, because if you're not able to build a business out of the product and say, I'm willing to divorce this product as long as my business becomes scalable. I think these are some of the things, but to sum it up, it's always the founder.
Yeah, very good insight on, like, there will always be a new challenge, but your ability to solve the next challenge is the thing that drives you in the long term. So my question to all the 3 founders in here, what is one piece of advice you would give to young people in the room who are looking to build in AI, or be a potential founder, or be a person who is leveraging this?
This is the best time to build. It's so easy to build. We're just launching a student. We are trying to build a student community. I have a student intern. He's built the entire app in 2 days. We're launching something amazing for interior designers and students, and trying to connect them with real world projects. But the speed at which he was able to do it, all using no code and AI, Gen AI, this entire system is up and running in less than 2 days. This would have taken at least maybe 3 weeks to get the UI UX done. There's so many tools, there's so many models, right? Like Sairam also mentioned, is like, how do you utilize the right ones? But the strongest piece of advice from my end, given that I've been in startups for the last 15 years, this is my third venture, is to keep the person you're building for right at the center, right? And sometimes don't get distracted by too much happening, too many models coming up. Oh, can I build this feature also? You started the venture with some particular vision or an insight, right? And so chase that and prove that right or wrong. Yes, whatever insight that I had, this is going to work, and this is my solution for it, right? If you're going to pivot, then be very sure that, okay, this solution did not work and I'm going to move to something else, right? So keep user always at the center. You're building for that person. I give this another example to someone today. Everyone, how many of you have watched any Bollywood movie, dance sequences? I'm sure many, right? Take who are your favorite heroes have been. Imagine a dance sequence on the stage. Do you remember the faces of all the dancers in the backstage or in the behind the scenes? You wouldn't. You will know this is the hero, this is the heroine, right? So you should have a hero feature for your product. वो hero दौड़ना चाहिए. If hero did not work, then you'll build another feature, and eventually you'll have a troop which no one wants, right? So make the hero work. And someone asked me, what if the hero doesn't work? Then hero is still in the founder's head. You have to reinvent, come back, get your MVP right. I think that's what I would say.
Firstly, don't listen to any advices. Nor give any advice. The best way to learn is to start by building on yourself. That's why we believe, Jostel, we say, live it now, build it now, experience yourself.
I don't know whether I need to talk right now or not. No, I mean, like, it's a different, interesting world today we are in, thanks to the post LLM aspect, where like the business and the tech is, the world is getting merged as well as disparate at the same time. I mean, it is a conundrum right now. But the point is, like, consider, I see just from the tech aspect, I had seen people getting adulated to a particular technology, or like, like being religious about some sort of like, the way that particular solution has to happen. I think that is where the first stance of like challenge and the failure is considered, like, from the business aspect, which I had always seen. So my request is like be curious about how we could solve the same problem. I mean, consider the problem hasn't changed for the last 25 years, but the way we approach and the path to consider, like, resolve had changed over the period of time, and it's going to keep on changing over the period of time. So it's not going to go away. My take is like, yeah, then the answer is like, there is no point of getting adulated to anything from the tech aspect. The point is like, yeah, just be curious, more curiosity, and have a team which is much more curious. That takes a long way than anything else. Yeah.
We can take one question if someone has in the room.
Namaskar, sir. Myself, Amul Patel from a small village in Madhya Pradesh. So, ये जो VC concept है, angel concept है, so this is there in tier 1 city majorly and in some part tier 2 cities also. Is there any possibility that rural startup could get the attention of angel investors or VCs? Or how they should approach to angels or VC from a small village in this AI era? Thank you.
I think there is बहुत effort आ चुका है already. Where back in 2016 we funded a company from Indore, and the founders were two founders. One founder came from 200 kilometers away from Indore, right? And now today Indore has become one of the startup hubs. And there is enough and more happening in tier 3. So अगर आप agri tech पे बना रहे हैं, जैसे हमने एक कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया था फाइलो, हम नासिक गए थे, नासिक से 40 किलोमीटर दूर फार्म के अंदर, क्योंकि उनके एक एग्री टेक सोल्यूशन था, राइट? आईटी कानपुर के लड़के, बट वहाँ नासिक से 40 किलोमीटर दूर वो बैठ के सोल्यूशन बनाते हैं. सो एज लॉन्ग एज अगर आपका सोल्यूशन इज स्केलेबल, वी विल कम टू यू. आपको आने की कोई जरूरत नहीं, क्योंकि आज हमको आपकी ज्यादा जरूरत है rather than आपको हमारी जरूरत. इट्स द अदर वे अराउंड. इन 2025 आई विल कम एंड चेज यू एंड फाइंड यू.
So we
I
have, sir,
guarantee you.
we
But the thing is that you need to be smart enough to connect the dots. So अगर क्योंकि कहने के लिए अच्छा है कि digital India and all that stuff, but tier 3 or tier 4 अभी भी थोड़ा पिछड़ा हुआ है from tier 2. But we are accelerating. So you also have to take the effort to understand not tier 1 VCs, but tier 2 में कौन सा एक कोई funded startup है. आप उनसे बात कीजिए, फिर वो आपको रोड मैप समझाएंगे. Then today you are able to sit here. It's a lot more collaborative, right? So LinkedIn is a great tool. You send me a note. I am perpetually looking for new deals. चाहे वो भुवनेश्वर से 20 किलोमीटर दूर हो या 200 किलोमीटर दूर, मैं जाऊंगा. As long as that has a potential unicorn, that's my business, right? So if LinkedIn is a great tool, and I think if you reach out to any of the partners directly, they make an effort to kind of reach out to you. So I think it's a mindset thing. I don't think so. You should have that barrier. There is no barrier for tier 3, tier 4. We may not have an office presence. We may not have a team member over there, but we have our eyes to the ground in tier 1, tier 2. If there are any companies, and if they are emerging from tier 3, tier 4, then they should come to tier 2, find a nodal ground, but there's enough and more focus happening. Every investor, I'm not a VC saying कि मैं से Bangalore, Delhi, tier 1 या tier 2 में कर रहा हूँ. मैं पूरे इंडिया में कर रहा हूँ. आप अगर कहीं से भी बना रहे हो, scalable है, we will come and invest in it.
Thank you, sir.
Great. So we will end this session here, and special thanks to all the panelists for making it to this session and waiting patiently for the same. And also a special thanks to Nelson and High Table VC for helping us curate this session, bringing the founders, bringing the startups, bringing the VCs together. And thank you everyone to making it here.
Thank you, panelists, for that insightful session. And who would be better than Nelson Deva, founder of High Table, to come on the stage and present the token of gratitude to all the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Nelson Deva and to all the panelists. To Shashank Rande, founder and general partner, 24/7 VC. Can we please have a huge round of applause for him? To Arvind Prakash Singh, founder and CEO of Super Bottler. To Santosh Durairaj, VP Corp Devs Hostel. Thank you for your wonderful insights. And to Sairam Varadrajan, co-founder CobaltX.ai. And also to the moderator, Anurag Gupta of Elite Technomedia. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for that wonderful session on AI and VC, where capital meets hyper-intelligence. Can we all step forward for a group photograph, please? Nelson, please join for the group photograph. Let's capture this moment we have been taking at NextGen Presents World AI Summit 2025. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, we have an industry presentation titled AI in Supply Chain, Beyond the Hype, Real-World Applications Driving Global Commerce. And delivering that presentation is Mansoor Khan, founder and CEO, Cloud Supply Chain Solutions, a VDAT Group company. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Mansoor Khan. With expertise spanning warehouse and transportation management, inventory operations, and real-time visibility, he is focused on helping enterprises achieve greater efficiency and agility. A huge round of applause for Mansoor Khan as he delivers his industry presentation.
The presentation. Can you guys hear me in the back? Yeah. Hello, can you guys hear? Right. So you're going to turn on the presentation. Hello, everyone. This is Mansoor Khan. Very nice to meet you all. we're going to talk about, we've been talking about supply chain, and we've been talking about AI all these 2 days. It's been talk of the town. But today I'm going to be focusing more on how AI is going to be positively impacting my industry, which is supply chain. I have been working on supply chain for quite some time now, and I'm very excited to share how AI is making a great impact in the world of supply chain. And we're going to talk about some hype as well as the positive side. Where do I? You have the navigator for this one? How do I move the next slide? Can I get that, please? Where's the navigation on the slide? All right. I've been working for close to about 23 years on supply chain technology. I'm very passionate about that. I had an experience working with companies like Walmart, Manhattan Associates, CNS, and many other companies, including Home Depot, based out of Atlanta, Georgia. On the digital transformation side, what we have seen is a pretty big, extended transformation across the whole industry. So let's start from what I'm going to cover in the next 15, 20 minutes. The key is the buzzword, what kind of hype and what is the reality, as well as a quick note about the market snapshot, like where supply chain is actually taking and how much of the market snapshot it is getting. How this has been evolved. We've all been talking about AI evolution. I'm going to just explain about how that evolution of AI is actually been working on supply chain. What makes a supply chain smarter? What makes a supply chain AI powered? That is something we are going to take a deep dive. And at the end, we are also going to talk about some quick practical use cases along with a playbook which we can share right at the booth. Thanks to VDOT, we recently partnered with VDOT, worked for a company the excellent company VDOT. They're one of the sponsors of this event. And being the founder of the company CSCS, Cloud Supply Chain Solution, the partnership with VDOT has given me this platform where we are able to come and meet you all and explain about our experience and explain about the focus and the future where AI is taking to the supply chain. Let's take a quick note about the hype, okay, and the reality. Everybody accepts that there seems to be a pretty extensive hype what AI can do. And in the world of supply chain, we know that we have been struggling for having a real-time visibility for all along. Like everybody who worked on supply chain can say that having an end-to-end real-time visibility is very difficult. It's not something which is 100%. And because the data has been fragmented all over the world, it's in carrier system, warehouse management systems, a bunch of other systems where the data holds, and providing that visibility has always been challenging. But now, thanks to AI, with the integration capability what AI has brought, the unifier, we are able to provide that level of visibility. So it's no more a myth or it's no more a challenge to have a real-time visibility when it comes to supply chain in the world of AI. Similarly, people think we can do entire automation. All the supply chain operations can be done 100% automated. Unfortunately not. It can be automated to the larger level, but there is a definite dependency of human intervention. So humans are involved on decision making. Where AI is taking is the human aspect of it, like how much the decision making of the humans can be augmented with the help of AI. Another concept is adopting AI, right? Like adopting AI is simple, is what people think. But when it comes to especially the industry like supply chain, adopting requires a very careful thought process. It's not as simple as what it looks like, even though the technology is simple to enable, but there has to be a pretty well-calculated business evaluation need to be done before we could adopt that. because there's going to be a lot of blind spots when it comes to supply chain. So we need to be careful in terms of how much of that can be avoided and how much of that can be used with AI. Another one is where are we on the industry? Like how much of adoption has already been taken? So in the supply chain, if you go to especially in the US market or any other, there are still digital transformation level, there are still challenges, right? So using AI at that level means there has to be some level of change management, some level of adoption methodology, all that need to be put in place before we could take AI. And last but not the least, there's always been human interventions to do supply chain. That's been the myth. Now, with AI, the human intervention is not needed. However, we can have the AI agents doing the similar task with human in loop. Quick snapshot about the market. There is a huge TAM when it comes to the AI and supply chain. 7 billion plus is already there, and then for another 10 years, it's going to go anywhere close to about 190 billion and above just on the supply chain market. And if we take, I know the slide is a little deeper, but if you take the region, be it Asia Pacific, it's almost 40%. And US and Europe gets the remaining 50% plus. But the market snapshot is pretty huge when it comes to the total addressable market capability for supply chain using AI. I'll take a quick pause here. Let's revisit or let's check how the concept of AI has been evolving in this industry, right? Early 90s systems where the volume was going pretty high, and systems like ERP systems like TMS, WMS, and all that start coming in. And that resulted in digitization of that early TMS, WMS softwares in the market. Early 2000, where we started driving a lot of deep dive, where we started writing Power BI reports, IBM Cognos reports, a lot of reports-based execution was happening. Like systems are fragmented, so you don't know where things are happening. So you build sophisticated reports to get the facts so that decision making can be a little bit more smarter. Between 2010 and 2020, if I put that as a phase 3, that's where the machine learning and some of the learning aspect, because we have more access to the data, more learning could be enabled. Systems became smarter to learn from the historical performance, and tools and software started helping on that front. And now, 2020 and above, that's where the AI side of the cognitive supply chain is playing a part, where we can do some deep learning, and we can also enable some of the digital twin concepts of AI into supply chain. But the future is actually much ahead, because every adoption of AI is going to result on lots of GPUs, as we spoke on the other session. So the computing need is going to be huge, because a lot of adoptions will result the technology to support, and definitely quantum computing, which is probably another 3-5 years ahead, is going to help our industry to handle the volume what we are anticipating on the AI platforms. Let's say what a supply chain software or what a supply chain platform is, how we consider that as an AI powered, right? The industry has been on for so many years and so many systems are there in place, but what it makes now AI powered. It's more about the way how all those fragmented systems can be integrated, the data can be predicted, and analysis can be enabled, whether it is automated or whether it is through the human intervention. And then with all that in place, how much of that can be continuously evolving option using the AI. So the very first one is we needed a sophisticated unified integration platform, because you cannot make decisions with partial data points. The data is sitting in vendor system, carrier system, 10 other warehouse systems. Each warehouses are running different versions of their softwares, and the data structure is different. your purchase order information is different, your orders which are getting shipped out from those warehouses are different, the SKU types are different. So data is everywhere. So how do you make a centralized decision making which is more optimal for the organization without having the foundational integration layer? So if anyone claiming the supply chain platform as an AI powered, the first portion of that should be focusing on bringing that integration layer. That's where many of the AI unifier integration logics are making it faster, which used to do like by months and weeks. Now we are able to do in days, sometimes even in hours. So that's the platform's power for unification, which is helping all the way to get the data from our PO till the proof of delivery. The next one which is needed is the capability. I think someone was discussing me on the booth. The capability of the software should be there so that when there are reactive changes are happening, the systems are not restricting the planners or the warehouse associates or the warehouse managers from making those changes. At the end of the day, they are the boss. Like they know what's happening on the floor. They are the one who are working on the operationals. If our systems doesn't support those operational changes and just stay with the original plan and do not provide that flexibility, then that systems are going to be very challenging to adapt and bring the efficiency. And that's where the predictive side comes into play. So once we have that integrated data, these predictions becomes much more robust and much more practical. And the third element, as we said, is always about real-time visibility. I use this example quite some time. What the industry have done over the period of time with the sophisticated reports, it's almost became like more like, okay, what can I do next time better, right? It's like a postmortem report. Okay, yeah, we know what has happened. What can we do to prevent that better? Next time something else again happens. So there's always been a futuristic corrective measure than fixing my problem right away on the spot. Because those reports or those data points are offline or after the fact. So we need the software's supply chain platforms to be more like a solid control tower where real-time changes and real-time actions can be implemented right then and there. So obviously the third step should be like, where always on time, real time is very important. One more aspect is how these systems are going to be going to handle the scaling, like in a volume, like how those optimizations which are done with a smaller data set is good, but when I enable all my 20 warehouses and all the 1,000 stores into the ecosystem, how much those systems are optimized, how much those systems are scalable. So obviously the supply chain platform should have that robustness, should have the flexibility to scale. So that even like a dynamic inventory stock out, like I know that the sales is happening because of a seasonal promotion, and how fast can a replenishment of that orders can be done within those warehouses, how fast the reordering of that inventory can be done, and how fast that inventory can be brought into the warehouses for the distribution. So all that need to be robust, and the systems in the past were having lots of configurations and lots of mathematical algorithms in place, but there wasn't having that additional portion of the AI, where when things goes out of the norm, which is there on the data, but the systems are not dynamic to react upon, that's where AI is really helping us to make some of those reordering and some of those replenishments and predictions much scientific and much systematic. Another aspect, it's not one time, it has to be continuous, right? The systems now are able to detect, especially the agentic AI, they are able to detect the challenges and able to learn from that. The models are able to learn from that, introduce their corrective, self-healing corrective options, able to decide the best course of corrective actions for it. One of the example, right? Like if we have a use case where yard check-ins, where trailers comes in without any appointment, they just show up on the yard without any appointment. With AI, we are able to read that information even before they come to our dock, even before they are in our check-in facility. The video scanning is happening, able to pull the details of the trailer. We know whether there is an appointment for that trailer, there is a PO for that trailer, if there's no appointment, the systems are able to go back and dynamically create that, have that experience ready so that that can be automated. If not, if they are already having appointment, then all the details needed for check-in is already pre-populated. And the last, the execution capability. Like the systems should be flexible to execute the operationals. At the end of the day, all the planning is great, but systems should be very robust on execution with minimal intervention. So that's the self-healing aspect. And the last on that is beyond efficiency. It's just not about enabling the operations. It's beyond efficiency because business is going to invest on the technology for ROI, right? They needed to see that deploying these agents, deploying these platforms, AI-enabled, AI-powered platforms are bringing efficiency beyond their normal operations, beyond their normal saving. So that's a very key element. And with as the previous panel was talking about customer-centric orchestration, nothing changes. Like that is always the rule of the thumb. The systems has to be evolved around the customer's orchestration, whether I'm deploying an AI agent, whether I'm deploying a planner in person, all that has to be around the customer's orchestrations. One more element, I know compliance is pretty strict across the globe now, even in India as well as in US. All these systems needed a proper governance and compliance. Compliance is the essential. Like if there is a trailer which is delivering a frozen product, what is the compliance requirements for those frozen products to be delivered at what temperature? If that is a hazardous material, what kind of product class mix match can it have before someone sits and plans that orders into a shipment? Right? The governance of that, if there is a delivery window, if there are the temperature in which the products need to be carried, everything. If the systems the systems need to have the governance model built in, and there are AI tools which are helping us to make those implementations, make those monitoring in a much better way. There are a bunch of supply chain use cases. Please stop by our Vida Digital booth, where we also have our CSCS team helping the audience in terms of explaining the use cases. I'm not going to drain all the use cases right now, but the core use case we have been focusing on using AI earlier with operation research algorithms, and now putting AI on top of that. The core use cases are transportation management. It's a huge demand for it. There are lots of loosely coupled systems. The ecosystem is pretty fragmented. The decision-making is pretty delayed, or decision-making is happening with a lot of inaccurate data points. Transportation management system is a very essential aspect of AI's use case. There is real interest of that. A lot of POCs we have been doing with the customers to see what value, what models that can be, and when it gets scaled, what would be the output. Similarly, on the demand planning side of it, it's getting, because of the predictive nature of AI, the demand planning is becoming very, very dynamic. Traditionally, we will run through 2, 3, 4 years of data, and then we will make the demand planning algorithms. We will not consider a whole lot of inventory optimizations there, and then we'll try to put our own math. Very complex work was done to make the demand planning, but when there is an industry level change happens, that plans goes for challenges on implementing, and sometimes loses an opportunity for more sales, sometimes increases the cost of an inventory which just stays in our real estate unsold. But now with predictive analysis of AI, this demand planning is not only looking at my customer's data, not only comparing all my historical data patterns, it's also able to take the external patterns, be it's the trend change of the shopping experience, be it's the weather pattern changes of the customer locations where I am delivering it, be it's the way how the tariff is getting modified, or be it's the way how the manufacturers are changing their production timing. All that is getting considered through AI features. So when the demand plans are happening, when the POs are getting cut or POs are getting planned, we are able to have a near close optimal PO planning. Warehouse management, a whole lot of use cases there. There's a lot of energy was spent over the years on automating it, but the challenge has been it's an automation done with the known facts. When there are unknown things hits, when there is a labor shortage happens, or if there are additional demand on the sales is happening, or if there are, or if there is a delays on the inbound products are happening. All that, when those things happen, warehouse management systems are not technically designed to handle that. Subject matter experts get involved, configuration gets changed, things gets tested, things get deployed. We know that, like, in last minute deployment fix one issue, creates another one. All those challenges were being, like, people have been living with warehouse management systems users. With AI, many of that are able to be predicted. Many of those configurations are dynamically getting handled by the AI agents, where AI agents are smart enough to even recommend those changes, saying that, hey, based on this volume, we should be changing the threshold, we should be changing the replenishment numbers, we should be reordering the purchase order sooner, or we should be delaying the purchase order, or we should be, like, using a different set of carriers for delivery, like bunch of things. All those recommendations, AI is able to do in a much sophisticated manner. And last but not the least on that use case is IoT. IoT visibility is very key when it comes to implementing compliances, because people over the period of time evolved and started buying sensors, putting sensors, making the sensors data available on the cloud, but that data has never been tied back to the source systems. If there is a claim happening for a delivery, the claim does not have the information on what was the condition the product was delivered on. If there are tracking features available on those IoT sensors in the cloud, those tracking features are not mapped to the shipment, because there are lots of ifs and buts of the traders and all that. AI is able to do that mapping very intelligently. Once we feed the right data, once we feed the right key elements for it, it's able to predict, it knows that these shipments are traveling in these devices using these locations, and it's able to make the use of the IoT investment in a much better way. We have taken a step. It's about a year into agentic AI. This is, we call this as Scotty. Want to know a demo on the Scotty? Please start with the booth. Scotty stands for Supply Chain Optimization, Traceability, and Integration. As I've been talking about, supply chain is all about the foundational integration and enabling visibility so that we can do optimization, right? And in the same manner, the planners, dispatchers, warehouse associates goes through a whole lot of time crunch activity on their operations to run through a bunch of filters, extract data, make some phone calls, checks the data in the different systems, compare the reports from different systems, run, like, have 3, 4, 5 windows open on different systems. All that is a common, like a share market kind of, and analogy there, where, they run with lots and lots of clicks and navigations and analysis. Scotty does that for such planners by itself. Like, I can talk to Scotty and say, Scotty, can you just start planning my order delivery for New Hampshire location for these stores for 29 September. Scotty does all those activities, explains to us in terms of how that analysis is happening, what are the conditions in which it's filtering the data, and then it also, takes the next step, logical next step is shipment planning. It does that by itself. And then it also provides, hey, based on the previous execution, these shipments are getting delivered by these carriers. Can I go and assign them? And then, by the way, in the past, we have seen some orders getting dropped after the planning is done. Do you want me to consider for those orders, or do you want me to hold on the shipment planning? All that intelligence, now through agentic AI, in our case, Scotty is able to recommend the planner. Last two slides, more in terms of what I think a lot of folks already spoke about that, so that's why I minimized this slide on this one. The challenges, predominantly the challenges are almost common with few key callouts for supply chain. The biggest challenges I've been saying is the fragmented data, which is much higher when it comes to supply chain world. So we have data sitting in a given organization, we have data sitting in so many places where even the heads on the organization doesn't know what are those systems are and where those data are relying in. So the biggest challenge is enabling the fragmented data. And then the data quality is also not necessarily top notch. So definitely there is quite a bunch of effort needed in terms of bringing the quality to the data. And then change management is universal. it's not easy, especially for the kind of users we're dealing with on the operations. Change management is not that easy. So there has to be a proper policies and proper focus need to be given on change management. And then integration with legacy systems, similar to the fragmented data, followed by the right talent.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Okay. Hope everyone can hear me, right? Good afternoon. Welcome. I think I'm the last one in the panel, looks like. Okay, what am I going to talk today? So I think from yesterday we are hearing about how, that with the advent of AI, enterprise softwares are evolving, right? Now, when it comes to the B2B world, it's not about, the features having the AI. It's more about how the AI native software is getting built. Okay, so that, the business processes become much more intelligent, intuitive, and interconnected. That's what Mansoor Khan was also talking about earlier. I'll touch upon those topics in some time, yeah. Now, disclaimer, you no need to read this disclaimer because we have only 15 minutes. The only important part of this disclaimer is, none of this content is GPT generated. This is our own, yeah. Okay. Because in the last presentation, at some point of a time, someone raised their hand and asked, hey, the slides are really cool. Looks like it's not you, it must be GPT. So that's why I wanted to put a disclaimer here. Now, what am I going to cover in the next 15 minutes? Okay. First, I wanted to set the context a bit, maybe a couple of minutes, and then I'll try to introduce our approach towards business AI. And finally, I also kind of blend with certain enterprise use cases. Okay. Now, setting the context, right? I was thinking, initially my session was, I thought it was on the first day, then I thought let me bring some key trends, market opportunities, all those stuff. Then later I realized my session is on second day. So I think most of the speakers must have covered, right? So then I thought, what can I do to set the context? Okay, then coincidentally, I took the supply chain as an example. I wanted to unlock the AI terminologies in my own way, taking supply chain as an example. Maybe that could be a little icebreaker to get into the session. Okay, it's not so much complex, it's very simple. Imagine I have a very smart, intelligent, and colleague or teammate with me. Okay. Now I'm going to ask this colleague, hey, who can deliver 500 units of, let's say, windshields to my warehouse? It's a pretty straightforward question. This colleague can easily get it executed, right? Now that is nothing but your prompt engineering. Now imagine if the question is a little more complex. If I ask my colleague, hey, you know what? Who can deliver it fast by today? Then what this colleague has to do? This colleague has to not only check for the vendors, but also their delivery times and their previous history, how good they were with delivery, compliance, sustainable vendor or not, etc., etc., and then figure out and then identify the vendor, right? That is what we call it as a RAG in the AI world, right? And one more terminology, agents. You must have heard about Scotty from the Mansoor, right? I mean, he talked about agent. Agent is a very good friend. If I ask this colleague, hey, go and do this, okay, go and identify the vendor, place the order, okay, and then send them the PO or whatever, and then inform them and also update our internal systems. Now, this guy is very smart. No, agent is like a very cool person who directly go and execute the task. That's what we call it as an agent. Now, then it comes to agent-to-agent communication, right? Now, what is agent-to-agent? Now, this guy, whoever my colleague, when I say do certain thing, which involves multiple of the colleagues he has to interact, this person go and interact with 4 more departments within the company, get the information, collect it, and then execute the task. Sometimes they also interact with the colleagues from the outside of the company as well. That we call it as agents from third party. Okay, so agent to agent interoperability, or the orchestration is nothing but, I am like a team lead. I talk to 3 more people from different units and get the data and collect it and get the task done. That's the kind of agent to agent interoperability. I can keep on go and talk about other terminologies as well. I don't want it to do that, probably given the time, but I have written a blog or article where I kind of explained all these terminologies in a very casual way to understand AI terminologies. So with that, I thought I can set the context a bit, not getting into the serious business. Yeah. Now, let me get into a little bit of a serious business on what is our approach at SAP we do with business AI. Okay. Fine. Now, the bottommost layer, what you see, this is our approach towards business AI. The bottommost layer is the AI foundation. We call it as an operating system, which allows the end users, the customers, to build, to extend and run the AI solutions as well as agents on this particular foundation. And these foundations, in fact, we leverage the most innovative technology partners. You can see all the logos over there. I mean, we leverage all of them, and then this AI foundation helps you to build that. So the next one is about custom AI. I'll give certain examples once I get into the next set of slides. Yeah. Now, the next topic is about embedded AI. I heard a joke last time from one of the stand-up comedian. Okay. Now, this comedian told very nicely, people release AI features is something like, sprinkling coriander or curry leaves on every dish, what you make, right? And they call it AI enabled. So embedded AI is something like, more or less similar to that. You kind of infuse AI into the business process. Like earlier, Mansoor also talked about certain use cases, right? That's what the embedded AI is all about. Okay, I wanted to order X number of cola bottles to my store. Okay, I can look at how many are left, what is based on how much I consume in the next 2-3 days, I can always do the order. But based on the climate, based on which other truck is nearby, who can supply, all those things can come into the picture, and then, I can prioritize the ordering process, right? This is something like an embedded AI feature into the replenishment process. You can go on build multiple of the scenarios, embed AI into that, okay? Now, we can also build a lot of agents specific to different functions, HR, finance, logistics, to, commerce and everywhere. You can build your agents. Each agent will try to provide information in that particular context, and agent orchestration will help you to collect all the data. For example, again, I go back to earlier session, because since it was very much fresh in your mind, if I take the supply chain as an example, if I am making, I'll take a very simple example. I mean, it is not so great, but very simple example. If I want to make 10 idlis, I have certain equipment with me and certain batter with me. Now I wanted to make 12 idlis instead of 10. In order to meet that demand, do I need more equipment, or do I need more raw material, or do I need something else? What is that I need, right? These are the kind of things agents can tell you, right? It's a simple demand issue. I need to make instead of 10, 12 idli. What should I do? What should I do, right? The agents can help you over there. And the final layer, what we have is something called user experience layer. Now, the user experience is tremendously evolving with the AI. I mean, I'll give you certain examples in the coming slides. We call it as Joule. In SAP, we call it as a Joule. Joule is the UI for the AI. That's what we call it, okay? Now, what at the net-to-net I can tell in SAP, we have built the foundation layer, and then we have kind of build embedded intelligence into different business processes, and then we kind of build agents, and then you have a user experience layer to consume the stuff from the agent layer. Yeah. Now, a lot of customers are already live and using some of these features, and what you can see over here. And there were a lot of AI specific use cases were built already, and then I don't think this is much interesting for you, but yeah, I just wanted to give a stat over here, how many use cases we built, how many we plan to build and all. Now, This is something which is very important to me. Earlier, I mean, many years back, I was building IoT products, maybe 10 years back. Okay. At that time also, I used to tell the same point. It doesn't matter to do with the technology. No customer care about the technology. Customer care about how does it help me? Will it save me some money? Or can I make my experience to the customer much more better? Or can I get into a new business models? These are the kind of questions customer will ask. Customer will not ask, okay, are you using RAG or using LLM or using this or that? They don't care really, right? So that's exactly what I'm trying to tell. It's not about the AI technology. It's more about how do you really use it to change the experience. Last month I was in Spain, took a taxi, got down at the hotel, and I wanted to pay with my credit card. And the payment didn't go. And I got a message in my WhatsApp saying, hey, your card, you didn't enable the international transaction. Now, what should I do? Do I need to get into HDFC or ICICI, whatever the bank, and go and enable there? I may not know. I'm on the road. I cannot even get into the website and do all that. Instead, I got a WhatsApp message saying, hey, do you want me to enable for you? I tell yes. How much do you want? 50,000, 1 lakh? How much money is the cap? I told, yeah, 50,000. Done. And OTP has come up and then security has been taken. So don't you think the experience has been elevated here? This is exactly what, I mean, I felt so good with the bank that I should continue with the bank. So it's not about the AI technology, it's more about how you reimagine the experience and how you reimagine the process and how you build new innovations and make your company more visible, yeah? Now I'll give certain examples while going forward, yeah? Now what does it mean by reimagine UX? I already gave a B2C example in my own case, but I will try to give few B2B examples where we have come up with a chatbot kind of a thing. We call it as a Joule. Okay, Joule is kind of a chat interface which allows you to talk to the application. I'll give few examples over here. Now, if I'm into the HR application of SAP, or you are into HR application, what do you do with the HR system? I want to create a job position, or I want to apply a leave, or I want to apply a leave and ensure that my teammates are there during when I apply leave, right? So that, when I'm not there, work is still taken care, correct? So these kind of things, I need to get into the HR system and do all those things. And now in the chat, I can ask, okay, I wanted to apply the leave. Does my reportees have any planned leave during that time? Simple, right? If it can talk to my SAP system in the background, also get into the documents and other things and give the right information, it's good for me, right? Imagine I'm applying for paternity leave. I'm eligible for, let us say, 3 months of paternity leave in my company. It's an example. And okay, now HR system will allow you. When you say, can you please apply leave for me from so-and-so date? HR system will allow you. But as per the latest contract or, as per the latest regulation in the company, you can't apply paternity leave for third kid, let us say. That's a clause that has come in. Then where does this information lies? It doesn't lie in your transaction. It lies in a company contract document, right? It has to validate both of them and then give me an answer. So this is not a simple chatbot, right? You need to really, based on the grounded data, not just based on the transaction, but also based on certain contractual data and all the other stuff, yeah? In a similar way, procurement, I wanted to see how many open purchase requisitions are there I need to approve. Similarly, I can do lots and lots of stuff across the applications. That is what the user experience is all about, yeah? How much time do I have? Huh? Yeah. Sure, I'll wrap it up. Now, we've also wanted to take the experience to next level to a humanoid robot, wherein this experience gets into the robot where it can do a certain use cases like visual inspection case of a plant. I mean, again, Mansur touched upon it in the 4th use case, right? That's an example. Now, I'll go a little bit fast in the process, and I have put some slides, but if you look at any business process like lead to cash, lead to cash, right? I wanted to do a marketing, attract customer, offer them, and then sell to the customer, and then fulfill their order, and then finally do the cash settlement, right? In this process, there could be a lot of complexities in terms of broken process, broken data, or hard, or something, right? This is where you need to really, I called you sometime back, a sprinkling AI into different parts of your process. And when you sprinkle them into the different parts of the process, it doesn't look like an AI feature. It more look like a very end-to-end connected storyline. Yeah. I'll skip all these things. I mean, given the time, that's an example. And as we already talked about, this is an example for an agent. You look at this example, validate the impact of new tariff on imported bicycle parts. Tell me what does it means for my business and outcome. This is the kind of question you ask. Then your agent has to go through all the details. And the most important thing I wanted to touch upon here is the bottommost layer, which is your data coming from not operational systems, but also your documents, but also your external data, but also your domain specific knowledge, putting them all together and having a context. On top of it, you have the agent, on top of it, you have the interference, right? This is the kind of a thing is needed for the agents, and we kind of built multiple agents based on the similar way. Okay, and finally, this is something like, Karthik calling Karthik movie, right? Agent building agent. I mean, you can build agents, but it takes a lot of time for you to build as well, right? So if an agent builder can help you to converse with you as a subject matter expert, let's imagine you are a subject matter expert in procurement area, you have a lot of some domain expertise, and then you keep on chat with that, and agent takes all the data and finally make you a draft agent for you. That's what we call it as agent to agent. So maybe I'll stop it here. I wanted to cover a few more examples. Maybe one last example before they come back. Custom AI, what does it mean by? We worked with one of the automotive company in India. They said very simple. Hey, a service car, I mean, when you give your car to a car showroom and say, hey, my car is not working, the technician will understand the problem and will give an estimate by when they will complete, how much it will cost, right? In this case, I might tell in my own language, let's say I will say in Hindi or in Kannada or in Telugu, Tamil, some language, cut sound aa raha hai mera gaadi mein. I just tell like that. Then what happens in this particular solution is it kind of captures that, gets the sentiment out of it, and also try to get the historical problem statements from the company, within the company, and then do an analysis of it and finally get to say that, hey, you know what? Your problem has your car has so problem. It requires 2 days of time. It requires X number of spare parts. It costs so much. That's it. So this we call it as a custom AI. Now customer can build these kind of innovations on top of the platform. Yeah. With that, I'll close and thank you. Thank you for your time and any quick questions. I think out of rush, I didn't introduce myself. My name is PVN Pavan Kumar, very lengthy name. I can't expand right now. And I work with the CTO's office, the SAP's board CTO, as a vice president over there, defining the North Star for SAP. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, and a huge round of applause for PVN Pavan Kumar, Vice President APJ of SAP. A huge round of applause for him, and may I kindly request Anush Sharma, Head Strategic and Alliance of Eres Technomedia, to kindly grace his presence on the stage along with PVN Pavan Kumar sir and present a token of gratitude. A huge round of applause for PVN Pavan Kumar, Vice President SAP. Up next, we have an interesting panel discussion on topic From Models to Agents, the rise of autonomous AI in business operations. And to moderate this session, it's my honor to kindly invite on stage Divya Majumdar, founder, Turf Network. Can we have a huge round of applause for Divya Majumdar? Joining him in the panel would be Deepayan Chakrabarti, Head, India Analytics Center, eBay. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Venkat Yellapantula, Chief Digital Officer, Indian Bank. Can we have Venkat Yellapantula on the stage, please? Yes. Prashant Parashar, SVP and Head of Technology Delivery. Can we have a huge round of applause for Prashant Parashar? Joining them will be Vinod G, General Manager and Head Data Science and Analytics, South Indian Bank, and Rajesh Johnny, Chief Executive Officer of Branch X. Can we please have a huge round of applause for all the panelists on the stage? May I have one small request to all the panelists? Since we are running very short on time, I would like to request you to kindly wrap the session on time. Thank you.
Okay. Great to have everyone here and amazing panelists. I hope I'm audible very clear. Cool. So I'll straight away start talking about from agents to models or models to agents. So we have came a long way, right? From models taking like decisions or predicting things to now agents acting on behalf of you. It's a very long journey, right? And we are right on spot. So that's what we are here to discuss about, and we will kickstart the whole session with a quick introduction and about any autonomous AI implications that you can see in your specific industry that you are super keen about. So would love to start from you, sir.
Hi, good evening, and happy to be here. Thanks for the opportunity. So my name is Vinod. I head the data science and analytics for South Indian Bank. I think in the autonomous AI space, right? See, my own view is that the core or the crux, right, the foundation hasn't really changed, right? Right from the time when, probably the banking sector went through the computerization from a manual ledger to, computers. Then we went through the BI process, the MISs, the dashboards, then the models, and now we are talking of autonomous AI. The crux is still the same, which is about what is the business problem to be solved, or what is the business opportunity to be exploited. The entire technological enhancement, improvement is about delivering value to that, right? So now, answering your specific question, I think what I'm really keen to look forward is the pace at which the ML models are going to correct itself through this agentic AI processes. Understanding the cues of the customers, when the conversation is happening between the bot and the AI. There have been so many examples about bots not being able to understand, jest or, irony, so on and so forth. But I think, but now things have changed, and the bot is really able to do the sentimental analysis in a great way, right? And that is going to be a big game changer for the BFSI sector.
Amazing. So it's basically like AI models getting more human cognition, and now maybe we'll be reaching into a equilibrium when the puns we use, how we used to interact, AI agents or AI models can actually perfectly describe those things. So amazing. So coming back to you, sir.
I'm Venkat. I'm a Chief Digital Officer with Indian Bank. And I just want to start, and he rightly pointed out, the banking hasn't changed. It was always lending money, and it was always taking deposits. Having said that, the customer is at the center for everything. And what we try to do over a period of time is improve the customer experience, make it very personalized. And that's where I think the autonomous agents or the transition from the models, that is tell me to do it for me, is very, very important, because this is going to enable the customers achieve 24/7 availability of the banking services, and in a very personalized manner. So it's a game changer, I would say. And I think as the industry, we are heading towards the right direction. Some use cases that or as a bank, we are looking at is for the collections, for the hyper-personalized marketing, or at a later stage for the credit underwriting as well.
Amazing. So basically specialized use cases serving, right?
I am Rajesh Joni. I'm a co-founder for Branchix. We're a fintech focusing towards retail. And let's look at how this whole AI is doing. The other day I was reading, no one knew who created the term AI, right? And then I realized that John McCarthy did that. And everybody puts Turing on the big stage and stuff and all. And on the other end, so from a Turing and a hidden McCarthy, for a retailer, no one can serve as a retailer, right? Retailer is an OEM, a distributor, and a retailer. Retailer, the data ends there and nobody knows what happened after that. You just replenish the SKUs, 300, 400 of them, 3,000, 4,000 of them, 30,000, 40,000 of them. But with the generative AI, what you're seeing, this phase change from complex data systems and the ERPs, and we saw the supply chain last two sessions were very in-depth programs. A small retailer, how is he going to win the AI race? Is he going to still wait for Zepto to kill him every single day? Or is he going to get, Shopper Store coming back with another modern retail version and is going to kill him on the other side? And when you look at, this is the same guy who you grew up with. This is the same guy who gave you a kata during the COVID days, who didn't ask you. And he also paves way for small retail and real estate together. And for him, his scales are much smaller. But because of the cost of data acquisition is a lot more simpler, data sets now can talk to each other because agentic. We internally use the word called API as agentic programmable intelligence. So instead of building APIs continuously, can agent build API? Because from South Indian Bank to Karnataka Bank, I may have different kind of credit score mechanisms. And if I'm going to pump in the same kind of data from this particular retailer, I have to give two different kind of data sets. And with South Indian Bank, I have some knowledge. I've worked with them before. But for Karnataka Bank, I have no idea. So what am I going to do? I may have to just pull the data from RBI's regulation. Then I'll have to go into the articles from Karnataka Bank to look at it. And probably I may also pull in some data from Open Loop, bring it down. So I may still create a small engagement and create an API and plug into the ecosystem and probably give for the small retailer a lending capability, which was not possible before. Right. And nobody wanted to do it just because it was impossible. You can't have, clusters of data which ERP is providing to a small Manchunathan company somewhere in Malleshwaram, and definitely he wouldn't have this. So this is what we are building, and I believe that, for doing this, the AI also should have some kind of an agency. The agency is very critical. We can't just build an agent and just expect the agent to keep solving the problem, and then, every other week, RBI come with a new regulation. And then, agent keeps pushing the data into the bank and bank keeps rejecting him. Effectively, already it's a very brittle credit score of a small retailer. Now with multiple loans rejected, his score is pathetic, right? And you're pushing the data. So this is where we think agency of agent is very critical. I'll leave it there.
Hi, I'm Prashant. I head technology at Delivery. We are the largest logistics company in India. And fortunately for me, we are the technology first logistics company. So any advances that happen in technology, we are the first one to pioneer when it comes to either AI or agentic AI, etc. We have been using AI models right from the beginning, like in 2011 when we started. And there are very clear use cases like routing prediction, network connections, demand forecasting, forecasting of loads, manpower, etc. All of that is done by AI models. And for unstructured information, it becomes very difficult to create models. Like, for example, if I want to look at disruptions in an area, I need to parse all the news and then to figure out whether there is a flood or there is a political rally or there is a highway that is blocked, it is very difficult to figure that out from an AI model. So we have started using AI agentic models or LLMs mostly for where there is more often unstructured information, which is like either there is speech available, there is information available from calls. So a lot of our colleagues, the delivery colleagues, they provide information to us through speech like, okay, sir, yahan par to abhi pani bhara hua hai, I can't go. So all that information earlier, somebody has to like write it down and figure it out. But the speech models were not as accurate. Similarly, the news that we have to parse, I mentioned, or our delivery colleague making a call to consignee, and then the consignee rejecting the package or saying they cancel kar do, to verify that we needed OTP, etc. So we started looking at the possibilities where I can use LLM there. So there are more use cases where we have started using for video feeds as well, for audio feeds, and for unstructured information available on the internet. And I think for some of these cases, it is very useful where the AI models or statistical models could not help us. So I think for things like this, we'll definitely move to LLMs and agentic AI, while we will still stick to statistical models where we need more predictability over a very small set of data where I don't need to parse it through a language model. For example, ETA calculation or demand forecasting or my OR workloads.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dipayan. I lead the India Analytics Center for eBay. So, listening to all the great examples of what AI is being used for, at e-commerce, as Prashant mentioned, we, just like logistics, e-commerce has been a very heavy users of what today is called traditional AI, right? Which is more of the statistical ML kind of modeling. I'll use 3 examples of where we moved to using generative AI, agentic AI, in 3 different cycles of the business. The first is in product discovery. So where typically we have started using generative AI is when customers had to search for products, right? Historically, customers search for products using keywords, saying something like red shoe, Nike shoe, etc., etc. But now with generative AI, what can be done is you can start understanding usage-based language, where a customer does not really want a red shoe. A customer wants a shoe that will look great at, let's say, a rave party along with a pair of jeans and a white shirt. And now the customer can actually search for that, because what the model can do is interpret their requirement and map it back to the attributes of the product, and then surface the products which match that requirement, rather than just saying red shoe, Nike shoe, etc. That's first. That's how you enhance search to be conversational search and meet up customers' need rather than product specs. The second place where we are using a lot of overall agentic AI is in catalog completion. Now, most e-commerce players, as you know, are marketplaces where sellers update their listings on the catalog. The more richer the catalog is, the better discovery, the better customer experience is while browsing. But it's much more difficult for the seller the more aspects you want them to fill for a particular product. So here's where agentic AI can come into picture, where you can consume the information about a product from its image and autofill the catalog with respect to, let's say you're talking about a piece of clothing, its color, its texture, its fabric, its design, etc., without the seller actually spending time needing to fill it in. All the seller needs to do is upload the images of the product. And then the third place where we're using it a lot is in personal productivity, where all my data scientists, all my engineers, when they're actually trying to build models, write code, a lot of the version 1 code, the version 1 app specs, all of it is now getting written by a large language model, post which the engineer then takes it and starts to refine it. So we are seeing uses of agentic AI across all of these 3 areas, amongst others.
Thanks a lot. Loved the introductions, and I can really feel the depth of experience that you guys have. I'll straight up go towards more questions. So the first level that I want to scratch upon is from human decisions to now agents taking decisions. Who is really in charge, right? So I'll anchor this question to Rajesh ji and Venkat ji. So how are autonomous AI agents reshaping the decision making in business operations specifically? And what are the new governance or oversight models are needed to manage their impact? So would love to have some insights from you guys.
Okay. So basically now who's in charge, right? See, I think anything said and done, at least in the banking sphere, when you're talking of key decisions, right? Whether it is the bank themselves who have, using their own internal know-how or through collaboration with, technology service providers, or taking the help of analytic service firms, or even if they've done a complete outsourcing, the responsibility lies squarely on the bank, right? Now, and that is how it is. I mean, even when you go to a manual decision, right? Even when we were using those dog-eared ledgers for decisions, there used to be reliance on data from outside sources. It used to be probably some kind of, an account statement which will be certified by an external chartered accountant or whatever. But anything said and done, the responsibility was with the bank only. Now, when we were using the models, and a lot of banks are still using models, agentic AI is just kind of picking up. Obviously, in the banking space, there's a lot of checks and balances which need to be put in place. But even when we use the models, and now when we have started using the agentic AI, there is a very clear mechanism of how the models can be built. The agentic AI also has a model in the backend. It's not visible in the front end, right? There's still some algorithms which are running. So that there is a mechanism of how these algorithms get built, how they get validated externally, how they get regulatorily. There are a lot of guidelines, and only if it passes through all of these tick marks can it be deployed. And once it is deployed, if it is going wrong, it is the joint responsibility of the model building department, which will be the data science department, the risk department, the compliance. All of them are in, next will be in the Altair.
See, agent works for the organization, right? As we all see, agent's job is to automate a set of tasks. Agent's job is not to create its own set of decisions. Decisions are already preset. Oversights are what comes through by evolving. So we see a situation where an agent, let's just look at the 007 agent, right? Agent goes missing, connectivity gone, agent goes by the previous sets of tasks that is given, go USSR, kill, come back. By the time USSR already has signed up with a better deal with the parent MI6, and then, but agent doesn't know that. Agent can go kill, which can create a lot of other situations. So organizational cognition is the driver. What is it that the organization wants? That's exactly what you were saying. Can the organization allow the agent to do beyond what it's supposed to do? Definitely no. That's why we have multiple agents, a swarm of agents that is going to work together. Avoid the routine tasks that a human would rather avoid doing. A team lead with 3 engineers to probably, there's no team lead anymore, and 2 engineers can do the same task and better outcome out of it. That's why agents are coming in, right? And create better outcome for the organization. It's not a replacement of a human. It's the co-evolution of a human to the next stage of productivity, right? So just to put another small task would be there, just say that, in branch X, we look at small stores, retailers, and 0.5% of productivity increase. We believe that a small store, adding 0.5% of productivity increase into the 14 million odd stores, we believe that can easily add 1% of GDP into the nation. And that's what a swarm of agents can do. Can a single agent trying to run away from the whole thing? It's not possible. But agent within the framework, running and within the hierarchy running, along with the human, organization wins, and of course nation wins.
Got it, got it. And an interesting question to Venkatji. So let's say an agent does a $10 million of loss in some way. Who is accountable? Let's say, is it the board, is it the manager, or is it the AI model?
No, so typically that wouldn't happen because there are a lot of, it was mentioned, the fellow panelists, there are lots of checks and balances that are built in the system. After deployment also, there's a continuous monitoring of the activities. There's an observability. There are logs that are continuously checked. And what happens is, like mentioned, there's always a human in the loop, which means the decision does not reside with the agent, the decision is with the person. And what every bank is looking for is the low risk ones is what they would like to automate. But the high risk ones, like the credit underwriting, which is perhaps the potential for a 10 million loss that you're referring to, still has a human in the loop.
Got it. That makes really sense. So I would love to ask you one question that we have spoke about control, right? Human in the loop, right? We have spoke about productivity, like scaling. You are working with a global company, like who are literally scaling all the ways. So what do you think? Where is the scale coming from when there is again a human aspect into an AI agent ecosystem?
Great question, right? So the scale essentially comes from the fact that every single decision that the agent takes does not necessarily need to get referred to a human, right? What you can do is you can draw the boundaries, saying that if these conditions are satisfied, right? Either in terms of the implication of the, so let's say, for example, it's a loan disbursement, or let's say my area, it's a catalog. If the agent is 99% sure of the accuracy of the model, and you can test the accuracy of the model by getting the result tested through another model if you want, right? For example, then you do not need a human in the loop to test the model. But however, if something falls outside of a bound of the area of tolerance, then you put the human in the loop. And before putting a model into production, do a bunch of training runs where you're testing this accuracy of the model to reach at least those tolerance levels, such that when you're putting it into production, only 1 in a million kind of a decision is going for a human overview, and most of it is passing through unchecked, right? And obviously you will put in to some point some observability layer, you will put in a constant regular, let's say, human validation of the results vis-a-vis a golden set of documents. Once you put that process in through, your regular model result audits, etc., should ensure that your models broadly stay within accurate limits.
Amazing. Prashant, something for you as well. When you have mentioned that in delivery you are trying to automate a lot of things, and there are a lot of frontline workers who are actually delivering things. Right? So how do you get frontline staff to trust working alongside AI?
Okay, so our frontline colleagues have always been working on technology. Like there are apps in our gateways and hubs and warehouses that guide the actions on the ground. Now, whether that has been driven through ML model or agents, they really don't care. So what our job is that whatever action or whatever recommendation that we present to our colleagues, they are accurate and they help their job, and they help with the experience that they have on their job. So that is where I think, as other panelists mentioned, that for agents, you can have another supervisory agent that reduces your probability of failure drastically. Like if you have a, say, 1 in 100 chance of a failure, if you put a supervisory agent with the same probability, you will have 1 in 10,000 chance. So you can apply similar technique, but at the same time, just like supervising a process written by deterministic tech solutions, where you need observability, you need logging, you you monitor metrics and you monitor your outcomes, you can monitor outcomes for agents and then keep tuning them. So it's not rocket science to do that. Everybody has been doing it with deterministic systems as well.
Amazing. So again, this thing comes towards a collaboration between AI and human to make things more efficient, trustworthy, and at the same time, having that layer that accountability is there, right? But at the same time, when it comes to breaking old systems and let AI in, with respect to all your organizations, I see that there is a different level of organization experience that you guys are bringing in, right? So what's that barrier for you guys to break the legacy systems and let AI come in and take a lead on some different aspects? And would love to hear from all of you. And
yeah, I don't have any legacy system, so I'll pass it on to other panelists.
Digital natives have that advantage. So see, the primary barrier is twofold. One, actually, it's much more cultural. I used to work for a consulting company earlier, and we'd done a survey, and we'd found out that typically in what is called the global south, right, we are much more ready to experiment with technology. So countries like, and that might be related to the fact that we have a much younger population as compared to, let's say, the global north, the developed economies where the population median age is much higher. So I think that part, the part of your organization, the engineering organization typically is also much more technically up to date, younger, etc. They typically also what I mean to say is if there's a function where the risk of a negative outcome is much higher, this is a customer facing function, right? Your willingness to take a new risk or a new system is much higher, lower. Whereas if it's an internal facing function, like for example, employee chatbots and stuff like that, you are much more willing to take a risk because you can correct without having, let's say, a external facing issues.
I'll take it because we're a small company. We're a new bank for retailers. These are humongous, highly regulated entities. So for us, it's easy, 100 people, systems just getting in the mold. Some of the technologies that we're already using is not exactly legacy, though the process in building is legacy. So at the same time, you cannot just keep on leapfrogging, right? You just have to sense the context. And from there, you'll have to understand. And it's always about production really is about, having gone through multi-layers testing. You can just say that technology is going to lead. No, business or your survival is going to lead. And technology is going to power it. So agent is going to do the same thing. And for us, as a small company, what we think that is going to be co-evolution. If I have a context, I have a systemic knowledge, domain expertise, and on top of which I'm ready to update myself with what is happening. Because the agent is going to update. And if I don't update with my domain knowledge, I think some of us is going to fail. And like you earlier said, if finally it's a human, and the human is working for the entity. So because of which I believe that the legacy systems you cannot abandon completely. You just have to walk through the wire, try to see that what is the right thing for the organization's objectives and outcomes, and then based on that, you take the next step.
So, legacy systems, there are there in the banking systems. The challenges could be the data are in siloed systems. It's fragmented. Systems are batch-based rather than real-time. But there are ways that we have found to overcome these challenges, where we put a robust middleware, which is event-based, which is API-based. And that feeds into the AI systems on a real-time basis. Likewise, data warehouses, data lake systems are built so that the data is available and the models can be built and the agents can be built on top of that. So there are ways where the legacy systems can coexist with the new or the emerging technologies, and we have to find and path around that.
I know she's ready to throw us off the stage, but I'll, to just put it in a single word, in the interest of time, survival. Previously, it was enhanced profit, opportunity, but now it's survival.
That's an amazing insight. I would love just one question, and that should be a one-line answer. If you had to give an AI agent, think of it like a fully autonomous agent, right? An AI agent, one rule to live by in a business operations, what it would be? One rule. One rule for an fully autonomous AI agent that does not have human intervention.
You're saying one rule, is it?
Yeah, one rule for operations. Let's say, for an example, if I set the context, it's like customers over profit. So it can be a rule that humans take some decisions like that in multiple scenarios, but one rule you can define.
Return on investment.
Maybe fairness in decision.
Can you break you?
Yeah, for me it would be optimize the process.
Yeah, I'll rip off the old Google slogan, do no evil.
Thanks a lot for all the panelists. I feel the time is already up a lot of minutes back, but it was crazy to have you guys aboard. And at the same time, I'm a founder myself and curious, learning from all the people here. So thanks a lot, everyone. Would love to interact more, and it was an awesome panel.
Thank you, and huge round of applause for all the panelists. And to give a token of gratitude, may I kindly invite on stage Jollydeep Kaur, Head Marketing of NextGen, to kindly grace her presence on the stage and present a token of gratitude to all our speakers. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Jollydeep Kaur? To Divya Majumdar, founder of Network, for wonderfully moderating the session. Thank you so much. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Divya Majumdar? To Deepayan Chakrabarti, Head India Analytics Center, eBay. To Venkat Yelapantula, Chief Digital Officer, Indian Bank. To Prashant Parshar, SVP and Head of Technology Delivery. To Vinod G, General Manager and Head Data Science and Analytics, South Indian Bank. And to Rajesh Johnny, Chief Executive Officer of Branch X. A huge round of applause for all the panelists. May I please request everyone to kindly join them at the front stage for a group photograph. Let's capture this moment we have been taking at the NextGen Presents World AI Summit 2025. Please join them for a group photograph. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Now, moving on to the next panel discussion of the day, the rise of agentic AI, transforming the global capability landscape. And to moderate that session, I would like to call upon stage Sitaram Venkataman, Executive Director of Nobara. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Joining him in the panel would be Sridevi Hegde, Managing Director and Board Member, India GCC Head, Vovent, Soumitra Saha, Managing Director and Country Head, Lumen India, Anshuman Singh Dio, Director of Global Delivery Services in Landis plus Gear, Rafi Mohammed, Vice President and Head of Technology, Maximus. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Divya Vadlamudi, Vice Chancellor, Best Innovation University, Andhra Pradesh. Saurabh Jero, Founder and CEO, AdvantageClub.ai. And Thomas Ramapuran, AVP, Fragility National, Financial India. Can we please have a huge round of applause for all the panelists on the stage? No energy. Please have a huge round of applause for all the panelists.
All right, a big panel than what I had anticipated and we had discussed as well. How do I start? The last session which I was sitting here and hearing about it, it's a sort of a replica of the same session, but then let's entertain the audience and at the same time keep the learning coming. When I heard this topic, the rise of agentic AI, what came to my mind was, I think 2003 Terminator movie, Terminator 3, it was Rise of Machines. I think we should not be seeing agentic AI as an end game for humans. But then very much it has taken a lot of attention in the last few, I would say 8 to 10 years overall. And it all started in 2017. An important development that had happened. There were a group of researchers from Google who had put up a paper. Anybody in the audience? Attention is all you need, right? Since then, I would say all of us have been attending to everything around the buzzword, generative AI, prompt engineering, MCPs, now agentic AI. A lot of attention and a lot has been written about agentic AI. Without going to detail about the publications, there is a very interesting publication that has come up which has said that 70% of customer services, 70% of customer service function would be swamped by agentic AI by 2030. It appears to be, if I look at from an agentic AI perspective, a great promise. But at the same time, we also have seen another publication which says 40 to 50% of agentic AI projects would fail if they do not, if they are not handled properly. On two areas, one is governance, and the second one is related to ROI. In the last call also, last session also somebody talked about ROI. So we see agentic AI's rise more as a promise on one side, possibly a peril on the other side. And in between this promise and peril, there is a big elephant, the ecosystem that we are in. We are talking about the GCCs. So this session largely would be focusing about how this rise of agentic AI will impact or proliferate or support, or will there be an inertia primarily for the GCCs. So with that in mind, as you could see, a huge panel. We will do our best. The clock is already ticking. I just saw that here. Yeah, so let's do this. So much being talked about, even in the previous panel, fantastic information. We need to know what is agentic AI. So what I'm going to request the panel here to do is to give a very brief introduction. And if you had to define agentic AI to your client or a customer, how would you go about doing that? Let's start that off.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, and happy to be along with so many alike panelists here. Very short answer. I will tell the answer and then tell my introduction because that will relate to that. For me, agentic AI agent, I have to call that one, right? Because once you train, it should give you the result, as you said, ROI. For me, it is agent which will understand, act, and give you personalized solution for the customer who calls upon, without human interference often. Full stop. Why I say that? Because I had the fintech GCC in India, which is Vervent, and we serve biggest banks across globe. You name the bigger bank, and for us, the services is the key. And once the customer calls, and if he doesn't call back with the same query again, means we are successful. So that's what I want agentic AI to do, and not to get the recall from the customer.
Great one, Sridevi. Good evening. My name is Shomitra. I am the Managing Director Country Head for Lumen Technologies in India. To your question about how would I explain an agentic AI system, I will keep it very simple for my clients. It is an intelligent and smart system which is able to do three things distinctly. Number one, create rules for itself, right? Number two, take decisions. That's where the autonomy kicks in. It's able to make decisions based on data and framework put around it. And third, it is able to act and produce clear business outcomes in a ethically governed ecosystem. So that's how I would explain.
Hi, thank you. My name is Anshuman. I work with Landis India. The GCC we have back in Noida is 18 years into its being. I think this question is not a question for us. Our entire ecosystem, customers, and within the organization, we have acknowledged the fact that this needs to happen for efficiency and also to understand what others are doing in this space and adopting those. So it's a no-brainer. We don't need to explain it to anyone what this is about. Rather, our customers and our peers are looking at us being a market leader in this space, that what are we coming out with. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good evening. First of all, very happy to be part of the panel. I'm Saurabh Dera, founder of AdvantageClub.ai. According to me, like if you have to explain agentic AI to people, and that's what we do to a lot of folks, now world is more familiar, but they've been talking about it since more than a year now. So it's basically an LLM model which can actually do things for you, which is smart enough and trained enough to take decisions for you, and is like, in a very layman, a very smart EA who can do a lot of things for you, and also a resource who can effectively get two people's job done maybe by one person or by itself. So that's what we kind of use it for. In our space, it's more HR tech, where we believe like things like employee engagement, a lot of that can be automated, especially from operations side using agentic, and that's what we kind of educate people on.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rafi. I'm representing Maximus, a newly formed GCC in India. We are 18 months into the setup. Okay. But then our parent company is 50-year-old. This year we are completing 50 years anniversary. So we are primarily into helping government execute their programs in US, federal and state government, and across a few other countries outside US as well. So given that we are into this business, we do run a lot of call centers and a lot of back-end processing. So obviously agentic AI is one of yet another way of automating to streamline business processes, whether it is call containment or back-end processing. So that's how I... Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening all. I'm Dr. Divya. Might have seen many VCs. This VC is different, completely out of the box. I am a vice chancellor for a university, which is Best Innovation University, very nearby, located in Andhra. But then I would like to define agentic AI in a very simple way, which automates complete operations when we are a strategic planner. It just operates everything, give us an outcome and asks us a decision like, are you okay with this? Do you want me to add something more to this? Somewhere it is between strategic planning and operational issues, where it automates complete operational issues and asks us for a strategic decision on that. So with that, I would like to give the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, good evening. My name is Thomas Ramapuram. I work for Fidelity National Financials India. We are a US-based company which has some business processes running here in India. We are basically into title insurance. And if you ask me what agentic AI is, I think it's in the name, agentic or agency. That means it's capable of making decision. And like when you say a child is capable of making decisions, or we have some kind of a threshold where we say, okay, when you're 12 years old, you're not really capable of making decisions, but when you turn 18, you know more of the world and you can take more decisions. So
Perfect.
this is my view about agentic AI.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, everyone. So what's the takeaway here? This is a foundational question that we had asked. What is agentic AI? And if I could reflect on all their comments, we all know, even in the previous session also, we said that agents act. Let's use the phrase or the acronym ACT. It's autonomous A. We all agreed that agents is autonomous. It coordinates. It goes ahead and picks up information, searches for us, does the workflow management, the C part of it. And the T would be, it doesn't do all the first two just by itself. It thinks and plans. So agents act is something that I could summarize as a takeaway for what is an agentic AI in an easier manner to describe to your clients. Thank you, panel, for that. Maybe I would start again with Thomas from your side. Quickly, conscious of the time, otherwise the agent will go wrong or the time here. We're talking about GCCs. So many corporate functions, so many business functions that we have. Two critical functions that comes to your mind, which will have a definite impact because of an agentic AI implementation. Just two quick answers.
It's agency and process. What do you call it? Engagement and processing. I think these are the two functions which will really help because
engagement and processing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, from your experience from an education aspect, what do you think?
It's about building capability and impacting.
Okay.
It's not like financials or costing that we need to think about more. It's like how much impactful we are creating and what kind of global capability we are building.
Yep.
I think this should be the scope that we need to think more.
If I may stay on that question, so from you're representing the education sector, so any specific function in the university, how you run things, you think agentic AI can be a solution? Anything
Yeah, for sure. I'll give you an example. All education institutes have good students and we give many courses, many skilling certifications and all, which aligns with industry requirement.
Okay.
But then all students are given a direction which is not connected. Somewhere there should be a track where students should be given a scope that you need to improve these skills. Say you are good at these things, and you need to improve these skills in order to meet the requirement of so-and-so industry. We call it as progression, right? There is some gap with respect to progression of students where no institute is focusing a lot, and I believe that is a right point where we can coin and bring or connect all the dots to meet the expectations, not like just giving a courses or a certifications.
More helping as a mentor or a progression direction, personal direction. Okay,
kind of
fantastic.
thing.
Thank you.
Alongside giving an admin platform to an institute or a mentor who can really understand what are the skill gaps, where we need to provide some additional support or training or whatever it is. I think these aspects humans cannot come.
Excellent.
And agentic AI should really help a lot in this aspect.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Over to you, Rafi.
I think in terms of department, I don't think there will be any department that will not be touched. If I have to just call out a few examples, maybe employee experience, onboarding, call center experience for customers calling in, we call it as CX. So these are some of the departments that are going to be definitely impacted, and the mainstream finance and other departments are definitely going to leverage from more than impacted. I would say they're going to take advantage of the agent.
Okay, take advantage. Thank you.
Right. I totally agree with the rest of the panelists. I don't think any department will remain untouched. Considering we are in HR tech, we see distinguished impact in HR tech, both from driving engagement, onboarding employees, to even performance optimization. Outside of that, I think operations and customer care will be two big ones.
Okay.
But if you really ask me one more, even that executive decision making, agentic will play a lot of role. Maybe once people adopt it more,
and they have more visibility to that, but it can literally be doing a lot of things that executives want to hear and get it done.
Excellent. Thank you. Anshuman?
Yeah, for us, we deliver large-scale enterprise solution to utilities. So the GCC that we operate back in Noida, development and testing for sure. We would not want that space to be untouched. Along with that, these enterprise solutions require a lot of, they are operation heavy.
Okay.
We do a lot of cloud operations, monitoring, customer experience from our center. So those areas are well within our radar.
Okay.
And we are taking some early steps to understand this better.
Thank you. Soumitra?
So Lumen, the GCC here, we are playing to win, and we are playing to win in the field of AI. So we are essentially building the backbone for the AI ecosystem. So to your question about 2 departments, I will say 3 will be hugely impacted. Number 1, operations management. Number 2, customer support. And number 3, which is probably a very fundamental one, engineering is going to be impacted.
Okay. Engineering, customer support, and
Operations management.
Fantastic. Okay. Sridevi?
I think all +1 of whatever they said now, right? But one thing where we are really, truly, I think, and which has done and really complemented why GCC is in existence, right, is in the fraud detection and the behaviorals of fraudulent customers, where 2 of our analysts have picked up, and they're able to feed in, and they're going to create a model out of that, how continuously they are detecting on a daily basis, and they are blocking those customers. So how beautiful case study is it too? Okay. So it's no department left out, as I said, +1, but this is like real value add from GCC to global, right?
Absolutely.
And it's really time zone friendly, right? We are doing when real time it's happening, which earlier in our organization only was taking at least a day to detect and find and then block.
Okay, thank you. So I think we've covered almost all corporate functions. Maybe we missed, which I have done and I've seen, is legal and compliance, which is generally legal and compliance put a box around innovation, naturally so. But
They're
then
the last one to adopt.
So what we have done, and I've seen in some of the firms, is a lot of manual intensive work is what legal typically does, legal and compliance team. So agentic AI could play a phenomenal role there. So we can add that additional +1 to that as well. Thank you. Let's quickly shift gears, again conscious of the time that we have. Fantastic agents do, we spoke about ACT and all of that. But how much is enough for an agent to exercise the autonomy? We need to think about the governance, the guardrails, and GCCs for that matter. We know how much, how many regulations with which we all operate. So with that in mind, maybe I want to get to Soumitra, you first. How do you draw the line between autonomy and the regulation requirement when you unleash agents in a GCC?
I think that's a great question and a very relevant one in today's context, right? So here, essentially, we are talking about where do you draw the line between utility and safety? To keep it simple, right? Now, utility is nothing but the AI autonomy that we are providing and the benefits that we get out of that. And safety is the unregulated independence that are there with AI agents. Now, I feel there are 2 fundamental things to be done in order to draw the line. The line is very blurry, but we can make it sharp with time. First one, when we are engineering AI agents, that's the backbone where you infuse where to draw the line. So when you're engineering an AI ecosystem, I think engineers, developers, the designers, architects, they all have a responsibility from 4 angles. Number 1, design your AI agentic ecosystem with the human and business intent in mind. And what's the framework? You will work within the societal norms, you will work within the legal and the regulatory framework. So this is very, very much rules-based framework that can be easily implemented in your design patterns. The second one is in terms of ensuring there is transparency and explainability. Show of hands here, all of you have heard about Gen AI, agentic AI. How many have heard about XAI? Great. Explainable AI, right? There needs to be a mechanism whereby the logic behind the decision making is made transparent to the engineering community so that the users can build trust. Okay, this is the reason why a certain action was taken. That helps in building trust. That helps in driving adoption of the agents across the enterprise and the customer base. And eventually it also helps in debugging from an engineering standpoint. So that's the second angle. The third critical angle is in terms of ensuring humans have an override. Sridevi mentioned that agents should be fully autonomous. Yes, they should be fully autonomous. I want to put a rider over there. And the rider is, at any given point in time, if I want to put a brake on the system, I should be able to put a brake on the system. Think about autonomous cars in real world, right? If the autonomous car is not able to detect a dog passing and it kind of overspeeds, as a user, I should be able to press the brakes and stop the car. Otherwise, the autonomous machine goes rogue, right? And the final one is in terms of observability framework. At any point in time, I should be able to see how my agent is drifting from its core. What's the linearity between what it is delivering versus what it is expected to deliver? Is it turning rogue? And if it is turning, can I stop the system? So I think these are 4 things that should be done from an engineering standpoint and a governance and policy standpoint.
Excellent. So just to recap, explainability, observability you spoke about, and an ability to track, and the first one.
My ability to override systems.
Ability to override the systems. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sumitra, for that. I think this brings us to the notion of today GCCs have been scaling processes. We have seen how GCCs scale processes, systems, talent for that matter. Now we are talking about autonomous agents. What are the aspects that GCCs should take care of? This is an open question. I would let anybody to pick it from here. What should the GCCs do? Should they continue to scale talent skills to manage agents, or should they have a new dedicated strategy to handle autonomous agents? Anybody? Open question.
I'd like to answer that. One thing we need to do is to scale trust. Okay, so trust is a very important factor when it comes to agentic AI. See that the agentic AI is making a proper decision. Starts off with a governance board. Most of the companies may not have a governance board, but if you do have a governance board, you can sort of have a panel which decides, whether we're doing the right thing or not. Okay, trust is one major aspect of agentic
Trust
AI.
is what you're saying. Thank you. Saurabh?
Yeah, I'd like to add that I think the biggest barrier and success to adoption of agentic AI, which might be correlated to company success, would be our adaptiveness of people. So I think making people understand that why this is important, and it's not here to take your job away, but at the same time make you more productive, is the biggest challenge that people are going to see in this entire process. And also a lot of people will also have this question that who owns the wrongs if I'm using an agent versus doing it myself?
Right. You want to say
I have a very different take on this.
Okay.
Could be controversial, but I'll go ahead and say it still. I think it is a wake-up call for GCCs in India, not just GCCs, I think the overall IT ecosystem. We got to invest in research. We are not doing enough on the research. We are still dependent on OpenAI, we are dependent on cloud, we are dependent on everything which is coming from outside. Where is the homegrown tool? So I think I would love, and my head of HR is sitting here, I would love to invest a portion of my budget into research and making sure that we are able to partner with the startup ecosystem and the government, local governments, and build intrinsic from India.
Okay, excellent.
Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Atmanirbhar Bharat, absolutely. Fantastic. Again, conscious of the time, and so we've understood agentic AI, what it is foundationally. We have looked at some of the corporate functions. Almost all seem to be going in the direction of agentic AI overhaul. We also looked at how should GCCs manage it? Excellent comments from all of you. I just wanted to go back to Sri Devi here for a question that I had for you. Is it something where we believe that with agents coming in, is there a fear of job loss, or is this something that is going to further enrich the current set of people? What's your view on that?
It's both. Or rather three things, right? One is displacement, one is reinventing the same job, one is enhancement. So it's plus, it's not or and, it's and. Why I say that example, right? I'll take the same example of fraud analyst, right, whom we have. It's very simple. They really did not to sit and build the whole of database, whole of the models, whole of the dashboard. That can be done with AI or even agentic AI to the solution, right? But the last point, as he said, he still need to have a say, right, in the end, is whether that analyst should connect with the client and block that account.
Okay.
Right? So that point, obviously you need a human, intervention. So, but how much you think that will empower that analyst? These two, right? So he don't need to worry about, getting the data, cleaning it up, building the analytics dashboard, and then again, building that model and understanding, okay, this is the trend and this is for sure going to be a default customer. Rather, he will reach the last point and say, okay, he has passes all of this and already agentic AI has given me that solution. So let me go ahead and complete it and save a lot of dollars for the organization or the client.
Okay.
So that's the classic example. And that's what, as he said, right, that we have to empower our team here to do that last bit and show that value add to the globe or any other organization, and not say, okay, we'll do the first two also, you can take the last part. No, that's the smartness of doing the last part using AI.
Okay,
so
understood.
Completely enabled.
A very nice and I should say diplomatic way to answer that. Anshuman, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I completely agree with you all.
Yeah.
I think it's you will break the trust if you keep it very hush-hush. And I think being open about it, understanding what the objectives are, there is a real reason why organizations are taking this path. When you start the journey, people do pick up new skills, they learn, they reinvent themselves. So for me, we have to be open about this. If you be like a little hush-hush about it, people already know what's going to come. So there is no point in denying that.
So trust and transparency,
Absolutely.
like what she's mentioning. Okay, fantastic. I just want to go back to Divya ma'am in terms of looking at a very futuristic state. If you are looking at an industry which is completely going to be reshaped by agentic AI, when I say that, I mean disrupted. What is that industry that you could come up with in the next 3 to 4 years?
I should say everything can be automated with agentic AI, and adoption of it became mandate now. Not leaving tier 2, tier 3 cities and the development, every industry should bring in this agentic AI, adopting it, and we need to start establishing or developing our GCCs even in tier 3, tier 4. And the major cons there will be that talent not being ready for what is the expectation of GCC, That's where the point where we can really bridge the gap of bringing agentic AI in automating few tasks where we don't have, say for example, we may not be in a position to review every profile we get, but then we can intervene agentic AI and to give me, say, this is my expectation. Can you give me the talent pool in this region to get me the requirements done, So that's where we can't always think GCCs to be in tier 1, and I know all GCCs are in strong thought of establishing their GCCs in 3 and 4 kind of cities,
Okay.
This agentic AI across all industries or all GCCs will disrupt in bridging the cons to establish their centers in remote places, is what I believe.
Excellent. Lots can be spoken about on the agentic AI and the impact on GCCs. Letting us that another agentic AI should not build or sound the buzzer. I'll just go again in this order. What are the hardest and the easiest thing that you could think of, each of you? You can pick one for a systematic agentic AI evolution. It could be on GCCs or it could be on in a startup. You can think about, based upon your area of expertise. All I'm asking is, what is the one single hardest thing to implement an agentic AI solution, or what is so easy, low-hanging fruit for implementing an agentic AI solution? Quickly.
Thank you. I'm starting, so I get to tell the choice of my. So one is definitely, I think we already spoke in the beginning, on the customer care, right? Either it is you're training them or they responding to the customer so that the customer do not come back with the same question again.
Okay.
That's the easiest one. I still think it is the easiest one to start begin with. The difficult one will be in the financial industry, BFSI industry. I think it's, if you can convince the FDIs and the worlds of what they come up with and ask you the questions and even trial back, give the audit trials through agentic AI, that would be the difficult one. Because
excellent. Thank you.
Those are the two words.
I'll answer you from an enterprise standpoint, regardless of agnostic of industry. Easiest to do is proof of concepts. Most difficult to scale it up at the enterprise level. And I can guarantee you, we are not yet at a point. Anyone who's saying they have 100% agentic interface is bluffing us. It is difficult to scale at the enterprise wide. That's the most difficult part.
Excellent.
Yeah, quickly. Yep. So the easiest would be operations. Over a period of time, we have generated a lot of runbooks and playbooks. So the data is there. It's already scrubbed. It's already proven. Those are the early movers. In terms of challenges, I agree with Soumitra.
Okay.
Scalable systems is very
It's an issue. Yep.
Absolutely.
POC scaling up is something that you're talking about. Saurabh, from a fintech perspective. Yep.
Yeah, I'll give a generic perspective. I think easiest is to automate repeatable tasks in principle. Also bring insights out for decision making. Hardest is to build organizational context and also the world context that we're living in. We get the one executive order from US, the world changes, you can't train model for that. So how do you handle those scenarios will be interesting on agentic.
Okay.
One of the easiest way to automate is the inward processes. So in our case, we use a lot of workflow engines and rules engine, which are traditional systems. So these are cases where we are trying to implement and replace in the modern avatar, right? We, as a company, are consciously not doing external facing agentic AI console or implementation because given that Maximus is a public limited company and the impact that it can have with hallucination and biases that can come out, especially in much regulated markets like US and UK. So that's one of the decisions that we have made, and we have a lot of use cases which we have started looking inwards and started implementing. For example, this week we had our CHRO visit, right? So there was one of the use case related to automating the background check failures. They are doing a lot of reconciliation and coming back and forth with the failures that happened with BGP checks. So that's one of the processes that we have identified recently, which will be.
Thank you.
From academics point of view, I should tell, because I'm completely into academic point of view. Easiest will be, we will be applying for a lot of accrediting bodies, submitting the same kind of data repeated. I think all those can be automated. The hardest will be academicians cannot accept automation fast because this is a hard reality. Sorry if some academicians are here who take me wrong, but this is hard reality. Academicians take it very tough to accept the change. Yeah. And that mindset change and adaptability is something which is tough.
Good points. Thank you, ma'am.
I'll mention a point with regard to the insurance industry, which I'm part of. The easiest would basically be have processes which assist analysts in generating policies, or if you go a little further, even generating policies itself. The hardest would be taking decisions on claims, which is,
Okay.
you know, a dynamite, I'd say. Like, you know.
Absolutely. Humans don't trust agents yet on claims.
Yeah, I know,
Understood.
true. So,
Okay.
yeah, I think, in my opinion, this would be the easiest.
Thank
and the
you,
hardest.
Thomas. Thank you, panel. I would say the easiest is to be a human and do a panel discussion of this nature talking about agentic AI. The hardest thing is to have an agentic AI do this. We never know, time is flying. Who knows, we might have a digital human to do such a panel discussion next time when we meet. Thank you so much. Absolutely learned a lot. I'm sure the audience would also acknowledge the fact that there were good insights that the team here had shared. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for that wonderful panel. And to present a token of gratitude, may I kindly invite on stage Irfan Piran, Chief Executive Officer of VIDA Digital. Can we please have a huge round of applause for him? To Sitaraman Venkataman, Executive Director, Nomura. Thank you for wonderfully moderating the session. To Sitaraman Venkataman, Executive Director of Nomura. To Sridevi Hegde, Managing Director and Board Member, India GCC Head, Wovent. Soumitra Shah, Managing Director and Country Head, Lumen India. Anshuman Singh Deo, Director of Global Delivery Services in Landis Plus Care. Rafi Mohammed, Vice President and Head of Technology, Maximus. Divya Vadlamudi, Vice Chancellor, Best Innovation University, Andhra Pradesh. Saurabh Jera, Founder and CEO, AdvantageClub.ai. And to Thomas Ramapuran, Associate Vice President, Fidelity National Financial India. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all the panelists on the stage. Let's show up some energy. I have to remind you guys again and again. Okay, let's capture the group photograph taking at the Next Gen Presents World AI Summit. Thank you so much, everyone. And before we move ahead, I want to ask you all who all were present yesterday for the mentalist session. Can you all raise your hands who all were present yesterday? Oh, very few of them. You might, okay, aa rahe, dheere dheere haath aa rahe. Okay, so like that also, we also have the World AI Award ceremony, which will be happening after our last session, which we are organizing right now. So please stay back with us because this session is going to be a very interesting session, and that will be followed by the World AI Award ceremony. All right, moving on to the next panel discussion, the topic, the road to AGI, how close are we, and designing agentic architectures. And for that, I would like to call upon stage Irfan Piran, Chief Executive Officer of VIDA Digital, who would be moderating the session. Can we please have a huge round of applause for him? Amit Jain, Vice President, AI and Data Science, VIDA Digital. Akshay Kulkarni, Director, Global Head of AI, Gen AI, Kimberly Clark. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mansoor Khan, founder and CEO, Cloud Supply Chain Solutions, VDAT Group Company. Anand Thakur, Chief Product and Technology Officer, Reliance Retail. And Rahul Pandey, Chief Information Officer, Indian Clearing Corporation Limited. Can somebody please call Rahul Pandey, Chief Information Officer, in the hall, please? Can we please have Anand Thakur, Chief Product and Technology Officer of Reliance Retail? He's outside. Can somebody please call him in the hall? Okay. He'll join us soon. You can start till then. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Awesome. So I have this privilege and honor. It's a powerhouse sitting here. And it's going to be an amazing discussion, real time, what's going on in several different industries around the world. And these are leaders who are dealing with it on a daily basis. There's one. All right. So we have heard a lot about AI in the last 2 days. And we also have been hearing about agentic AI. And there's been discussions about are there real use cases in solving problems through agentic AI, right? And there's mixed. Some say no, they cannot do it. Others say yes, it can be done. So what you're going to hear in this panel today is, yes, it is being done and how it's being done, right? So with that, I wanted to have Amit start off with a question for Amit is what we mean by agentic AI and what's agentic AI architecture?
Okay. I'll start with making it very simple. That when the humanity evolved, right? Not everyone was doing everything. So some people became farmers. Some people became cattle rearers. And other people adopted other professions. Some people became cobblers. And so this is nothing but a repetition of the same exercise in modern age. So with agentic AI, what happens is, I have a situation where I can give a high-level problem to a system. The system has the capability to break it down into smaller sub-problems. And then each specialized agents are able to take those problems and run with them until they find a solution. Like in the ancient society, people would have purchased things from farmer, did barter system, and made the society work. Here, the agents work with each other, collaborate with each other, use each other's capabilities to arrive at the high-level problem which has been given to them. And when the problem is described to them, we don't tell that, okay, here are 10 steps you need to take in order to solve the problem. It is something which the high-level problem needs to be broken down into smaller problems. And that is where the whole AI-based intelligence comes in. That's my take of it. And there are a lot of details like how they manage memories and how they maintain state and all those things are low-level details. But at a high level, an agentic architecture means to me is how we can take a larger problem, break it down into smaller sub-problems, and have specialized agents solve each of those problems to arrive at an overall solution to the high-level problem.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Amit, for that, making it simple for all of us. So,
I'm sorry
Akshay-
to interrupt in between. Yeah, I have one more panelist who will be joining this session. I would like to introduce Dr. Ramesh Kannegadi, who is the founder and executive director of Center for Human Security Services and chairman of National Security Services Government of India. Can you please have a huge round of applause for him?
Thank you, Ramesh, for joining us. Really appreciate it. So, Akshay, can you explain to us this, like, are you really doing anything with agentic AI in your organization? And if so, what are you doing and how are you doing it?
All right. Maybe before I answer that question, I'll take a step back and probably want to add on what Amit Jain explained it beautifully. So, I mean, back in 2010, we were doing analytics and data science, where we were trying to find patterns in the data that can tell us how to run the business, give insights on what is happening with our business, right? What we call it as descriptive statistics. And then it evolved into, why can't I predict? Then we started doing predictive analytics. And then it was like, oh, you're doing predictions, great, but can it learn on the go? Is where the machine learning journey started. And then there were a lot of complexity around data, unstructured and all of it. That's where in deep learning and all of that came in, right? Now, long story short, from descriptive, predictive learning to LLMs, that's wherein you're able to generate content. You're able to summarize content, which is your Gen AI. And then the next step of that evolution is agentic AI, which is able to do all of the things that I mentioned from descriptive, but on top of that, it is able to plan, it is able to act, it is able to take decisions. And that's agentic AI, right? Now, answering Irfan's question, how are we leveraging? So first of all, I'm not sure how many of you have heard of Kimberly-Clark, but I'm sure you would have heard of Huggies, or you would have seen Kleenex or tissue papers right in this toilets. So these are all Kimberly-Clark products. So we are a paper company where we are into baby care, family care, feminine care, personal care, and all of that. And now we are reimagining how CPG industry runs with agentic AI. We started the journey with marketing, and I would like to just talk about how agentic AI is enabling our marketees. One, it's not only just helping you generate the content. Let's say you want to post a blog, you want to post an Instagram, post or a reel. Gen AI is able to generate the content for you, but agentic AI is able to understand what is happening in social media today, what is resonating with our audiences, what is that should be my winning formula for the next content that I'm posting. That's wherein your agentic AI tracks all of this, gets you the insights. Hey, you know what? This is what is working. If you curate your content around these winning formula, that's going to go viral. Then it passes on to the second agent that does the creative design. And then creative design agent generates those designs and then pass it on to content generation agent. And then finally, post generation, right? So that's how there are multi-agents that collaborate with each other, not just generating random content, but the content that would actually resonate with our audiences and potentially would go viral, right? So that's how we are leveraging, agentic AI into the entire marketing landscape, where if I talk about the value proposition, now we are able to generate content at 100x speed at 1/10 of the cost, right? And obviously are able to improve our CTR, CPMs, and all of those marketing KPIs, right? While we are doing similar things on supply chain and other domains where agentic AI capabilities are deployed, but I have an expert who can even talk about further on how supply chain is reimagined with agentic AI.
Wow, thank you so very much. That's a beautiful explanation of use case, real-time use case, and how that's being implemented and how it's using, how you're using, and how that's the speed in which you are able to take your products to the market, right? Amazing, thank you. Mansoor, you were part of a keynote earlier. You know, you talked about how AI is used in the supply chain. And in the previous panel, there was an amazing discussion about, agentic AI. They touched upon it a little bit. And they also talked about, when you are creating these agents, right, ensure the three components: explainability and observability and so on and so forth, right? So how are you handling that? You also have built an agentic AI for supply chain, right? So can you shed some light on, what's your thought process with that?
Yeah, thank you for that, Ron. In our supply chain world, and I know I just finished a session earlier, there are a lot of complexity. It's all about complexity, and that's where the system brings the value. In the agentic AI world, what's happening today is with AI coming into play, where we are able to bring AI in our order planning. We are able to bring AI in our invoice approval process, right? We are able to bring AI in our shipment planning, right? You name it, like wherever we are able to automate the process or augment the predictions, we are able to include AI in various operations of the business. But at the end of the day, the real value of that is going to come out when we are able to consolidate all and bring that information to a better value of the organization, right? That's what today's human beings with years and years of experience are able to do. Like it's like a doctor who goes for a visit and then he looks through all these various diagnosis reports and then says, okay, this is what the next step should be, right? That's the years of experience and knowledge what the doctors bring to the table. And how do we bring that intelligence to an AI, which need to have the knowledge of all those subcategories, right? How can it make sense out of those analysis, those feedbacks, those predictions from those AI, and then make a better decision for the interest of the business so that you get the real ROI. That's where we started implementing the agentic AI aspect. So we have an agentic AI, we named that as Scotty, supply chain optimization, traceability, and integration. The intent of the Scotty is to have the LLM level interaction as an input from the customer, input from the planner, input from the dispatcher, input from the wholesale warehouse operator, whoever the end users are. And they're going to be saying that in a plain English. Okay, I want to plan the routes for a so-and-so location. And how does that AI takes that information and goes through 20 other different processes and brings a value for the planner to make the decision, which a human being would have taken hours and sometimes even days to come to that point. So we know that, and saying that looks little simple, but having that exchange of that information and having agentic AI do those decision-making skills, of course, taking human in loop, that's the challenging part, and that's what we are doing it. We are able to do that because we understand the deep supply chain complexities from the traditional systems and the way how we have been solving it. With AI, we are able to bring more value to it, and with agentic AI, we are able to govern it, we are able to manage it, we are able to make sense out of all those outputs.
Thank you, Mansoor. Really appreciate that. So, Rahul, you part of the clearinghouse, the money man, right? And technology has been playing a vital role in that aspect, right? A lot of transactions, right? So how are you Are you currently using agentic AI, or is there a strategy and roadmap within ICCL, and which is a regulated, heavily regulated body? So could you talk to us about, what's your thought on agentic AI from your lens?
Sure. Thank you, Irfan, for that introduction. So, again, I'll not speak just about what is happening in my organization, but I'll also try and speak of what is happening in the entire BFSI space. And in this interaction, I have some of my views, which I want to present it to everyone, and I'll keep it short, all thanks to time. I think in the financial world, the importance of AI is growing day by day. You are making your processes much more streamlined, especially your operation side of things, where you do a lot of manual and a batch process, which agents can easily automate. It can bring the best of the world technology and quality to it. But the important aspect is of agentic AI or any AI implementation is how do you make your average employee great, right? Your average salesman, the best salesman. How do you empower him? How do you empower your vision and thought process of your organization to the customer so that you leave the imprint? I think these are the most important questions you should ask yourself when you're trying to implement any AI solution. So in our case, I think the important question what we ask, how do we empower markets, right? How do we empower or how do we streamline information, or how do we present the information which at that very juncture of time is critical for that person who's trading or who's opening an account with us or whatever it is, right? So these are some fundamental questions we should ask as a BFSI organization. That is where we are. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Rahul. Anand, so you are part of Reliance Retail, right? Both brick and mortar as well as e-commerce. Again, similar to the clearing house, there's a lot of transactions, and you're selling so many things, right? So how are you using? How is Reliance Retail using agentic AI, or is Reliance Retail planning on using agentic AI?
Sure. Well, thanks for that. So like you rightly said, I'm a part of Reliance Retail, and I head tech for the fashion and beauty verticals, just as a quick introduction, which would be Ajio, Tira Beauty, Shein, and a bunch of other related verticals. So, it's great being a part of Reliance in today's age of evolving AI, right? So, and our leadership, including our chairman, is so well versed with all of these, and you get these emails that why are your data streams not AI conducive, and so on and so forth. So we've been able to infuse AI agentic flows in multiple areas, but the one area which I find very interesting is our sourcing part, right? So I'll talk about that a little bit, and maybe you'll be able to relate to it in terms of supply chain part of sourcing, and not fulfillment though. So the challenge that Reliance was having is that our fashion cycles, right? So where the regular autumn, winter, and spring, summer collections that come every 6 months, and so on and so forth, and the likes of the Zaras of the world or the Zudios of the world here, right? So they were changing this game, right? So, and they were kind of bringing monthly drops and fortnightly drops and so on and so forth. So we had to pivot our entire business. Now that just cannot be done by intent, right? So you have to infuse technology there, and that's where we brought in a lot of AI agents. So what we did was a series of agents collaborating with each other to, how do I put it, to expedite design decisions, right? So the first agent would scan the internet, right? So including Instagram, competition, journals like WGSN, and so on and so forth. Even TikTok, although TikTok is not big or not there in India, but still a lot of fashion trends come from TikTok. So it would pass all of this information to a second agent, which would normalize the data, because all of these speak different languages, right? So what fashion is on Instagram in terms of, how you probably talk about a neck length or the color, and so maybe different from a fashion journal. So it normalizes the data. A third agent would then identify the fashion trend, right? So what part of the fashion life cycle is that trend in? Is it peaking? Is it declining? Is it rising? And so on and so forth, right? It would pass this, and all of this is deterministic, right? So it would pass this information to an LLM, which would generate mood boards based on those patterns. Those mood boards would then be converted into by a fifth agent, fifth, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth agent, yeah, into design inspirations. So now what would happen that within a span of a few minutes, this happens every hour, every minute, right? A designer who would take days and weeks to study, understand what's trending, what's not trending, and take a punt on multiple designs, now has to select, right? So these are the design inspirations based on all these agents, what they have kind of passed on to each other. And then he has to select, right? So this works, this does not work, this is not our brand ethos, and so on and so forth. And then pass it on for manufacturing. So there's some agentic flows there as well, but I don't want to take up the rest 5 minutes or 2 minutes that are left. But this is, I think we have more time than that. So yeah, so this is one area which has been massively impactful and truly agentic that we've implemented.
That's beautiful. So it's amazing what's a real use case, that you've brought in here and explaining to us, and how these 5 different agents with handoffs from one to another, right? So I want to come back after I've had a chance to, ask Ramesh about, and I wanted to come back and ask about the security, the governance, and the risks that you see, right? So before I do that, I wanted to talk to Ramesh, and he's from the Center for Human Security Service Studies. So how are you approaching all of this, from your organization perspective? What's your take on it?
Thank you very much. I would like to look into the eyes of each participant sitting here and talk. Let me put it this way. To me, national security and human security are the 2 frameworks through which I would like to approach artificial intelligence in the 21st century. National security, India's national security with 15,000 kilometers of land borders, 11,098 kilometers of coastal borders, put together from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, we got to safeguard our motherland. So I am approaching AI, artificial intelligence. It could be artificial narrow intelligence, or tomorrow it could be artificial general intelligence, or day after tomorrow it could be artificial super intelligence. Whatever it is, to me, the motherland comes first. Next, human security, I told some time back. How is it different from national security and AI? The intersection of AI and human security. Human security is the health, food, water, environment, and employment, and education, and women-related security. All the non-traditional security issues are the core of human security. Without building a foundational human security, you cannot build a national security and international security architecture. I have to contextualize AI, the content, the intent, and the character. I repeat, the intent, the content, and character, all 3 put in alignment. We have to connect the dots and build AI data sets without leaving the poor, the marginalized, and the illiterates. This is what AI is meaningful, productive, purposeful, and determined in an age of otherwise the geopolitical, geostrategic conflicts that are happening. So I approach AI, I'm a political science and international relations student. Now I'm the chairman, National Security Studies, constituted by University Grants Commission, UGC, Government of India. And I run a think tank, a not-for-profit Center for Human Security Studies. That's what Irfan sir is introducing me. And also recently, I started Artificial Intelligence Human Security Research Foundation. So my narrative comes from a small village called Tenali in Guntur district of Andhra Pradesh, reaching to Stanford University Human Centric AI Institute. This is the story of a small town boy studied in local vernacular Telugu medium and then going to Delhi JNU PhD and working with National Security Advisor, the currently Ajit Doval sir, when he was the director for Vivekananda International Foundation. Why did I say all this to you is to make meaning out of it. That's what the meaning is. Plan, prepare, perspire and inspire. All the four. Planning, preparation, perspiration and inspiration for a techies, artificial intelligence techies. I'm sitting with the cream of the society or the country. My major appeal to all the techies is take care of the last mile man in the village. Make AI a level playing field. Try to give your best with your intent, content and character and build data sets which have a beautiful mindsets. So having a wonderful mindset to operate the data sets in the age of AI is the biggest challenge, the man behind the mission. So this is where I contextualize everything, Irfan sir. In understanding geopolitics, understanding big picture, understanding global flashpoints, and then contextualizing India into AI narrative, and then build AI to serve the last mile man. This is where I humbly appeal to all my technocrats to understand the ground realities and build data sets which will have a wonderful mindset to operate the data sets.
Okay, it's amazing. Thanks for bringing in the human and the national security aspect of it. Now, I want us to make this a little bit more interactive, rather than I had some, prepared questions, but we'll make it more interactive and we can ask questions amongst each other, right? So based on what Dr. Ramesh, talked about here, the last mile. Okay, all right, so we have more time. We have another 1 hour? So it kind of ties up into my, the thought process of, safety, security, governance, right? And also ethical, and also, on the ethical, how do we do, something ethical, right? So what are your takes on what, Dr. Ramesh talked about here? Do you want to go first, Amit?
Yeah. So as Dr. Ramesh spoke, I recalled one of the conversations I was having with one of my personal friends. So we were just having casual conversation about agentic AI. So I was having casual conversation with my friend about agentic AI. So he said that, you know what, agentic AI can eliminate poverty. I was surprised. That's a wonderful use case. So I asked him, how would that happen? Can you explain to me? He said, yeah, you give the high level problem to it, eliminate poverty, it will break it down into small problems. Okay, maybe raise the economic level of the poorest human being. Another problem could be, okay, raise the GDP of the country. Third approach could be eliminate all the poor people. And it will adopt the easiest approach, which is the third one. So poverty can be eliminated. So just a humorous thought I had on that. But coming more seriously, when we build agentic AI systems and we want them to behave in a more responsible fashion, we have to build the mechanism at each and every level within the agentic AI. For example, when I'm ingesting data, which will help the agentic AI system work, while in the ingestion phase itself, I want to make sure that sensitive data is not part of the processing. Next thing is, if my agentic AI system is going to take any physical action in the world, then I need to strictly define the boundary into which it acts, and it cannot do any harm to any individual or to any system or any businesses or processes. Third thing is, if it is producing any output or any report, then
there has to be a guardrail suggesting that, okay, here are the things which you can never produce. Okay, so for example, the output cannot contain a racial remark or racial discrimination. So all those things have to be built in as a part of each and every agentic AI system we build going forward. And this is probably just the starting point, because every day the technology is evolving and we need to build better and better guardrails. There are guardrail frameworks already available, but I'm sure we need to do a better job at those. Yeah, I'll let other panelists.
So Akshay, what's your thought? What do you want to add to it?
Yeah, maybe I can go on and on for like 30 minutes, but I'll keep it real short for 30 seconds. I loved the way this was put across in the previous panel discussion. I forgot the name of a gentleman where he talked about observability in 4 angles, right? So today, any GenAI, AI, or agentic AI that you are doing, the important element is if you are deploying agents or models responsibly. What does it mean? You need to take care of it from 6 angles. Your angle 1, like Amit mentioned, your data observability, your PII data, your sensitive data, your data quality. Your angle 2 is LLM's performance, models performance. Or your models are hallucinating, or there's a drift, or your model accuracy has degraded. So that's a second angle. The third angle for the observability is your explainable AI. Are you able to explain why agent suggested this action? Why your model predicted in particular manner? So your third angle is explainability. Your fourth angle is your guardrails, the pillar of responsible AI. Are you able to detect and mitigate bias? Are you able to ensure human in loop? Are you able to, ensure there are guardrails around jailbreaking? Because today, LLMs can generate anything that you ask. So how are you ensuring you have guardrails from the content generation perspective? The fifth angle will be your traceability. Like in supply chain, you have 10 agents for each of the functions of supply chain, logistics, your inventory, your planning, SNOP, and all of that. Now, there's a super agent who is talking to you as a planner. You ask a question, hey, how would I ensure there are no stockouts? At the same time, my inventory is not maximum, right? Now, the agent would talk to multiple other agents to arrive at an answer. Now, as a planner, I need to have a capability to trace my agent. So traceability is your fifth angle. The sixth and the final most angle is value. There's no point in doing AI ML if you're not able to measure or capture value from it for your organization or for human benefit. So that's when are you able to track the value, be it in terms of the productivity gain, cost savings, or your increase in the revenue. So these are the 6 angles of observability that we are implementing at our organization. More importantly, how would you ensure all these 6 angles of observability are embedded into every other product, every other agents that you deploy at your organization? That plays a vital role in the success or your failure of your agentic AI journey.
Thank you, Akshay. So Anand, how are you talk about you have 5 different agents, and Akshay said you got to take into consideration at least 6 angles, right? So how are you handling this in terms of governance and risk mitigations, and what kind of risks are you worried about? What keeps you at night?
Now that you've asked this question, I'll probably stay awake at night, but the biggest risk that could actually put me in jail and my directors in jail is, if you remember the flow that I described, it's very easy for my design engine, right, the 5th agent, to to copy a Louis Vuitton because it knows it works, right? So Mariah Carey is wearing it, Taylor Swift is wearing it, it's trending, reproduce that, right? So, and I really can't expect my designer to be aware of all designs globally, right? This is a Louis Vuitton, this is a Gucci, this is whatever, Armani, right? So a popular design, right? So it could be there in a plethora of 500 designs as an output of the system. And the system has worked perfectly fine, right? So this is where, right? So, another dimension to, this is also safety in a way, right? Because you cannot violate copyrights, right? IP, right? So it's the safety of the original designer and also your own organization in terms of, the penalization that might happen. That's where we built in evals, right? So evals do two things, right? So this is not conventional eval. Conventional eval is where you judge that the output of the system is right. There are multiple ways to do that, right? So, but what we have also infused is that it is not violating IP. And I'm giving a very specific example, right? So there are, I could go on about this, the different standards that are there. There's a UNESCO standard, there's a, Department of Commerce, USA standard, and so on and so forth. But the very specific thing that for us is that once we get this output, then we have a vector embedding against which we can, figure out what are the similarities between popular designs out there. And then we do a general check using Google image search and so on and so forth. So I'm just giving you a very high level overview to ensure that there's no IP infringement. If there is an IP infringement, then what? Right? So do I just discard the design? Then I create variations of the design. Right, and then you've got thresholds that if it's a 15% variation, 20% variation, that's where you are not infringing IP and so on and so forth, right? So that's how I safeguard, ensure that the original designer's rights are not infringed upon, and my organization is also kept safe, right? So that's something that we've kind of built into our systems.
That is amazing. You made us all believe earlier everything is so easy, right? You talked about, okay, agent 1 does this, agent 2 does this, and agent 5. But thank you for sharing how complex it is and what are the things that you need to be considerate of, right? Not only, you also talked about not just you being behind bars, but also your directors and others, right? So there are lots of considerations that you are thinking about ahead of time, right? And making sure, and it's an ongoing process, right? So Mansoor, you wanted to, looks like you wanted to add something to this.
Yeah, that was an excellent statement there about the poverty and economy and all the stuff. I don't have a political science degree and the knowledge like what you just mentioned, but I'll add few cents of comments or suggestions, which is directly in line with that poverty, okay? Maybe I wasn't very expressive about that, but that's one of the key motivational factor, right? At the end of the day, supply chain is going to result in optimization. But if you go from the economic side point of view, right, that is going to create natural competition where the cost of food or cost of products getting delivered at the hands of the end customers are going to be less. It means from an economic point of view, there's going to be a lot of add value. And also on the food distribution, there's lots and lots of wastage happens, right? That there are people who are dying out of hunger. On the other end, we are wasting food, that doesn't follow the compliance, what it needed for the meat to be delivered or product to be delivered. Bad inventory management, bad supply chain management results on so much of wastage of food. If we can avoid it, that's going to go in the plates of other people who are looking for it. If we can manage it better, then I can even resupply that to the little underprivileged people who will be more than happy to get that than that. Right? These are the things which nobody is thinking about, right? But that's how we need to think about it. The reason why nobody's thinking about it is everybody is busy with their regular tactical issues. We are trying to save money, we're trying to increase dollars. But these are the areas where bringing that information upfront, people with that leadership thought, people with that right mind, ethical thinkers will come forward. Right now, they are not able to, they're just able to make philosophical decisions. They are not able to make any tactical implementations. There is no specific KPIs where they can say, I can do this and I will result in this one, because they don't have that visibility, right? That's key missing. So definitely, as a cohesive, like, different groups of people who are spending their time on the technology, taking that on improvement, bringing that together can definitely result.
Yeah, I think Dr. Ramesh, you have something that you wanted to add. I've been signaled that the time is up. Well, what I wanted to do is give you 30 seconds for adding something, and then I wanted to fire off one question for all of you, and we would call today.
So to me, and I really agree with each point made by the panelists here. To me, India has 5 important strategic spaces where AI has to be applied. The manufacturing space of India, the maritime space of India, the cyber space of India, the cultural and political space of India, and the service sector space of India. A 5 Panchabhutas, we call in Hindu, 5 Panchabhutas, we have to keep in element. So AI has to be aligned in these 5 spaces, number 1. Number 2, to me, Bharat, BHARAT, is building a harmonious but audacious Raj to advance trade, technology, talent, and tourism, and to decimate terrorism is what Bharat stands for in 2025. So, to me, AI must be driven in this direction. This is what I would like to bring to your kind attention, serving our motherland and also showing the way to the rest of the world, how beautifully, how humanistically humanism must prevail in the age of liberalization, privatization, globalization, Googleization, digitalization, you name any ization, but humanization is what is required by using as a AI as an enabler, not a destroyer, is what the bottom line is.
Very well said. I think the Panchatantra there are a lot of opportunities there. So if you are looking at, a startup, so he gave you already the formula for it, what you need to think about. Thank you so very much. So a quick 20-second, I'll start off with you, Anand. What's coming in the near future?
Are you asking in terms of Reliance, or do you think in general?
Technology and AI, now AI, Gen AI, agentic AI, right? What is next?
Yeah, so I think, we are about maybe another, that's my opinion. I'd say that there's a very varied opinion. I think we are about, 3 to 5 years away from AGI, right? And I think that's going to be the next big thing. I also believe that the current LLM frameworks that we have, they will just not naturally scale up to become AGI. There would have to be additional scaffolding. So this would be a good precursor to having AGI, but not quite there. So I believe that, over the next 3 to 5 years, we will see AGI happening. But also what we'll see is that over the next 5 to 6 months, the current AI trends kind of plateauing off a little bit. Right, and we have to maximize the use cases that we can derive of what we see it today. So yeah,
beautiful. Thank you, Rahul.
Yeah, I'll just connect to what Anand said. Right, so AGI, of course, is coming maybe 3 years or 5 years down the line. Okay, and definitely we won't be the front runner of bringing AGI because it requires maybe hundreds of billions or almost $1 trillion, which the West can put in. Very great for them. But to take AGI to its implementation stage is where we come in. Okay, so in financial industry, in retail, in others, right? And I believe places like Bangalore can be a good start because we have very young talent sitting in across technology, across product management, and so on. And we can start building frameworks for that, right? So that is where I see the future coming in. And again, the next $1 trillion empires will not be your Microsoft of the world, or it will be companies which will use AGI to build products which can emulate what our co-panelists are talking about. Again, I come from that Elon Musk thought process of the world, where AGI can bring $4 or $5 trillion worth of, and again going to Mars. So,
all right. Mansoor, what's your take on it? What's coming?
Yeah, quick thing is the resistance of adopting AI into their existing ecosystem that's going to go away very soon. Like when we started, it was more resistive, like a typical change management topic, right? That's going to go away, like because more and more awareness and more competition is naturally creating people, whether they like it or even they have the fear that missing out on the AI board is very obvious. So adoption is going to be much quicker than what a year ago, 2 years ago, everybody anticipated, right? The resistance is going to be gone. And number two, that's going to create lots and lots of demand from, especially from an infrastructure perspective. So the quantum computing is going to come much sooner in action than what it is. So the research on quantum computing is happening at the international level, at Google and IBM level. I think someone from India, definitely perspective, has to start seriously think about where are we on that for that futuristic competition.
All right, Rahul, you wanted to add something
So
to
I
that.
forgot one point. Thank you. So in the latest magazine of Helix, I've written an article on how AGI is going to come in and how Bangalore and India can be the future of AGI. So I would request all of you to go and read that article. Thank you.
Thank you. How about you, Akshay?
So in 2026, I would say most of the companies would start seeing AI as a revenue center versus a cost center that is been for last 2 decades. If you are a part of data science or AI team, you have always been seen as an investment center or a cost center. But from 2026, AI and agentic AI will be a business imperative. 2027, video generation, movie generation would scale up like anything. Today, you don't need a Photoshop to edit your images. Your Nano Banana from Google can do it all. But video editing, video generation is still not at the scale and is robust. But 2027 will be the year for videos. 2028, you will see organization of agents. Today, you have the org structure, where someone is a director, then there is a senior manager, your lead, your analyst, and all of that. In 2028, you will have organization with agents part of those org structure. Why it's going to take another 2-3 years? Because there is a governance part, there's a guardrails parts, there is a responsible agentic AI part that needs to get more matured. So that's why this is going to happen in 2028. 2029, 2030, and maybe another 2 years from there is what I'm anticipating AGI would come in, which is approximately 8 years from now, 2033. So that's my take on near future.
Thank you. Thank you for going year by year. And how about you, Amit? What do you think? What's coming?
Yeah, I'll add another dimension I'll add another dimension to this thought. So my perspective is that when we talk about LLMs of today, like we have the whole family of GPTs, and then we have Claude, and then we have DeepSeek and Llamas. But if you go to just one level of abstraction, they are essentially the same because they all are different implementations of transformer architecture, right? They would have used different set of parameters, different number of parameters. There are large LLMs, there are small LLMs, there are mega LLMs, but all are transformer architecture implementations. So my perspective is that even if we go further and further, we are not going to hit AGI with this technology. So the transformer architecture is probably going to hit its limit very soon, or if it has already hit, I don't know. But there has to be another disruptive innovation that has to come, which will take us to the AGI level. The current transformer architecture is not good enough for that.
All right. Thank you so very much. And Ramesh, you have 10 seconds.
Yeah. Quick rapid fire, 10 seconds. I would pray, and I also request each one of you here to bat for Artificial Intelligence Act. India doesn't have AI Act. European Union does have. United States of America doesn't have. Without having an act, how can you judge the fairness of the game? It's not at all recommendable to have a game which doesn't have rules and regulations, and still you want all of us to play and win the game. Number one. Number two, I want AI to be taking bottom-up approach. What do I mean by that? From village, from panchayat, from mandal, from district, then to state capitals and metropolitans and all the way to Delhi. This is the bottom-up approach that's going to sustain in alignment with the sustainable development goals of 17 of them. So AI to sustain, AI to bring productivity and purpose to our lives is the bottom-up approach. With this, thank you very much for that.
Really appreciate it. This is such a great learning personally for me, right? So there's been a lot of bold predictions here about AGI, quantum computing, and so on and so forth. So let's give it up, a big hand for sharing the knowledge and thoughts, and let's all work together in building a human-centric AI and agentic AI and AGI, right? And it should go from bottom up as well as top down, right? Thank you so very much. Really appreciate it. Have a wonderful.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that wonderful session. And to present a token of gratitude, may I kindly invite on stage Divya Vadnamudi, Vice Chancellor, Best Innovation University, Andhra Pradesh, and Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder of Helix Technomedia, to kindly grace their presence on the stage and present a token of gratitude to all our panelists. Once again, a huge round of applause for all of them. To Irfan Piran, Chief Executive Officer, Vida Digital, for wonderfully moderating the session. Amit Jain, Vice President AI and Data Science, Vida Digital. Akshay Kulkarni, Director, Global Head of AI, Gen AI, Kimberly Clark. To Mansoor Khan, Founder and CEO, Cloud Supply Chain Solutions, Vida Group Company. To Anand Thakur, Chief Product and Technology Officer, Reliance Retail. To Rahul Pandey, Chief Information Officer, Indian Clearing Corporation Limited. And to Ramesh Kannegadi, Founder and Executive Director, Center for Human Security Studies and Chairman, National Security Studies, UGC, Government of India. Can we please request for a group photograph? I request all the panelists to come forward and let's capture this moment we'll take at NextGen Presents World AI Summit 2025. A huge round of applause, and ladies and gentlemen, for all the panelists on the stage. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been a wonderful day, and you guys have been a wonderful audience. So cheers to you guys. Huge round of applause for all of you. Now we will move on to the most special segment of the day, that is the World AI Award Ceremony. But before that, how's the energy? Nahi hai. As expected, no energy. This is a award ceremony. Come on, how's the energy? It's time to celebrate. Still can't hear. I'll not start the awards until and unless I do not hear the energy from you guys. How's the energy? More louder, please. More louder. How's the Josh? और हाई चाहिए. How's the Josh? Okay, let us start with the award ceremony now. Can I please request everybody to please settle down as we are about to start with the award ceremony. Everybody near the stage, please settle down. We are about to start with the award ceremony. Can we reduce the music, please? Requesting everybody to kindly settle down. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have spoken about AI as a force for innovation, as a driver of inclusion, and as a catalyst for growth. But tonight, it's time to celebrate the people, organizations, and innovations that are actually making it happen. So it's time for the World AI Awards 2025. These awards honor the pioneers who are not just talking about AI, but truly shaping its impact. From startup disruptors industries to enterprises reimagining workflows, to policymakers and institutions ensuring AI grows responsibly. This is about recognizing excellence, innovation, and the courage to lead. And let's be clear, tonight, winners are not just awardees, they are the torchbearers of India's journey from a local AI ecosystem to a global AI powerhouse. And now, without further ado, let's begin the World AI Awards 2025. Let's give it a shout out. And I would like to call upon Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder, CEO, and editor-in-chief of Felix Technomedia, to kindly grace his presence on the stage and present the awards to all the winners. A huge round of applause for him. I request people who are standing here, we have empty seats over there, you can be settled down. Requesting people to kindly settle down. We have seats over there. And now, the very first award, which is under the category Customer Experience AI Solution of the Year. And the award goes to BranchX. A huge round of applause for BranchX for winning under the category Customer Experience AI Solution of the Year. Heartiest congratulations to BranchX for winning under the category Customer Experience AI Solution of the Year. Can we have the mic, please? Hand mic.
In one line, describe BranchX.
We're a new bank for retailers, powered by AI. And AI, I'll take another word. Yeah. So there's a product called SAP Ganches that was created around 10 years back with more than $15-20 million spent in creating a complete value chain for small retailers. But it couldn't fly because SAP can think very large, SAP cannot that easily think very small. So we're trying to do something bigger than that just because GenAI allows us to do it. So we're creating a full value chain from OEM to the last mile consumer with experiential loyalty programs. So there are very small retailers from any part of India, without worrying about its tech capability, can just buy a small engine called Genie, which is a hardware. And with that, they will be able to manage the whole capability, the whole analysis, intelligence, as well as customer acquisition using your own language. So we are effectively embedding 22 Indian languages into it to start with, and trying to expand further. We got some good backing from a lot of financial market investors, and we're building further from that. And if you guys are in GFF the next week in Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, please join us in Peak 24 and 25. That's going to be have a huge party, plus GFF itself is organizing a launch party for us. So please join us, and thank you so much for this award, and appreciate you.
Thank you. Heartiest congratulations to BranchX for winning under the category Customer Experience AI Solution of the Year. Moving on to the next category, that is the AI Visionary Leader of the Year Award. And the award goes to Firoz Sheikh, Chief Information and Digital Officer, Syngenta Group. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Firoz Sheikh, CITO for Syngenta Group, for winning under the category AI Visionary Leader of the Year. The next award is under the category Unified AI Ecosystem Excellence Award. And the award goes to the presenting partner, NextGen. Can we please have a huge round of applause for NextGen for winning under the category Unified AI Ecosystem Excellence. Heartiest congratulations to NextGen for winning under the category Unified AI Ecosystem Excellence.
Jolly, please describe this achievement in 2 lines.
He's given me a leverage. Yeah, so I think the award is for M, which is our agentic AI ecosystem. The vision that we have for our country is that we are able to build solutions which can be from this country but used by the world. So we need all of your support to make it so successful. Please download M and experience it for yourself.
Let's highlight and celebrate this Make in India product, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So Make in India AI. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations to NextGen. The next award is under the category AI Strategy and Consulting Firm of the Year. And the award goes to Click Venus Consulting and Services LLP. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Click Venus Consulting and Services LLP for winning under the category AI Strategy and Consulting Firm of the Year. I cannot see the energy. Please have a huge round of applause for him. Thank you. And the next award is under the category AI in Banking and Process Automation. And the award goes to Be That Digital. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Be That Digital? Heartiest congratulations to Be That Digital. Can we have the VDA digital team on the stage for capturing this moment? Everybody of VDA digital team on the stage, let's capture this moment. Let's celebrate this. Congratulations. And the next award is under the category Predictive Intelligence Solution of the Year. And the award goes to CP+. Can we please have a huge round of applause for CP+ for winning under the category Predictive Intelligence Solution of the Year. Huge round of applause for CP+, Predictive Intelligence Solution of the Year. The next award is under the category AI for Enhanced Supply Chain Management, and the award goes to CSCS Cloud Supply Chain Solutions. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Cloud Supply Chain Solutions for the category AI for Enhanced Supply Chain Management? All the team on the stage, let's celebrate this moment. And congratulations to the whole team. Heartiest congratulations to the team. The next award is under the category EDG Cornerstone Strategies. Sorry, the next category is AI Academic Leader, and the award goes to EDG Cornerstone Strategies Private Limited. Can you please have a huge round of applause for EDG Cornerstone Strategies Private Limited for winning under the category AI Academic Leader. Heartiest congratulations, sir. And the next award is under the category AI R&D Leadership Award. And the award goes to Rabindra Shah, Chief Technology Officer, Indian Register of Shipping, ex-Tata Technologies and Tata Motors. Can you please have a huge round of applause for Rabindra Shah for winning under the category AI R&D Leadership Award. The next award is under the category Data Driven Governance Award, and the award goes to Dr. Bhuvneshwari U. Can we please have a huge round of applause for her, Dr. Bhuvneshwari U, for winning under the category Data Driven Governance. Heartiest congratulations to Dr. Bhuvneshwari for winning under the category Data Driven Governance. The next award is under the category of Business Transformation and Innovation. And the award goes to Deepthi Shibat, CRISIL Corporate Technology. Can we have a huge round of applause for her for winning under the category Business Transformation and Innovation? Congratulations to Deepthi Shibat, CRISIL Corporate Technology for winning under the category Business Transformation and Innovation. The next award is for Generative AI Transformation, And the award goes to Neo Growth Credit Private Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for Neo Growth Credit Private Limited for winning under the category Generative AI Transformation? A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to the team of Neo Growth Credit Private Limited for winning under the category Generative AI Transformation. The next award is under the category AI Leader of the Year. And the award goes to NextGen. Can we have a huge round of applause for NextGen for winning under the category AI Leader of the Year? Till then, can we have some message from the NextGen team? Like, this was announced yesterday also, so I want to know the celebration. Like, how are you feeling by winning under the category of AI Leader of the Year? You want to continue? Take it over, take it over. Arre, le lo. Congratulations. Few words I would like to hear from the NextGen team for winning under the category AI Leader of the Year.
Hi. It was a pleasure, talking to a lot of privileged people in front of great, audience as well about the agentic AI application that we have built. So, which is purely sovereign, built by India, for India, and in India. We are purely, proud of whatever sovereign products that we build here at NextGen, be it infrastructure, be it cloud, or be it AI. So we have been sovereign for the past 13 years. If you see last week, Shri Narendra Modi has also encouraged citizens to, to use products that are built in India and to make Bharat Vikshit. So we are at the front of, encouraging Narendra Modi for this Vikshit Bharat mission with our AI products, be it cloud or be it infrastructure. And thank you so much for this award.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to the NextGen team for winning under the category AI Leader of the Year. The next award is under the category Ethical AI Innovation by a Startup. And the award goes to Family Wala eShop Private Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for Family Wala eShop Private Limited for winning under the category Ethical AI Innovation by a Startup? Congratulations to Family Wala eShop Private Limited. And the next award is under the category Most Promising AI Startup. And the award goes to All Private Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for All Private Limited for winning under the category Most Promising AI Startup? Congratulations to All Private Limited for winning under the category Most Promising AI Startup.
Two lines.
Yes, so I'm Ravi and is Abhilash. So we are building a AI-powered screen-free companion for kids. Chico can help play and learn without needing a screen. So we are tackling a screen addiction. I mean, all over the world, like we know how addicted our kids are to the screens. So that is what we are doing with Chico AI.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you and congratulations. And before I move ahead, I would like to request to all the winners to kindly do not leave the hall, as we'll be capturing this moment with a group photograph. So please stay back and we'll be taking a group photograph with all the winners. Okay, moving on to the next category, it's Visionary AI Educator. And the award goes to the Syngenta Group, a project Amplify AI Better, part of the Syngenta Group Works Better Training Program for Employee to harness generative AI. Can we have a huge round of applause for Syngenta Group for winning under the category Visionary AI Educator? Congratulations. The next award is under the category AI for Inclusion and Accessibility Advocate. And the award goes to Purview Services Hyderabad. Can we have a huge round of applause for Purview Services Hyderabad for winning under the category AI for Inclusion and Accessibility Advocate? Congratulations to Purview Services Hyderabad for winning under the category AI for Inclusion and Accessibility Advocate.
Two lines.
Thank you, Ravi. It's very privileged now receiving the award. And we believe in innovation should be hand in hand with mainly DI, diversity, equality, inclusion. That is what is missing, we feel it. And it's a world patented technology we've been taking into the market. Very good day for us. We just came back from the Keynes. We just signed with the Keynes, I think you know that, right? So we signed a contract with them. They will be producing the glasses for us to take this into the world market. So it's a very good day for Purview. Thank you for organizing, Ravi.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you and congratulations. The next award is under the category AI in Learning and Skill Development. And the award goes to Digipreneur AI. Can we have a huge round of applause for Digipreneur AI for winning under the category AI in Learning and Skill Development? Congratulations to Digipreneur AI for winning under the category AI in Learning and Skill Development. The next award is under the category Global Impact by an AI Startup. And the award goes to Cartoon Movie. Can we have a huge round of applause for Cartoon Movie team for winning under the category Global Impact by an AI Startup? Congratulations to the team. The next award is under the category Data-Driven Governance, and the award goes to Clear Trust. Can we have a huge round of applause for Clear Trust for winning under the category Data-Driven Governance? Do we have the Clear Trust team with us? Okay, we'll move. Okay, we have. A huge round of applause for Clear Trust for winning under the category Data-Driven Governance. The next award is under the category AI Innovation Leader Award. And the award goes to Vijay Murampudi, Senior Vice President, Marsh McLennan. Can we have a huge round of applause for Vijay Murampudi, Senior Vice President, Marsh McLennan, for winning under the category AI Innovation Leader Award. Congratulations to Mr. Vijay for winning under the category AI Innovation Leader. The next award is under the category Global Human Digital Workforce, and the award goes to Allied Worldwide. Can we have a huge round of applause for Allied Worldwide for winning under the category Global Human Digital Workforce? Heartiest congratulations to Allied Worldwide for winning under the category Global Human Digital Workforce. Congratulations to the team of Allied Worldwide for winning under the category Global Human Digital Workforce. And the next award is under the category Best AI Innovation in Deep Tech. And the award goes to Enkephlos Technologies. Can we have a huge round of applause for Enkephlos Technologies team for winning under the category Best AI Innovation in Deep Tech? To Enkephlos Technologies for winning under the category Best AI Innovation in Deep Tech. Congratulations to the whole team.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to say Happy Dasara to everyone. This is NK Fellows. We are all from NK Fellows. My name is Vinayak, and this is my leadership team. This is our first award, sir. And thank you so much for recognizing. We are based out of Mysuru. We have developed world's first ChatGPT like a tool, which is a private LLM for insurance domain. And we are heading to US today to be part of Las Vegas Insurance Tech Connect conference and in Connected Work Underwriter conference in Austin, Texas. And this is all because of all of your leaders like Blessings. And thanks so much for organizing this. Good luck to all of you.
Thank you and congratulations to the whole team. The next award is under the category Emerging AI Entrepreneur of the Year. And the award goes to Lokesh B.R., founder and CEO of Enkephlos Technologies. Can we have your presence once again on the stage for winning under the category Emerging AI Entrepreneur of the Year? The next award is under the category Emerging Tech Company of the Year. And the award goes to Drona HQ. Can we have a huge round of applause for Drona HQ for winning under the category Emerging Tech Company of the Year? Can we have Drona HQ team on the stage? Do we have Drona HQ team? Okay, we'll move on to the next award. The next award is under the category AI Excellence Leader of the Year. And the award goes to Mohit Ambani, co-founder Uniwork. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mohit Ambani for winning under the category AI Excellence of the Year? A huge round of applause for Mohit Ambani for winning under the category AI Excellence of the Year. The next award is under the category Cloud AI Service Provider of the Year. And the award goes to NextGen. The NextGen team was ready, they are coming. NextGen, the next award is the Cloud AI Service Provider of the Year. And heartiest congratulations to NextGen for winning under the category Cloud AI Service Provider of the Year. Congratulations to the NextGen team for winning under the category Cloud AI Service Provider of the Year. Thank you so much. The next award is under the category Intelligent Data Integration and Automation Partner of the Year. And the award goes to ClickWinners Consulting and Services LLP. Can we have a huge shout out for ClickWinners Consulting and Services LLP for winning under the category Intelligent Data Integration and Automation Partner of the Year. Huge congratulations to the ClickWinners Consulting and Services LLP. The next award is under the category Disruptive AI Innovation Award. And the award goes to Alter Idea Web Services Private Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for Alter Idea Web Services Private Limited, Lupac Cinema, for winning under the category Disruptive AI Innovation. The next award goes for AI for Social Impact. And the award goes to Vijay Kumar K, retired lecturer, Jai Sarnath Academy. Can we have a huge round of applause for Vijay Kumar K for winning under the category AI for Social Impact? The next award is under the category AI-powered cyber security leader. And the award goes to CP+. Can we have a huge round of applause for CP+ for winning under the category AI-powered cyber security leader? A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for CP+, for winning under the category AI-powered cyber security leader. The next award is under the category Generative AI Transformation Award, and it goes to FormSub Technologies and Solutions Private Limited. A huge round of applause for FormSub Technologies and Solutions Private Limited for winning under the category Generative AI Transformation. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for FormSub Technologies and Solutions Private Limited under the category Generative AI Transformation. The next award is under the category AI in Healthcare Innovation, and it goes to Vigorous Health Tech Private Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for Vigorous Health Tech Private Limited for winning under the category AI in Healthcare Innovation? Congratulations to Vigorous Health Tech Private Limited under the category AI in Healthcare Innovation. Next award is under the category AI Startup of the Year. And the award goes to WebWorks Company, Shival Blue Labs, OPC Private Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for WebWorks Company for winning under the category AI Startup of the Year? next award is under the category AI for Enhanced Supply Chain Management. And the award goes to Dr. Senthil Bharadwaj, Chairman and Managing Director, Vajra Labs Private Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Senthil Bharadwaj, Chairman and Managing Director, Vajra Labs Private Limited, under the category AI for Enhanced Supply Chain Management. The next award is under the category Conversational AI and NLP Excellence. And the award goes to 197 Communications Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for 197 Communication Limited for winning under the category Conversational AI and NLP Excellence? The next award is under the category Strategic AI Solution Partner of the Year. And the award goes to Next10. Can we have a huge round of applause for Next10 for winning under the category Strategic AI Solution Partner of the Year? Can we have the Next10 team on the stage for receiving the award under the category Strategic AI Solution Partner of the Year? Heartiest congratulations to the whole team. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Next10 team. Requesting all the awardees to kindly stay back. We will be capturing this moment. Please do not leave the hall. Congratulations to the Next10 team under the category Strategic AI Solution Partner of the Year. The next award is under the category AI Thought Leadership. And the award goes to Anupam Anand, Vice President at AppTat. Can we have a huge round of applause for Anupam Anand, Vice President of AppTat, for winning under the category AI Thought Leadership? Do we have Anupam Anand with us? We'll move on to the next category. The next category is AI Validation and Testing Excellence. And the award goes to Qualtrics Technologies Private Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for Qualtrics Technologies Private Limited for winning under the category AI Validation and Testing Excellence? Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Qualtrics Technologies Private Limited winning under the category AI Validation and Testing Excellence. The next award is under the category The Most Promising AI Startup. And the award goes to D-Matrix India Private Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for D-Matrix India Private Limited team for winning under the category Most Promising AI Startup? Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the D-Matrix India Private Limited team. D-Matrix India Private Limited for winning under the category Most Promising AI Startup. Congratulations to the whole team. Congratulations to the whole team. Can I request somebody from the team to kindly say a few words and share their experience with us?
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the opportunity. This is my team, and it's a representation of the team. We have a fairly large team in India as well as globally, 4 sites across the world. Really honored to for this recognition for the work that's been going on since 2019, right? And particularly India since 2022. So D-Matrix builds. It has a purpose-built AI inference infrastructure platform that is meant for sustainability as well as attainability, meaning affordability, right? So the solution that we make really gives a very good competition with a multiple factor, X factor improvement in performance, power, cost, and real estate to the prevailing dominant and prominent platforms like GPUs and such. So it's a lot of hard work has gone in, and really appreciate the opportunity today for recognition. Thank you.
Fantastic, and congratulations. Congratulations.
I would like to hand over the rest of the award ceremony to my colleague Ashif. Ashif, over to you.
Thank you, Kanchi. Thank you. Okay, I'm sure a lot of people know me already. My name is Ashif Basi. How about we just acknowledge the fact that we are in the presence of some amazing trailblazers in the AI industry here. How about we do a big round of applause, make sure that we acknowledge their presence here. Beautiful, beautiful. And I think I just need to double check that I'm on the right queue. Yeah. Kanchi, could you help me a little? Yeah. All right, so we are back again. And the next award category says AI-enabled conversational and voice assistance. Project Cropwise Grower AI chatbot for smallholder farmers. Let's put a big round of applause for Syngenta Group. Give them a big round of applause, everyone. So this is Syngenta Group, AI-enabled conversational and voice assistance. Congratulations. All right, so the next award category says AI and Gen AI Transformation Leader of the Year. And the award goes to Global Head of AI Gen AI, Kimberly Clark, Mr. Akshay Kulkarni. Give her a big round of applause, everyone. Wow, that's a cheer up. Come on, keep all the applause going, everyone. Beautiful. Congratulations. And the next award category, it says Best Use of Gen AI in Frontline Sales Engagement. And the award goes to someone who is EVP Innovation, Digital Products and Partnerships from Aditya Birla Capital, Mr. Samir Jadhav. Give him a big round of applause, everyone. Then we have Mr. Samir Jadhav in the ballroom. Come on. Okay, I see somebody else walking up towards the stage on behalf of him. Let's give him a big round of applause, everyone. Best use of Gen AI in frontline sales engagement. Okay. Yeah. The next award category, AI for Public Service Delivery Excellence, goes to, any guesses? How many of you all know who's the award winner here? BranchX. Give them a big round of applause, everyone. BranchX, please. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's, okay, that's my bad. I think we have made a big mistake. The AI for Public Service Delivery Excellence goes to Diligent India. Give them a big round of applause, everyone. We have someone from Diligent India here. I see. Okay, I think we're moving on to the next award category, the Real-Time AI Intelligence Award. That's well known. That's well-known fact for everyone. That goes to CP Plus. Give them a big round of applause, everyone. I see two gentlemen walking towards the stage. The Real-Time AI Intelligence Award goes to CP+. Give them a big round of applause. Congratulations. Okay, following up with the next award category, it says AI Infrastructure Excellence Award. Any guesses? Any guesses from the audience? The AI Infrastructure Excellence Award? No? No guesses? Well, it again goes to Next Gen. Give them a big round of applause, everyone. Okay. The next award category, AI Innovation of the Year. The award goes to InMobi. Give them a big round of applause, everyone. Okay. All right. Moving on to Global AI Influencer Award. That goes to Venkatesh CR. Give him a big round of applause, everyone. Well, once again, let's make sure that we all know Global AI Influencer Award goes to Venkatesh CR. Give him a big round of applause, everyone. Wow. Congratulations. Well, what an evening, guys. What an evening. Full of leaders, the trailblazers in AI industry. How about I request all of you, and let's acknowledge the fact that Dr. Ravi Gupta has been standing here for an hour to make sure that we do not miss out on any of the trailblazers of making this industry better. Let's acknowledge Dr. Ravi Gupta here. And I kindly request all of the award winners to join Dr. Ravi Gupta on stage for a group photograph, and make sure to bring in your trophy, your certificate, bring in your team members. You know, one hold the trophy, the other one, the certificate, for a group photograph. Let's do this. So let's just see how many award winners are coming here. And make sure that you all are visible, so feel free to take the spot in the front of the stage as well. Yeah, take the spot in the front of the stage as well, because we want to make sure that everyone is visible to our cameraman here. Yes. And one more fact, the stage and the stairs are strong enough to hold all of us. Don't worry about that. We need all the award winners. Can we open the gate? If we have any award winners outside, they can also walk in. Let's see. Can we just leave the gate open maybe? Maybe someone will see. Leave the gate open. Yes, let people see. Great. How about we congratulate these winners once again. Let's have a big round of applause for them. And while we are doing that, how about we say, I'll say Next Gen Presents, and you can say World AI Awards. Yeah, can we do that? Yeah, all together in one voice. 3, 2, 1. Next Gen Presents. Well, let's do that once again, you know, in a unity, right? So 3, 2, 1. Next Gen Presents. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's have a big round of applause for them. And everyone in the ballroom, come on, join us for a group photograph. Let's just do not leave. Yeah, okay. You want to do a photo? Okay, they're making a video first. Then we all shall join. I will join this group as well later. I hear a rukja. Yeah? It's like to see one big, happy family of technology India. Wow. Well, now, before you guys leave, please do not move, do not move. How do we say in India? Like, there was a game when we were young, right? Baraf Pani. So, Baraf, all of you. Now we want all of the audience to come join us for this group photograph. We don't want to miss out on this moment, right? All of the trailblazer of AI world here. So, World AI Summit, presented by Next Gen. Anurag, please join us for this group photograph. Do not leave us. And I would like to kindly and humbly request the entire ELETS Technomedia team to join us for this photograph as well. Yeah. Okay, everyone please join. Sakshi, Rose, everyone please join for this photograph. Please, Shalini, please join us. We would be honored with your presence. Okay, please join us. Beautiful, beautiful. We have a lot of people coming in. Sakshi, you don't want to miss this photograph. You made this possible for all of us. You know, yes, and yeah, I'll join. I just want to make sure nobody misses out. Okay, let me come in front. I don't want to miss this photograph. Yes. Okay, people, excuse me. Please allow me to pass. Allow me to pass. Thank you. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay. I think. Can I? Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. You're welcome. Okay, here we are once again.
Just turn everybody this side and turn this side. You can accommodate more, right?
Yeah.
Sidewise. Yeah. Turn sidewise.
Well, you have a beautiful voice. Maybe let everyone know.
All right, everybody on this side, turn towards this side a little bit, left, and everybody on this side, turn towards your right, so we can accommodate more of you.
That was beautiful. That's Muhammad Irfan, right? Okay, so before you all move, yeah, we need this guy. So what we want is you come close with us, and then we want you to pan out to show everyone, right? Okay, and while we're doing that, I'll say that's the wrap off, and you all can say World AI Summit. Maybe we're gonna practice first, okay? So that's the wrap off. Beautiful. Yeah, we wanted to record this. Come on, we missed this amazing thing. Okay, let's do that once again. So, yeah, okay, wait. So I'll say that's a wrap off, then you'll say the next. Yeah? Okay, you ready? So that's the wrap off. Thank you, everyone. You've been amazing audience. Lovely being with you, and it's an honor to host you. And a big thanks to our hosting partner, which is presented by Next Gen World AI Summit. Thank you everyone for joining us. And this is Ashif Abbasi signing off. Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations on my wedding. And you're just an amazing person. You know, I just noticed this thing that you did there. That was beautiful.
Thank you so much. With all your wishes, and I am indebted to ELETS. It's a fantastic organization. They are right like you. Good things.
And you're still very young. Why do you doubt yourself? 71 years. Come on. You're maybe a year or 2 years older than me.
Oh, thank you for your beautiful comment. It's a precious
Compliment. Absolutely. And
how
the team would share in drive link with you. You can have access to all of the photos and videos taken in this process.
Yes. Lovely meeting you, sir. And congratulations once again.
Yeah. Let Mohammed Irfan come in the center, yeah. Come on, what are we doing?
ये वर्ल्ड है ऐसे में आना चाहिए हाँ, एक मिनट ये रखना पड़ेगा अरे वहां पे लेना पड़ेगा